There are people who were never meant to become heroes, yet fate forces them to be. And Wang Lin is one of them. Born into an ordinary family, he carried a simple wish in his heart to cultivate immortality and repay his parents' kindness. But the world is never that kind. No talent, no background, no guidance, everything seemed to whisper to him, the path of cultivation is not for you. Yet in the midst of that hopelessness, Wang Lin chose something that very few have the courage to do. He kept going. He walked forward with stubbornness. He walked forward with longing. He walked forward with everything left in his resilient heart. A strange opportunity came to him, opening a path of cultivation drenched in blood and loneliness. There, every improvement required a sacrifice. Every step forward meant losing something precious. To grow stronger, he had to endure 100 times more than ordinary people. Renegade Immortal is the tale of a man who never submits. A man willing to defy the heavens, defy fate, and defy the world just to protect what his heart refuses to let go. This is not merely an immortal cultivation story. This is the journey of a soul so powerful that even eternity must bow. And today, I invite you to step into that journey, the journey of Wang Lin, the man who walks against the will of heaven to find the answer meant for himself. Shattered. Senior brother. Tia Qin's body trembled, and he spun around, looking at the Great Luo Sword Sect members, his voice hoarse as he said, "Senior, why?" Just as Tia Qin managed to utter those words with all his might, the countless red dots transformed into a dense mass of red, emitting violent noises, and directly struck the white-robed young man who had just been thrown in. The speed was incredibly fast, like a red lightning cloud, instantly enveloping the young man's entire body. At this moment, a scene unfolded before everyone's eyes, causing them all to change color, except for the two Great Luo Sword Sect elders whose expressions remained unchanged. They saw countless red dots tearing through the young man's clothes, penetrating his skin and body. In less than 3 breaths, his entire body turned blood red. A series of agonizing screams continuously emanated from the man's mouth. The intense pain caused him to incessantly claw at his own skin, leaving deep scratches that exposed his bones. His body thrashed about on the ground in the valley, his eyes filled with an unimaginable hatred and despair. Senior brother Tia Qin's body trembled, a tragic smile appearing on his face. At this moment, almost all the red dots present in the valley appeared, frantically burrowing into the white-robed young man's body. His eyes dimmed, and his agonizing screams weakened. This scene unfolded rapidly, but its impact was immense. The faces of the others changed drastically. Guo Ziyi gripped the sword hidden in his sleeve, remaining silent for a moment, his gaze sweeping towards Tia Qin, a flash of murderous intent in his eyes. Today's events were orchestrated by me. If Tia Qin's senior brother hadn't died, then there wouldn't have been any enmity between us. But now, as for the woman who called Guo Ziyi her senior brother, her face was now pale, her small mouth tightly pressed together, and her body trembling uncontrollably. Clearly, this scene had terrified her considerably. Only the man in the blue robe whom Guo Ziyi had flattered somewhat showed no sign of displeasure. On the contrary, he was secretly captivated by the scene in the valley. Elder Shai Feng of the Great Luo Sword Sect smiled slightly, looking at the short old man and saying, "It seems we don't need to kill anyone else. This one person has already attracted the vast majority of the 9-leaved insects into his body." He short old man chuckled hoarsely and said, "Brother Shi's forbidden techniques are very suitable for this place. After we take the miraculous gold fruit, we must return to the sword sect to receive orders." Shai Feng burst into laughter, and without hesitation, patted his storage bag. A red jade slip instantly appeared in his hand. He formed a sword finger gesture with his left hand, pointing it at the jade slip, and exclaimed, "Sword wind forbiddance technique, open." As soon as he spoke, the jade slip emitted a buzzing sound, instantly flying out of his hand like a beam of red light, directly into the valley. The buzzing sound intensified the moment the jade slip entered the valley. At that moment, a red thread emerged from the jade slip, pausing briefly. A rumbling sound followed, and then the jade slip began to move strangely. Almost instantly, the movement accelerated. Finally, like a fading flower, it transformed into countless red threads that suddenly spread out, rushing towards the struggling man in white on the ground. The speed of this crimson light was incredibly fast, instantly reaching the white-robed man. Instead of penetrating his body, it quickly intertwined, forming a red net that enveloped him for several meters, At this moment, the eyes of Elder Shifeng of the Great Luo Sword Sect flashed, and he shouted, "Seal!" As soon as he uttered these words, the red net immediately flashed with bursts of red lightning, and a booming sound echoed. Countless electrical symbols appeared above the net, densely intertwining with it to form an extremely tight seal. Having done this, the short, elderly man led the way into the valley. The moment he entered, a howling sound erupted from the withered branches and leaves beneath the ground. Another swarm of red dots shot out, though their number was insignificant. The short, elderly man's expression remained unchanged. He lightly flicked his 5 fingers, unleashing streams of sword energy. With each burst of sword energy that tore through the air, numerous red dots dissipated. In reality, if the number of these 9-leaved insects were greater, dealing with them would have been somewhat troublesome for the short elder's cultivation level. But the number of 9-leaved insects wasn't large, so he handled them with ease. Elder Thut Fang of the Great Luo Sword Sect moved slightly, directly flying into the valley to assist him. Except for the 9-leaved insects sealed within the white-robed man's body on the ground, the 9-leaved insects outside immediately vanished. The third person to enter the valley was Guoxi's uncle, the old man in the nascent soul stage. The others followed. As for Tiachen, her face no longer showed anger, but a terrifying calmness. When the short old man unleashed his last sword energy, destroying the remaining 9-leaved insect, his eyes flashed as he looked towards the flower on the yellow rock a few meters away. "Lutungia, go and pick the miraculous golden fruit." The voice of the short old man was filled with an undeniable aura of authority. Lu Sangyi was a nascent soul stage old man. Hearing the elder's words, he hastily nodded and took a few steps forward to pick the miraculous golden fruit. But at that moment, a sudden chill blew in from outside. This chill was nothing extraordinary. It only created a rustling of leaves and grass in the valley. However, when this wind struck Shifeng and the short old elder of the Great Luo Sword Sect, their expressions changed drastically. Shifeng turned his head sharply, his eyes shining like stars, staring intently out of the valley. The short old man's face also instantly darkened, his right hand resting on his storage bag, his eyes revealing a murderous intent as he looked out at the valley. Their actions immediately altered the atmosphere within the valley. In a short time, an unexpected wave of killing intent enveloped everything. Therefore, the old man surnamed Lu, who was about to pick the miraculous golden fruit, immediately stopped, a look of surprise on his face. The others did the same. Only the girl, Tiachen, remained calm, looking at the white-robed man lying motionless on the ground in the distance, silently. It was as if everything happening around her had no connection to her at all. "Which fellow Taoist has come here? Don't pretend to be a ghost." "I am Elder Shifeng of the Great Luo Sword Sect. I hope you will come out and speak." Shifeng remained silent for a moment before shouting. He and the short old man exchanged glances, both seeing surprise in each other's eyes. Just now, when the wind blew, they almost instantly realized that the feeling that had always been present since entering the northern demon realm had suddenly intensified countless times. This feeling, which had initially been like a distant beast, had suddenly appeared right before them. This drastic transformation immediately shocked Shifeng and the short old man. A dense cloud of dust slowly emerged from outside the valley. The dust was so thick that it was impossible to see what was inside. It floated outside the valley. The moment this dust appeared, Shifeng's expression suddenly turned extremely grim. "Who are you?" The short old man's face darkened as he spoke each word slowly. Without waiting for an answer, he immediately shouted, slapping his storage bag with his right hand. A single-sided mirror instantly appeared in his hand. He threw it, and the mirror flew up, expanding in the wind to become a mirror about 3 feet tall, its surface emitting bursts of blue light, directly enveloping the dust cloud. The moment the short old man unleashed his magic weapon, the old man Shifeng, who had been cooperating with him for many years, showed incredible synergy. Without hesitation, he immediately formed hand seals, and the sword behind him suddenly roared and shot out, hovering above his head, forming a huge, illusory sword shadow more than 10 meters tall. "Slash!" Shifeng shouted. As the two elders attacked, the figure of the old man in the nascent soul stage, Lu Sangyi, also moved like lightning, immediately aiming for the miraculous gold fruit. After all, he had cultivated for a long time and understood the importance of seizing opportunities. At this moment, the distance to the miraculous gold fruit was not far. In a flash, he was beside it. The light of the bronze mirror seemed to envelop the entire cloud of dust. Along with that, Shai Feng's sword, as if from the 9 heavens, roared and slashed down. Before the sword even landed, it emitted a sound of shattering air, echoing throughout the heavens and earth. The Great Lua Sword sect was renowned for its swordsmanship, and its sword power was naturally not weak. However, in the blink of an eye, as the sword energy slashed down, the cloud of dust suddenly stirred, like a stampede of horses, like a towering wave. In an instant, the cloud of dust surged forward, shattering everything and engulfing the entire valley. Under this attack, a chilling voice emanated from within the dust. How can the light of a firefly compare to the light of the moon? The moment this icy voice reached the ears of everyone in the valley, their minds were shaken. The green light above the dust completely collapsed in an instant, transforming into countless silent points of light that vanished in all directions. The bronze mirror in midair cracked and shattered. The sword that Shai Feng had struck down was also destroyed. Elder Shai Feng of the Great Lua Sword sect and a short old man almost simultaneously spat blood and staggered backward. Several deep footprints appeared on the ground. Each step caused the ground to tremble slightly. After the dust dispersed, a beam of light like a sword appeared. Its target was not the 2 elders of the Great Lua Sword sect, but the old man who had seized the opportunity to harvest the miraculous gold fruit, the nascent soul stage cultivator Lu Sangyi. Lu Sangyi's face changed drastically. Knowing that retreating was impossible, he hastily teleported. Although teleportation was very dangerous in the Northern Demon Realm, he had no other choice at this moment. A series of distorted ripples appeared around him, and his figure instantly vanished. However, a cold snort suddenly echoed from within the gray mist. Along with that snort, the gray mist spread, directly piercing through the distorted space and into the body of Lu Sangyi, who was attempting to teleport away. Lu Sangyi's face changed drastically. He was about to speak when his body suddenly swelled up like a ball. This scene was extremely bizarre. In an instant, Lu Sangyi's body expanded to its limit. A loud explosion rang out, and the dignified nascent soul cultivator of the Great Lua Sword sect was blown to pieces. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds echoed through the valley. Countless pieces of flesh and blood splattered in the air before falling to the ground. A cloud of blood mist spread in all directions. From within the blood mist, a figure clad in purple robes slowly emerged from the valley. His long hair cascaded down his back. His face, though not strikingly handsome, possessed an extraordinary aura. 2 streams of gray energy, like 2 small dragons, coiled around the tips of his right index fingers. On his back rested a purple token inscribed with the character 7. The appearance of Wang Lin brought a deathly silence to the valley. Guo Shi's face turned pale, devoid of any color, his body trembling slightly. His right hand gripped his flying sword tightly, his fingertips turning white without him realizing it. His junior sister was also terrified, unable to restrain herself, covering her mouth and beginning to vomit. Her face was as pale as paper. As for the young man in blue, who was obviously not a disciple of the Great Lua Sword sect, his eyes were filled with a dazed expression. He even took several deep breaths of the mist filled with the smell of fresh blood. Apart from those 3, the Heavenly Chin woman's expression was somber, her eyes showing a hint of hesitation. But these were just juniors with insufficient cultivation and willpower, naturally not as strong as Shai Feng and the short old man. Although these 2 were greatly shaken and inwardly felt uneasy, their expressions didn't show too much, only a slight discomfort. Wang Lin's expression remained calm, his gaze sweeping over everyone. Then he casually pointed at the void. Immediately, streams of gray energy quickly flew out from the decaying flesh on the ground, converging together. They transformed into a large gray mist, converging towards the void where Wang Lin had pointed. In an instant, it formed a gray sphere. Inside that sphere, swirling mists seemed to contain some kind of mystical substance, causing anyone who looked into it to involuntarily become lost, unable to escape. Wang Lin's gaze was calm, his right hand casually stroking it. Immediately, waves of energy emanated from within the sphere. Under these waves, the sphere shrank, eventually becoming as small as a fingernail, and Wang Lin caught it in his palm. When he opened his hand, the small sphere had completely vanished. Heavenly Fortune Sect, 7th Elder of the Death Line, Wang Lin. Elder Shifeng of the Great Luo Sword Sect glanced at the purple token on Wang Lin's back, then stared at him and uttered each word distinctly. Wang Lin withdrew his right hand, his icy gaze fixed on Shifeng, saying, "Answer one question for me, and I'll let one of you leave." Shifeng burst into laughter as if he'd heard a joke. He formed a hand seal and pointed into the air. Immediately, a powerful sword aura emanated from the scabbard on his back. The sword aura was green, rising straight up. Wang Lin, even though you are only at the mid-stage of the transformation realm, today we have to early-stage transformation realm cultivators. Moreover, with the treasured sword of our Great Luo Sword Sect, even if you kill both of us, you will surely be injured. By then, after half a month at the East Sea Demon Spirit Gate, I want to see if you can still leave. Shifeng sneered. This year, he had heard about the list of those going to the East Sea Demon Spirit Gate. He heard that Wang Lin, a newly recruited disciple of the Cloud Heaven sect and a member of the Purple lineage, was also on it. Now that he had met Wang Lin, he decided to take a gamble. He bet that Wang Lin wouldn't easily attack, to avoid both of them launching a full-force counterattack, which would injure him and affect his trip to the East Sea. The short old man hadn't said anything since Wang Lin appeared, but his eyes were fixed on Wang Lin. Hearing Shifeng's words, he inwardly felt uneasy. From his observation, the other party showed no fear whatsoever. Instead of wasting time with meaningless words, it was better to act immediately and seize the initiative. With their two early-stage nascent soul cultivators fighting against a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator, their chances were slim. The short old man gritted his teeth and, without hesitation, suddenly moved. He potted his storage bag and a small, blood-red flag appeared. He lightly shook the flag, and a foul stench immediately emanated from it, enveloping the man. "Accept your death," the short old man shouted, his hands forming a hand seal. Then he forcefully struck forward. Instantly, a huge red handprint, formed from blood energy and emitting a pungent smell of blood, hissed as it lunged towards Wang Lin. At the same time, he bit his tongue, spitting out a mouthful of primordial spirit essence blood. Its color faintly shimmered with golden light. As soon as the blood appeared, the old man quickly chanted an incantation. The sound was somewhat strange, but an invisible force seemed to descend from the heavens. "Heavenly Ghost Devourer." After uttering the incantation, a dark light flashed in the eyes of the short old man. He let out a loud shout, and the primordial spirit essence blood before him immediately fluctuated, then instantly dissipated in midair. The moment it vanished, a 10-foot-tall, illusory head appeared behind the old man. The head was black, like the head of a demon. Especially the eyes, though only an illusion, looked incredibly real. As soon as the head appeared, it let out a shriek and lunged towards Wang Lin from behind the short old man. "Attack!" the short old man shouted. Shifeng gritted his teeth, then without hesitation, his right hand formed a hand seal, and he suddenly slashed forward. The scabbard flashed with a green sword light, and behind him, a terrifying sword light erupted, like a ferocious dragon slashing down at Wang Lin. At the same time, feeling uncertain, Shifeng also bit his tongue, spitting out his primordial spirit's essence blood, then sat down cross-legged. He reached forward with his right hand grasping his own blood in his palm, then let out a low growl and suddenly struck his forehead. With a loud bang, Shifeng's body trembled. A gentle light flashed from his forehead. In that light, Shifeng's primordial spirit suddenly left his body. After his primordial spirit left his body, he opened his mouth and spat out a dazzling beam of light, which transformed into a small, willow leaf-sized flying sword. His primordial spirit condensed above the flying sword, following the slashing sword light, like lightning, hurtling towards Wang Lin. "Accept your death." The two early-stage elders of the Great Luo Sword Sect were now risking their lives. Wang Lin's expression remained unchanged. He stood still, without the slightest shift. He took a step forward, raised his right hand, and pointed at the void. Streams of black light appeared above his thumb. The Annihilation Finger. Under this single finger, all living things rise and fall. Under this single finger, all the weeds in the valley instantly turned into withered yellow, even the previously wilted leaves instantly shattered. This shattering wasn't just superficial. Even the roots of trees deep underground disintegrated in an instant. The blood-red handprint that had initially rushed towards Wang Lin instantly shattered upon contact with his thumb. If it had merely shattered, it wouldn't have been enough to demonstrate the power of the annihilation finger. The handprint, which had been shattering into countless red fragments, was now attempting to reassemble. But he hadn't gone far when a strange force from a single finger guided him, causing him to abruptly turn and condense at the tip of Wang Lin's thumb. This scene unfolded extremely quickly. From the outside, it seemed as if the moment the blood handprint shattered, it was instantly absorbed by Wang Lin's thumb. The iron finger glowed brightly, absorbing the blood handprint's power. Wang Lin's eyes turned cold. His thumb didn't pause, but moved even faster, surpassing Shai Fang's sword light and pointing at the forehead of the sinisterly approaching demon head. The demon head's eyes flashed with a strange light, and the moment Wang Lin pointed, it unexpectedly opened its mouth, ready to swallow Wang Lin's thumb. Ah! Wang Lin's eyes brightened, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. He lowered his voice and said, "If you want to swallow, then swallow to your heart's content." After saying that, his thumb suddenly flashed with red light. The blood seal power that he had absorbed earlier was instantly poured into the demon head by Wang Lin. Along with it, a trace of life-destroying aura contained within the seal also frantically merged into the demon head. In an instant, the demon head swelled, letting out agonizing screams, and hastily retreated. However, before it had gone 3 meters, it shook violently and exploded into pieces. Its life force divine ability destroyed, the short old man's face immediately turned pale. His body swayed, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. A look of terror appeared in his eyes, and without hesitation, he turned and fled. He was truly terrified. The Heavenly Demon Village was a spell he had used when fighting another mid-stage nascent soul cultivator. Although that mid-stage nascent soul cultivator eventually managed to break it, the process was extremely risky and not as simple and effortless as Wang Lin's. How could he not run? Coldly watching the short old man fleeing, Wang Lin patted his storage bag, and a celestial sword instantly appeared, from within which emanated the arrogant voice of Su Li Guo. "Grandson, don't run. Your grandpa Su will let his little brother play with you." The moment Su Li Guo's voice emanated from the sword, a curved saber, like a shadow, also instantly shot out from the storage bag, chasing after the short old man of the Great Lua sword sect. All of this happened extremely quickly. Almost in the blink of an eye, Wang Lin had shattered the blood hand seal, annihilated the heavenly ghost head, and forced the short old man to flee desperately. At this point, Shai Fang's sword light finally reached Wang Lin. Wang Lin turned, his eyes shining like stars, glancing at the sword light. Shai Fang's detached primordial spirit was condensing on the willow leaf flying sword. His expression remained unchanged as he lightly raised his left hand. A surge of immortal power suddenly spread in all directions, instantly enveloping the entire valley. At the same time, a mirror emitting countless rays of light appeared in his left hand. A golden vortex quickly formed in his palm. Wang Lin exclaimed softly, his left hand clapping against the void. A deafening explosion resounded as the golden vortex shot out from his palm, colliding with the descending sword light. The ground within the valley immediately cracked, and even the surrounding cliffs were split apart, with some sections collapsing. Following the sword light, Shai Fang's primordial spirit, condensed on the flying sword, also roared and rushed forward like lightning, aiming directly at Wang Lin's forehead. Its speed was incredibly fast. Even though Wang Lin's cultivation had reached the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm, he wouldn't want to directly confront a detached primordial spirit integrated into a life-bound magical artifact unless absolutely necessary. However, this was before he had the Kunji immortal sword. Currently, Wang Lin's expression remained unchanged. The moment Shai Fang's condensed spiritual essence rushed towards him, Wang Lin retreated, simultaneously patting his storage bag with his right hand. A dark shadow shot out, tearing through the air. Bang! A clear sound rang out, and the willow leaf flying sword, which was hurtling forward, immediately trembled as if struck by a powerful force, its speed suddenly slowing down. Bang! Another sound came from the willow leaf flying sword. A blue flame condensed on the flying sword. It traversed space, appearing in front of Wang Lin, about 3 inches from his forehead. Huh? Trying to fight to the death? Wang Lin's eyes flashed. As he retreated, the immortal figure instantly darted forward with lightning speed, swiftly wielding its weapon. Bang, bang, bang. A series of mournful cries immediately erupted from the willow leaf flying sword, and countless black streams of energy appeared. Its pursuit suddenly halted, finally turning around and retreating violently. However, its radiance was now extremely dim. The swirling black mist above the flying sword transformed into the likeness of Shai Fang. His body was extremely weak at this moment, seemingly on the verge of disintegration with a single gust of wind. Shai Fang was attempting to return to his physical body, but Wang Lin didn't give him the chance. The moment his spiritual essence returned, Wang Lin pointed his right hand forward, and a beam of green light shot out. Its target wasn't Shai Fang's spiritual essence, but his physical body. Shai Fang's spiritual essence could only watch helplessly as the green light transformed into a ferocious beast, its most striking feature being a single, incredibly sharp tentacle. This sharp tentacle, moving at incredible speed, directly shattered Shai Fang's skull from midair, piercing deep into his body. In a single breath, Shai Fang's blood, flesh, and even his remaining immortal power were devoured by the beast. In an instant, everything was completely consumed. The last thing left was just a skeleton. Shai Fang, on his willow leaf flying sword, his eyes glazed over, turned his head sharply, and glared viciously at Wang Lin. Without hesitation, he immediately flew towards the group of juniors in the distance. He paid no attention to the 4 juniors, to boys and to girls, but flew straight to Guo Shi's position. Guo Shi's face was bewildered. Before he could understand why the sex elder was rushing towards him, his vision suddenly went dark. A crack appeared in the middle of his forehead, pierced by the flying sword. Guo Shi's body trembled, his eyes completely dim. But in an instant, his eyes brightened again. However, within that brightness was a hint of weakness. Wang Lin narrowed his eyes, somewhat interested in observing everything before him. It's worth noting that soul possession wasn't as simple as this. Even Sichunan's soul possession required more than a day to integrate. But Shai Fang seemed to be putting on a show in front of him. After possessing the body, he appeared to have completely regained his consciousness. In fact, judging by his appearance, he seemed to have completed the possession. This surprised Wang Lin somewhat. Guo Shi, whose body had been possessed by Shai Fang, turned pale. He stared at Wang Lin and quickly said, "Wang Taoist, today's incident was due to my recklessness. If you can let me go, I can teach you this super fast body possession method. Moreover, I will absolutely not let anyone know about today's incident. I, Shai Fang, swear on my life and soul." After saying this, Shai Fang slapped his right hand behind him. Immediately, 1 man and 2 women behind him, except for Tiachen, the other 2 instantly trembled and died. This girl, Tiachen, is still a virgin. Fellow Taoist Wang, I, Shai, possess a divine ability that can use virgins to heal wounds. If you can release me, I will certainly give her to you. Shai Fang looked at Wang Lin, still in shock. He had reached a dead end, otherwise he wouldn't have humbled himself to beg like this. Hearing Shai Fang's words, Tiakin's body trembled, her eyes filled with complex emotions as she looked at Wang Lin. She gritted her teeth, knelt down, and lowered her voice, saying, "I beg Senior to kill this person and that fleeing elder of the Great Luo Sword Sect. Tiachen doesn't know how to repay you. I'm willing to serve you like a horse or an ox for the rest of my life." Shai Fang's face darkened, and a murderous glint flashed in his eyes. Do you know what strange things happened 100 years ago when Sword Venerable Ling Jianhu returned from the immortal realm? Wang Lin's expression remained unchanged as he slowly spoke. 200 years ago, Shai Fang was stunned, thinking for a moment, then his eyes suddenly lit up like stars. He looked straight at Wang Lin and exclaimed, "You mean, could it be that sword spirit?" Wang Lin's gaze was serious, and he said in a deep voice, "Tell me about it." Shai Fang pondered for a while, then said bitterly, "I only heard about this, and I didn't get a detailed account. I only heard that 200 years ago, after the Sword Venerable returned, he was in a very difficult situation. Not long after, a massacre occurred in the Great Luo Sword Sect, and finally, a sword spirit appeared from nowhere and fought a battle with the Sword Venerable. After that, the sword spirit disappeared, and no one knows what happened." Wang Lin glanced at Shai Fang. This person wasn't telling the truth. "Tell me your method of soul possession and record it on a jade slip for me." Wang Lin said calmly, his expression unchanged. Shai Fang looked up and stared at Wang Lin, saying, "You promised to let me go." Wang Lin coldly looked at the man and said, "Let's see if your jade slip is real or fake." Shai Fang gritted his teeth and, without hesitation, produced a jade slip containing even the method of using virgins to heal wounds. He then threw it to Wang Lin. Wang Lin caught it, his divine consciousness scanning it. He ignored the method of using virgins to heal wounds and focused on the method of soul possession. Shai Feng's eyes flashed, his body moved slightly, and he quickly flew backward, leaving the valley and getting away from this place. Wang Lin didn't care. He pointed his right hand forward, and immediately a stream of gray energy swirled around his thumb, instantly shattering the void and rushing straight towards Shai Feng. Shai Feng immediately noticed, turned around, and angrily shouted, "Wang Lin, you violated the rules of cultivation." His body suddenly flickered, attempting to teleport away. However, his body had just undergone a soul transfer, and everything was extremely weak. Just as he was about to channel his immortal power, two streams of gray energy suddenly accelerated dramatically, hurtling towards him at an unimaginable speed. Shai Feng's pupils contracted. His body trembled, and he instantly became motionless. The two streams of gray energy had now entered his body, circulating frantically through his meridians. 3 breaths later, with a loud bang, Shai Feng's body exploded. A large amount of flesh and blood fell to the ground, and a wisp of gray energy emerged from the shattered flesh, instantly condensing into a gray sphere that automatically flew towards Wang Lin. Wang Lin looked up, withdrawing his consciousness from the jade slip. This extremely fast soul transfer method has some value. Wang Lin retrieved the jade slip, his gaze fixed on the distance. That was where the azure crescent blade and the immortal sword were holding the short, elderly elder of the Great Luo sword sect, awaiting Wang Lin's interrogation. Wang Lin didn't immediately advance, but instead went to the west side of the valley, where a large patch of yellow flowers bloomed. He sat down, carefully examined the area, and plucked a miraculous golden fruit, sniffing it. This action immediately caused the beast that had just devoured Shai Feng's body to flap its wings incessantly in midair, its eyes showing a fawning expression. Even the woman named Tiachin narrowed her eyes, looking at the miraculous golden fruit in Wang Lin's hand. She sighed inwardly. Her sect had spent so much effort to discover this place with the miraculous golden fruit. She had thought that meeting the elder of the Great Luo sword sect would bring about a complete and earth-shattering change, but unexpectedly, a 180-degree turn had occurred. The sudden appearance of Wang Lin, a descendant of the Heavenly Fortune sect, had easily altered everything. "Don't be impatient." Wang Lin lowered his voice. Hearing this, the beast nodded repeatedly, its eyes revealing a hint of fanaticism. Wang Lin took the miraculous gold fruit. He wanted to first test whether it could increase the metal attribute of the heaven-defying pearl. If not, he would let the beast eat it. After the battle in the Vermilion Bird Tomb, the metal attribute of the heaven-defying pearl was still incomplete, lacking nearly half. Wang Lin took the miraculous gold fruit and placed it on his forehead. Immediately, it merged into his forehead. After a while, a hint of disappointment appeared in Wang Lin's eyes, and he let go. "I was too impatient. Perfecting one attribute of the heaven-defying pearl isn't that simple. With 700 years of cultivation and my luck, I've only managed to perfect 4 attributes. Each perfection involved immense danger. Now, perfecting the gold attribute won't be so easy either. I wonder if the gold spiritual root will help." Wang Lin sighed inwardly, his right hand grasping the void. Immediately, 1/3 of the miraculous gold fruits beneath the golden flower flew up, hovering in midair. The beast let out a cry, and its huge tentacles instantly sucked them up. All the miraculous gold fruits quickly flew into its mouth. At this moment, bursts of golden light emanated from the beast's body, flashing 9 times before slowly returning to normal. Seeing that the beast's greedy expression hadn't subsided, Wang Lin didn't continue picking the more miraculous golden fruits. Instead, he formed a hand seal with his right hand and unleashed a beam of spiritual light. This beam of light landed on the golden flower, instantly causing the flowers to scatter with dazzling golden light. Wang Lin's eyes flashed, but he didn't retreat. Instead, he potted his storage bag, and a large jade slip appeared in his hand. A thoughtful expression appeared in his eyes, and he quickly inscribed on the jade slip before placing it beside the golden flower. Not far away, Tiachin watched Wang Lin intently, her eyes filled with bewilderment. She didn't know what this person before her was doing, why he wasn't picking the miraculous golden fruits, but instead behaving in such a strange way, seemingly setting up a formation. Could it be that obtaining this miraculous gold fruit requires some kind of formation? The doubt in Tiakin's eyes deepened. After placing the last jade slip on the ground, the thoughtful expression in Wang Lin's eyes disappeared, replaced by a glimmer of understanding. Wang Lin felt a little helpless about this. Because of the ancient god's immense power, all the materials used were naturally the best. Shaking his head slightly, Wang Lin raised his left hand, forming a very strange gesture. This technique wasn't a cultivator's incantation, but rather something inherited from Tiuti's memories. When Wang Lin exclaimed. As soon as the incantation was uttered, a golden light radiated from the hand seal on Wang Lin's left hand, illuminating a jade slip on the ground. Upon being touched by the golden light, the jade slip emitted a deafening sound. Almost instantly, the jade slip exploded. Wang Lin's eyebrows furrowed slightly at this sight. Even Tiachin, far away, was startled. However, although the jade slip exploded, the golden light on it not only didn't dissipate but became even more dazzling. The moment the jade slip shattered, the golden light rushed out and stopped on another jade slip. Following that, a continuous series of banging sounds echoed. Almost every time the golden light struck a jade slip, it instantly shattered into dust. Wang Lin's brows furrowed even more. A few moments later, after the last jade slip shattered, the golden light transformed into a shimmering golden hue, almost identical to the color of the flower petal. When the golden light completely enveloped the flower petal, it was visible to the naked eye that the flower was slowly shrinking, eventually wilting. Not only the flower, but even the clusters of wondrous golden fruits showed signs of drying and cracking, gradually wilting. Even the branches were affected. At this moment, it seemed as if it were being roasted under a scorching sun. The beast in the air, witnessing this scene, continuously whimpered, its eyes revealing unwillingness. If it weren't for the lingering feelings Wang Lin had for her, he would have long since been unable to restrain himself and rushed forward to snatch them. As for Tiachin, far away, she felt a deep bitterness in her heart. She stared at the continuously wilting divine golden fruits, her heart bleeding with pain. In contrast, Wang Lin's expression remained unchanged, but his gaze was still serious, staring intently at the continuously wilting divine golden fruits, not uttering a word. The atmosphere in the valley suddenly became heavy. Not long after, the yellow flower completely withered, but instead of dissipating in the wind, it formed droplets of yellow liquid that seeped down the branches and into the ground. Following the flower were the divine golden fruits. They also transformed into droplets of yellow liquid, seeping into the ground. Then the entire branch followed. This process took about half an incense stick's time, after which everything that had existed before vanished, leaving the ground completely empty. The beast let out a low growl, then immediately lifted its large head and soared into the air, roaring in midair. Wang Lin's eyes flashed as he went to where the wondrous golden fruit had disappeared. After carefully examining it several times, two beams of light suddenly shot out from his eyes. He sat down, his right hand plunging into the mud, and then a smile appeared on his lips. When he raised his hand, intense rays of light, like sunlight, emanated from it. In his hand were four large roots, each the size of a thumb, strangely resembling ginseng. Each root emitted a powerful golden light, giving one a warm feeling upon looking at it. For golden spiritual roots. If they formed naturally, there could probably be 5, Wang Lin thought to himself. In midair, the beast stared wide-eyed at the golden spiritual roots in Wang Lin's hand. Its eyes revealed an extremely fervent expression that had never appeared since its birth. As for Tiachen, her small mouth gaped open, staring at the golden spiritual root with a blank mind. At this moment, she clearly understood that everything before was due to her own shallow knowledge. The true value of the miraculous golden fruit lay in its root. Wang Lin took out a root and placed it on his forehead. After a while, his expression changed slightly. This spiritual root had some effect, capable of increasing the metal attribute of the heaven-defying pearl. But this increase was truly too small. Wang Lin calculated that even if he integrated all of these golden spiritual roots into the heaven-defying pearl, it would probably only increase it by about 1%. He sighed inwardly, removed the root, and directly threw it to the almost mad beast. The beast immediately let out a loud roar, rumbled, and directly opened its mouth to snatch the golden spiritual root, swallowing it whole into its body. Of the 4, only 2 remained. After the beast devoured them, the madness in its eyes gradually faded. This time, the golden light emanating from its body was no longer just a few flashes before disappearing, but shone brightly, Finally, the beast's wings slowly shrank, closing in on its body. The golden light intensified, becoming faster and faster, eventually forming a golden cage that completely enveloped the beast. Gradually, the golden cage darkened, completely covering the beast, making it impossible to see anything inside. Wang Lin's eyes flashed, and his powerful divine consciousness penetrated inside. After observing, a hint of satisfaction appeared in his eyes. This beast has swallowed so many treasures, and it's finally beginning to transform. Perhaps its strength will now break through significantly. Wang Lin's right hand grasped the void, and the entire golden light enveloping the beast was absorbed into his storage bag. Then, after a moment of contemplation, he lightly tapped his right hand. A beam of green light immediately shot out from the storage bag, tearing through the air. In midair, this green light transformed into a thunder toad as large as a small mountain. It let out a sigh and directly landed on the ground, a hint of laziness in its eyes. However, this lazy demeanor completely vanished upon seeing the two golden spiritual roots in Wang Lin's hand. Wang Lin smiled slightly and directly threw one to the thunder toad. The thunder toad immediately contracted its abdomen. A red tongue like lightning flashed out, wrapping around the root in midair and disappearing into its body. At this moment, a rumbling sound like thunder emanated from within the thunder toad's body, and finally, its eyes slowly closed, a faint weariness appearing. Wang Lin pointed his right hand at the air, collecting Lei Washington into his storage bag, then looked at the woman, Jia Qin, who had been intently watching him. Seeing Wang Lin's gaze, Jia Qin immediately trembled, quickly bowing and not daring to speak. My ability to seize this golden spiritual root is also considered taking away your opportunity. This last golden spiritual root is yours, Wang Lin said, tearing off the last root, collecting the stem into his storage bag, leaving it for himself. His body transformed into a wisp of smoke and disappeared. Jia Qin was stunned, instinctively catching the golden spiritual root that was flying towards her. The scene before her was like a dream, making it hard to believe. Turning her head, she saw that his figure had already vanished. Jia Qin stood silently for a long time, retrieving the golden spiritual root, and walked to her fellow disciples. After a moment, she sighed softly and transformed into a rainbow, leaving the place. Wang Lin's figure flashed like lightning, darting through the northern demon realm, and soon he had crossed a mountain range, penetrating deep into the area. Elsewhere, the short, elderly elder of the Great Luo Sword sect sat cross-legged on a large tree, his face pale, not daring to move. A crescent-shaped saber hung motionless an inch from his forehead. A sword immortal, also motionless an inch from his head, emitted a dense and dimming sword light. Upon seeing Wang Lin appear, the old man's eyes lit up with relief, and he let out a sigh of relief. Wang Dao's friend, let's take things slowly. Ask whatever you want to know. It's all right. I promise to answer everything I know. I wouldn't dare lie. The short old man was also helpless. His cultivation was inferior to his opponent's, and his magical artifacts were also inferior. When he fled, Wang Lin didn't even bother to personally intervene, merely throwing out two magical artifacts, which almost killed him. As for the flying sword, needless to say, besides its hardness, the power of its sword light wasn't particularly great. However, its hardness was undoubtedly top-notch, causing him a lot of trouble. No matter what kind of magical artifact or divine ability it was, it had no effect on him. If he weren't running for his life, he would definitely find a way to seize it and study it. Compared to this flying sword, what truly terrified the old man and made him abandon all resistance was that bizarre and unpredictable crescent-shaped saber. In the old man's eyes, this saber was like an ancient demon god that devoured lives. Its speed was too fast, constantly pressing against his forehead. He felt as if an invisible hand was squeezing his neck. If the opponent exerted even the slightest force, no matter how much he resisted, he could not escape death. Therefore, the old man dared not flee anymore, only able to stand there, trapped by the saber and sword, waiting for Wang Lin to arrive. The old man's heart was filled with bitterness, even extreme regret, wishing he hadn't come to the Earth realm with Shai Fang, ultimately provoking such a deadly killer. He no longer cared about Shai Fang's life or death. At this moment, his only thought was how to save his own life. Wang Lin stared at the old man, several streams of gray energy slowly flowing in his right hand, and calmly said, "Many years ago, when the Sword Venerable returned from the immortal realm, did anything unusual happen?" I will give you one chance. If you hesitate, you die. If you cannot answer, you die. If your answer differs from Shy Fang's, you die. The old man was stunned, but then without hesitation said, when the sword venerable returned, an extremely terrifying sword spirit from the horizon broke through the void and pursued him, fighting with the sword venerable for several days. In the end, this sword spirit shattered, and more than a third of it was sealed by the sword venerable. Suppressed deep within the East Sea Demon Spirit Gate, Wang Lin's eyes flashed again, and he immediately asked, what is so mysterious about this East Sea Demon Spirit Gate? The old man dared not hesitate and quickly said, the East Sea Demon Spirit Gate is one of the 3 great forbidden areas outside the Heavenly Fortune Star. Its management changes every 10,000 years. Currently, it is under the control of our Great Luo Sword Sect. Ancient demons exist within it. The Demon Spirit Gate opens once every 5,000 years. After it opens, all sects on the Heavenly Fortune Star send disciples in to hunt and capture the ancient demons. Actually, hunting the ancient demons is only secondary. The main purpose of entering the East Sea Demon Spirit Gate is a trial, a bloody and arduous test. The danger level there is extremely high. It can even be said that the fewer people who come out, the more benefits they receive. The real benefit is that upon leaving, they will instantly receive an East Sea Demon Spirit infusion. At this point, the short old man's eyes revealed a greedy expression. Demon Spirit infusion. Wang Lin's gaze became extremely serious. That's right, Demon Spirit infusion can help cultivators forcibly increase their cultivation by 1 realm. If one receives the initiation at the right time to reach the peak of enlightenment, the chances of achieving it will increase countless times. Of course, if one has already reached the peak of enlightenment, then relying on the initiation of the demon spirit will allow them to take another step forward. If one has reached the late stage of the peak of enlightenment after the initiation, they might be able to break through, enter the yin-yang duality, achieve a lifespan of tens of thousands of years, and have an immortal body. Therefore, every time the gate of the demon spirit opens, every 5,000 years, it is a major event for our Heavenly Fortune Star, and many people participate. However, there are many dangers within the gate of the demon spirit in the East Sea. To obtain it, one must pay a price. Those who can enter are all outstanding individuals. Moreover, it is rumored that if only one person can come out, they will be bestowed by the gate of the demon spirit with a complete low-grade immortal technique that has never appeared before. Wang Lin pondered for a moment, his eyes suddenly flashed, and his thoughts stirred. Su Li Guo sensed that the crescent-shaped saber instantly emitted a dark light, piercing through the old man's head and exiting through the back of his neck. The short old man's body trembled. A mouthful of blood spurted from his mouth, his eyes dimmed, and he pointed at Wang Lin. Gradually, his eyes closed, and he fell to the ground, motionless. Wang Lin waved his right hand lightly, and the crescent-shaped saber and immortal sword immediately returned to his storage bag. Then his body flashed and disappeared. About 3 incense sticks worth of time after Wang Lin disappeared, the short old man on the ground suddenly opened his eyes. The wound on his forehead twitched strangely and quickly closed. He took a deep breath. His expression somewhat weary, turned his head, and glared viciously at the void behind him, muttering, "Want to kill me? It's not that easy. I cultivate the 3-part divine consciousness technique, which allows me to be reborn 3 times. Unexpectedly, today I have to use my last one, Wang Lin. Wait until I return to the Great Luo Sword Sect, and I will devise a way to bring about your death and avenge what happened today." His eyes flashed with cold light, his body flicked, and he swiftly flew towards the distance. However, the moment his figure moved slightly, 2 streams of gray energy silently surged out from the mountain range, moving at incredible speed, directly piercing through the air and rushing towards him. The old man's face instantly changed drastically, and without hesitation, he softly shouted, "Disperse!" As soon as he spoke, a wave-like wave of energy appeared around his body, spreading outwards to block the incoming cloud of dust. At the same time, the short old man took a step back, half his body instantly entering the void, attempting to teleport away. But it was too late. The 2 streams of gray energy completely ignored the air ripples and directly pierced through him, like a chain, embedding themselves deep into the short old man's body. The old man's face instantly turned pale, and he let out a tragic laugh. The old man could feel two streams of gray energy swirling wildly within his body. With each rotation, a little of his life force was draining away. At this moment, Wang Lin was flying deep within the northern demon realm. A gray energy swirled around his body, sometimes dense, sometimes faint. Especially around his right fingertips, several streams of gray energy swirled through the gaps between his fingers. As he flew, his expression suddenly changed slightly. He looked behind him, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. A moment later, a stream of gray energy shot from behind Wang Lin through the forest, transforming into a silent gray sphere before him. He glanced at the gray sphere, his right hand grasping at the void, catching the sphere in his hand. When he opened his hand, the gray energy had completely vanished. Wang Lin's figure moved like lightning, his entire body transforming into a massive stream of gray energy, rapidly hurtling towards the depths of the northern demon realm. Time waits for no one. This East Sea Demon Spirit Gate is indeed suitable for me to cultivate the Slaughter Immortal technique. This is one of the reasons I must go. Senior Qi has shown me kindness. Throughout my life, I, Wang Lin, must repay those who have shown me kindness. He was sealed by the sword venerable in the East Sea Demon Spirit Gate. I must do everything I can to rescue him. This is the second reason. My master, Jie Yanzi, always acts according to the will of heaven, never doing anything without understanding it. He must have a reason for telling me to go to the East Sea. If I don't go, it would be somewhat contrary to his orders. Therefore, staying at Chaoyun sect would also be difficult. This is the third reason. I also wonder if there might be any opportunities inside the East Sea Demon Spirit Gate that can increase the metal attribute. If the heaven-defying pearl reaches perfection, Wano will also benefit greatly, perhaps even awakening her. Wang Lin rubbed his temples with his right hand, a hint of warmth appearing in his eyes as he reminisced about the past. Thinking of Li Muon, a warmth appeared in Wang Lin's icy heart. Li Muon was the only one in his heart, the only one who accompanied him to the heavenly fortune star. Wang Lin fell silent. After a while, he sighed softly and disappeared. In the northern demon realm, the deeper one went, the more powerful demonic beasts lived. Even wild beasts, equivalent to the peak level cultivation within a 30-mile radius, were quite numerous. For the past 10 days, the northern demon realm had been filled with gray mist. Countless streams of gray mist rose from everywhere, carrying away boundless life force. However, these streams of mist did not approach the 30,000-mile radius, so they did not attract too much attention from the wild beasts. Another 10 days passed, and these streams of mist completely disappeared, so no incident occurred. 10 days later, with only 6 days left until the 3-month deadline for the trip to the Eastern Sea Demon Realm, Wang Lin emerged from the Northern Demon Realm. At first glance, his hidden killing intent had lessened considerably compared to previous days. A gray aura occasionally flickered in his eyes. Especially on his right hand, 5 streams of gray energy swirled and frantically flowed between his fingers, emitting faint, whistling sounds. This sound seemed to contain some strange power, causing anyone who heard it to involuntarily be drawn to it. The Slaughter Immortal technique has achieved some success. Wang Lin said indifferently, looking up at the sky after emerging from the Northern Demon Realm. Transforming life force into a life seal is quite difficult. This killing spree only managed to condense 3/10 of it. A gray talisman suddenly appeared on Wang Lin's forehead. This talisman wasn't complex, but it was brimming with life force. As soon as it appeared, it instantly spread endlessly. Almost in the blink of an eye, it had spread from his forehead, engulfing Wang Lin's entire body. Immediately afterward, a similar rune flashed on his forehead. In the end, there were a total of 3 runes, all extending to cover Wang Lin's body. Lowering his head to carefully examine his body, Wang Lin closed his right hand into a sword finger shape and gently traced it across. Immediately, a series of friction sounds emanated from the point of contact. The sword finger could not penetrate. Wang Lin raised his head and looked into the distance, his eyes revealing a hint of determination. In the vast starry sky beyond the celestial fortune star lies a very mysterious place. From afar, it looks like a vast, seemingly endless sea of interconnected objects, seemingly boundless. Blue and red are the only 2 colors here, and the sea's surface rises and falls every 5,000 years. At that time, a strange force emanates from the sea's surface, swirling through space. Many peculiar objects are trapped within this force, and all are sucked inside. Among these objects are corpses, magical artifacts, in short, everything imaginable. This place is like a museum, absorbing everything every 5,000 years. But it has never released anything, so the only way to find any magical artifacts is to enter and search. No one knows how this place was formed. It's said that when the celestial star appeared, this place had already existed for countless years. Legend says that in the past, this place was the immortal abode of a powerful immortal lord in the immortal realm. After the collapse of the immortal realm, this place was somehow affected and eventually reverted to its original state. In reality, this state is merely a protective magic. If someone is fortunate enough to enter, they will surely restore the immortal abode to its original state. There are also rumors that this place is actually an unnamed spatial passage. Entering it might lead to a legendary otherworldly realm, one that surpasses even the immortal realm. In short, there are countless rumors about this place, the vast majority of which claim to be completely accurate, as if supported by solid evidence. No one knows when this ocean originated, but because it's located east of the celestial fortune star, it gradually came to be known as the Celestial Fortune East Sea. On the day Celestial Fortune Master attained enlightenment, he invited several close friends, including Sword Venerable Ling Tianhu, who had never shown him any respect before. They formed a group and went to the East Sea 3 times to explore. The first 2 expeditions ended empty-handed. Only on the last attempt the group managed to enter, but only half of them returned. After that, Sword Venerable Ling Tianhu and Celestial Fortune Master parted ways. Many years later, they remained silent about what happened on their 3rd expedition to the East Sea. But then Celestial Fortune Master uttered a single sentence: "Ancient demons exist in the East Sea, and from now on, that place will be one of the forbidden areas of our heavenly fortune star, the East Sea Demon Spirit Gate." At that time, the news of the ancient demons spread and was remembered by many. The East Sea Demon Spirit Gate was also inspected by members of the Cultivation Alliance, but regarding the entry of outsiders into the East Sea, Heavenly Fortune Master and Sword Venerable Ling Tianhu, and even other high-level cultivators, all shared the same attitude. They absolutely would not allow any outsiders to enter this place. It was a forbidden area of our heavenly fortune star. This situation dragged on for a long time, and gradually, the East Sea Demon Spirit Gate naturally became a forbidden area of heavenly fortune star. Mysterious places like the East Sea Demon Spirit Gate are not numerous in the starry sky, but they are certainly not few either. Therefore, the Cultivation Alliance did not want to jeopardize the relationship with a large number of cultivators on Heavenly Fortune Star over a mysterious piece of land. In their eyes, it was not worth it. Every 5,000 years, the East Sea Demon Spirit Gate opens once, a momentous event on the Heavenly Fortune Star. The moment it opens, a tidal phenomenon occurs that lasts for months. This tidal phenomenon is caused by a strange force within the East Sea Demon Spirit that densely disperses throughout a vast area. Every cultivator there can see countless rare treasures, immortal techniques, demon beast corpses, and other bizarre objects, all seemingly devoured and sucked into the East Sea from all directions. On this day, almost all the old masters on the Heavenly Fortune Star send their disciples in. Although this is extremely dangerous, missing this opportunity would be a great pity. It's worth a try. Each time the East Sea Demon Spirit Gate opens, a large number of people enter, ranging from over 100 to over 1,000. These people have cultivation levels ranging from at least the nascent soul stage to some who have just entered the yin-yang void and reality dualistic realm. But that's as far as it goes. There's a strict rule on Heavenly Fortune Star regarding those entering this place. Anyone whose cultivation exceeds the peak inquiry stage is absolutely forbidden from entering. After all, disciples from various sects who come here are prepared, and even if the gate is opened, it will only be half open, thus reducing the dangers inside and preventing everyone from perishing. However, things don't always go as planned. Everything depends on the rising tide and the appearance of a gravitational pull. If heaven-defying artifacts appear, this opening will tempt the old masters, and once they are tempted, the East Sea Demon Spirit Gate will become extremely chaotic. At this moment, only 5 days remain until the East Sea Demon Spirit Gate opens. But at this moment, in the void outside the East Sea, there were already many cultivators, all preparing to enter this time. They wore different kinds of Taoist robes, and although they stood interspersed, there was a clear distinction between them. The disciples of various sects standing together created an extremely lively atmosphere. As time passed, more and more cultivators arrived in the East Sea. Occasionally, some old masters who hadn't appeared for a long time would bring their disciples. Whenever such people appeared, it would cause a commotion, and the vast majority of cultivators would quickly move aside to create a path. One day, a crimson light appeared in the void outside the East Sea, almost covering the entire sky. At the same time, a strong smell of blood suddenly permeated the surroundings, turning a wide area into a red world. Blood ancestor. As soon as the blood-scented aura appeared, someone immediately recognized the identity of the person who had arrived. In a short time, the vast majority of cultivators immediately ceased their commotion. Amidst the blood-red light, a gigantic, blood-colored jade statue slowly floated from the starry sky. On the jade statue sat a girl with eyes like a phoenix, her eyelashes long and curved. She wore a white dress and sat atop the blood-red jade statue, creating a striking contrast that immediately caught everyone's eye. Though seated, her slender figure, black hair, oval face, and smooth, translucent skin, along with her delicate nose, were still visible. Particularly striking were her phoenix eyes, radiating a light like sunlight reflecting off water, creating a shimmering spectacle. Within those eyes lay a profound and chilling depth, a hidden secret that no one dared to look into. Anyone who carelessly gazed upon them would suffer eternal damnation. She flew straight ahead on the blood-red jade, causing all the cultivators to scatter and form a path in her wake. The girl flew straight to the edge of the East Sea Demon Spirit Realm and stopped in a relatively open space. She flew without uttering a word, and when the blood-red jade statue finally came to a halt, she closed her eyes tightly. Her eyes. She remained seated cross-legged on the blood jade. Yazixu, daughter of the blood ancestor. Immediately, many cultivators recognized the girl's identity. The blood ancestor Yao Xinghai was an ancient monster within the heavenly fortune star. This person's cultivation was extraordinary, and he had challenged heavenly fortune sun 7 times. Although he ultimately failed in all of them, his cultivation only grew higher and higher. Especially in the 7th battle with heavenly fortune sun, he displayed an astonishing blood technique. This person monopolized a planet outside heavenly fortune star, where he cultivated demonic techniques by absorbing blood. Throughout his life, Yao Xinghai never took a single disciple, only his daughter, whom he cherished like a precious gem. He passed on all his cultivation techniques to his daughter, and through a twist of fate, achieved divine magical powers. His 2 daughters lived year-round on Bloodstar, avoiding contact with outsiders, which only made it harder for anyone to dare provoke them. Let's put those matters aside for now. Meanwhile, on the ground, among the 5 secondary stars outside of Heavenly Fortune Star, outside a massive teleportation array within the Zhuanyuan sect's territory, the sect's young master, Sun Yunshin, stood silently holding a jade fan in his hand. He unconsciously tapped the fan against his palm. Although his gaze remained calm, he occasionally looked into the distance. Behind him followed 3 people. These 3 were all elderly men with snow-white hair. They were dressed simply, yet their mere presence exuded an aura of awe, making the surrounding atmosphere feel thin. Outside, hundreds of disciples of the Zhuanyuan sect sat in various places outside the teleportation array, their eyes closed, meditating silently. At a single command, they would immediately unleash their full spiritual power to cooperate with the immortal jade in activating the array. Sun Yunshin gently tapped his jade fin against his palm, his expression remaining calm and showing no sign of impatience. Soon after, a crimson cloud rapidly approached from afar. Sun Yunshin raised his eyebrows, a look of helplessness in his eyes. He retracted his fin and gazed at the crimson cloud on the horizon. The pale pink light moved at an incredibly fast speed, instantly appearing before him. After circling once, it descended 10 yards away from Sun Yunshin and transformed into a young woman of about 20 years old. The girl wore a pale pink dress, her skin translucent and sparkling like glass, her entire appearance like a jade statue. Standing there, a faint fragrance immediately permeated the air. Like a cypress tree sprouting in a deep ravine, anyone who saw her would be captivated. "Brother, promise me, if I can pass, you must let me go." The girl's small mouth pouted as she quickly spoke. Sun Yunshin glared and shouted, "Nonsense! With your cultivation level, you cannot ascend to the East Sea Demon Spirit Realm. Although father is in seclusion, he has ordered that you not be allowed to go. Zhuanyi, bring her back to the sect." One of the three old men behind Sun Yunchen immediately stepped forward. He went directly to the girl's side and bowed, saying, "Miss, don't make things difficult for Zhuanyi." The girl snorted, ignoring Zhuanyi, her gaze fixed on Sun Yunchen, and said, "Mother has agreed." Sun Yunchen was about to speak when his expression suddenly changed. He no longer paid attention to the girl, but looked towards the distant horizon, a slight smile appearing on his lips. "Brother Wang, Sun, have been waiting for you for a long time." Before Sun Yunchen could finish speaking, a streak of purple rainbow light shot from the distant horizon, tearing through the air with lightning speed. In an instant, it arrived beside him and landed on the ground, transforming into Wang Lin. "Something delayed me on the way. I didn't expect Brother Sun to be waiting here for me." Wang Lin smiled and clasped his hands in greeting. Sun Yunchen laughed heartily, saying, "It's all right, I was planning to go to the East Sea Demon Spirits yesterday, but I heard that Brother Wang is the one sent by Senior Che Yunzi this time. So I considered waiting a few more days so we could go together. Wouldn't that be more enjoyable?" Wang Lin smiled politely, nodding and saying, "Thank you for your trouble." After speaking, his gaze swept over the people standing beside Sun Yunchen. Sun Yunchen smiled and said, "These three are elders of my Zhuanyuan sect, responsible for my safety on this trip. After all, my cultivation isn't as profound as Brother Wang's, and this trip to the East Sea is fraught with danger. Alas, if my father hadn't insisted on me going, I wouldn't want to go to the East Sea." Wang Lin chuckled softly and said, "Talking with Brother Sun is quite interesting." At this moment, the girl in the pink dress beside him turned her gaze to observe Wang Lin, and a flash of surprise suddenly appeared in her eyes. Sun Yunchen pointed to the girl beside him and said, "Brother Wang, this is my younger sister, Sun Ruonan." Sun Ruonan wrinkled her nose, bowed to Wang Lin, and said in a voice like a little bird, "Ruonan greets Brother Wang." Wang Lin smiled and nodded, glancing at her once before turning his gaze back to the formation. Sun Yunchen was quick-witted and understood Wang Lin's intention, so he said, "Brother Wang, it's getting late, let's go." Wang Lin nodded, and the two of them stepped into the formation together. "Zhuanyi, come back." As Sun Yunchen took a step, he turned around and said slowly. Zhuanyi didn't say much and immediately turned around and entered the formation. The other two old men also went inside. At this time, only the girl in the pink dress remained outside the formation. She stamped her foot angrily and then called out to Sun Yunchen coquettishly, "Brother, let me go with you." "No," Sun Yunchen said without hesitation. "Open the formation." Under Sun Yunchen's soft shout, hundreds of disciples outside the formation immediately opened their eyes and channeled their spiritual power. A massive surge of spiritual power rushed out from their bodies, merging into the formation. This was no ordinary formation. It was a starry sky formation, requiring a huge amount of spirit stones and immortal jade to open. Loud rumbling sounds emanated from the formation, and a tremendous force surged outwards, creating a massive wave that spread in all directions. The clothes of the hundreds of disciples were instantly blown about by the gale, making a rustling sound. Their faces turned pale, but their bodies remained motionless. After a moment, a rainbow over 100 feet high suddenly appeared within the formation, soaring into the sky and piercing through the clouds. Streams of light continuously emanated from the rainbow in all directions. Gradually, half the sky was covered by waves. These waves continued for half an incense stick's time before slowly dissipating. But in the blink of an eye, as the rainbow above the formation pierced into the void, a look of triumph flashed in the eyes of the girl who had been standing outside the formation. She lightly stroked her storage bag, and a jade slip instantly appeared in her palm. "HMPH, if you won't let me go, I'll sneak along. I've secretly taken out my father's teleportation jade slip. With this, I can follow you all. Who knows, maybe this time I'll find some treasure in the East Sea Demon Spirit realm." As soon as the jade slip appeared in her hand, it emitted streams of white light, almost instantly enveloping her entire body. With a flash of white light, the girl's body transformed into a tiny white thread, directly shooting into the rainbow, piercing into the void, and instantly disappearing. In the eastern starry sky beyond the heavenly fortune star, at the East Sea Demon Spirit Gate, only 3 days remain until the East Sea Demon Spirit Gate opens. A large number of cultivators are gathered around, probably no less than 10,000. However, not all of them have decided to enter. Some are simply here to witness the tidal phenomenon. After all, This event only occurs once every many years, perhaps once in a lifetime for a cultivator. Since they cannot enter the yin-yang void and reality realm, their lifespan cannot break through the limitations, and their lifespan cannot be elevated, naturally preventing them from living longer than 5,000 years. Many old monsters, who rarely appeared in public, were now arriving at the East Sea Demon Spirit Gate one after another. Some of these old monsters came alone, while others brought their disciples. However, whenever they appeared, they acted extremely arrogantly, occupying a position. Yet, no one dared to interfere. Fortunately, these people knew each other, so even when occupying a position, conflicts rarely occurred. For example, within 100 jang radius of the blood ancestor Yao Zixu's daughter, no one dared to take a single step closer. And only 2 days remained until the East Sea Demon Spirit Gate opened. Suddenly, a colossal beam of light, like starlight, appeared in the starry sky. This light was incredibly powerful, seemingly merging with all the stars in the sky. Upon appearing, the light instantly created an unimaginable oppressive force, like a giant storm tearing through space. At this moment, except for a few established old masters, all the cultivators present changed their expressions. Even Yao Tixu, the daughter of the blood ancestor, widened her eyes as she gazed at the beam of light in the void, roaring and hurtling towards them seemingly endlessly. Sword Venerable, Yao Tixu murmured softly. In an instant, the starlight approaching from afar transformed into an ancient sword, suddenly emitting streams of sword energy carrying a strong aura of divine power. As the sword drew near, all the cultivators outside the East Sea Demon Spirit Gate hastily parted, creating a path. This scene was even more magnificent than any old master's arrival. Within the colossal sword energy, a gigantic beast roared and leapt out. Sword Venerable Ling Qian, who sat cross-legged on the Xianglin beast, his eyes shining like torches. Behind him were 4 illusory sword lights, their dazzling brilliance making him even more imposing. 12 people followed the Sword Venerable. These 12 individuals each carried ancient greatswords on their backs, each adorned with various illusory beasts, forming 12 distinct creatures. The 12 sword-smiling disciples. Among the cultivators surrounding them, some immediately recognized the identities of these 12. Everyone on the Heavenly Fortune Star knew that Sword Venerable Ling Qian, who had been at odds with Heavenly Fortune Disciple his entire life. Their war had raged for countless years and was still ongoing. However, while Sword Venerable was constantly being suppressed, he never compromised, always remaining in opposition. The Heavenly Fortune sect had the Heavenly Fortune 7 disciples, and Sword Venerable Ling Qian, who had created the Great Lewis Sword sect's 12 sword-smiling disciples. The 7 Heavenly Sons of Destiny possess inherited immortal techniques, and the 12 sword-smiling Sons of the Great Lewis Sword sect also have guardian spirits. As soon as the Sword Venerable arrived, a 100-mile-wide void immediately appeared outside the East Sea Demon Spirit Gate, containing only the Sword Venerable and the 12 sword-smiling sons. At this moment, Ling Tianhu's expression turned somber. He hadn't wanted to come here so early, but this trip to the Demon Spirit Gate was extremely important to him. Ling Tianhu gazed at the rippling sea before him, a hint of memory flashing in his eyes. Years ago, when he returned from the immortal realm, that sword spirit constantly troubled him, never imagining its power could frighten him so greatly. Finally, he placed that sword spirit inside the East Sea Demon Spirit Gate, trapping it within using a secret technique. This time, he wanted to use the once in 5,000 years tidal phenomenon to completely suck the sword spirit deep into the East Sea, ensuring it would never return. This sword spirit belongs to the female ruler of the immortal realm. While it's not to be underestimated, if I can't use it, I absolutely cannot let it fall into the hands of others. Especially that old villain, Che Yun. Ling Tiaho snorted softly, a gloomy expression appearing on his face. Ling Tiaho was deep in thought when his expression suddenly changed. He looked up at a distant point in the void, a strange glint in his eyes. Suddenly, a stream of gloomy, greenish cold air appeared in the void, flying like an arrow. When it stopped, it transformed into thousands of gigantic skeletons. Some even still had blood and flesh clinging to them. Among these skeletons, there was one enormous one, clearly the colossal skeleton of some ancient beast, and a middle-aged man sat upon it. His entire body was enveloped in a deathly aura, obscuring his features. The illusory images of skeletons surrounding his body flickered eerily, densely and endlessly arranged like a forest of bones. He charged forward as if entering an uninhabited place. He directly shattered the void, appearing within a 100-mile radius of Sword Venerable Ling Tianhu, a place no one had dared to enter before. Ling Tia, my old friend. The middle-aged man, shrouded in death energy, sitting cross-legged on the head of the giant skeleton, suddenly spoke in a hoarse voice and laughed loudly. Sword Venerable Ling Tianhu smiled and said, "Greedy Volf." This greedy Volf is unexpectedly the one who wants to devour ancient cultivators to restore his cultivation on Vermilion Bird Star. And at the same time, he wants to find the heavenly tribulation thread, wanting to find Wang Lin. This person was once one of the main villains who wanted to seize the heaven-defying pearl from Sichuan. To avoid Sichuan, he left the Vermilion Bird Star and sought help from his old friend, Sword Venerable Ling Tianhu. Why are your injuries so serious? With his cultivation, Sword Venerable Ling Tianhu could see the unhealed wounds on Tham Lang's body at a glance. It's difficult to explain in a moment. Before, I went to the Great Luo Sword Sect to find you, and upon learning you were here, I hurried after you. I want to offer you a great opportunity. If we both seize this chance, suppressing that old man Tai Yunzi will be as easy as pie. Tham Lang's eyes flickered with a sinister light as he slowly spoke. Sword Venerable Ling Tianhu's eyes flashed, and he slowly said, "I wonder what kind of opportunity has caught your attention so much, Tham Lang." Tham Lang pondered for a moment, then gritted his teeth and stared intently at Sword Venerable Ling Tianhu before softly saying, "Sword Venerable, have you heard that tens of thousands of years ago, the Cultivation Alliance issued a notice to find a certain item, an item that was a pearl. At the same time, they offered a complete set of top-grade immortal techniques as a reward. Top-grade immortal techniques. This was the most generous reward the Cultivation Alliance had ever received since its founding. Based on the clues I have, there are absolutely no more than 10 complete sets of top-grade immortal techniques in the Cultivation Alliance." Ling Tianhu's gaze turned serious, and he calmly said, "Is your injury related to that pearl?" Tham Lang nodded and gave a wry smile, saying, "Let's not talk about the past. My cultivation isn't sufficient, but if you, Sword Venerable, were willing to help, it would surely be as easy as pie." Sword Venerable Ling Tianhu looked up at the void, and after a long while, slowly said, "This matter can wait until after the East Sea Demon Spirit incident is over. We can discuss it then. But before that, Tham Lang, you must help me with something." Tham Lang's eyes flashed, and he said, "I wonder what matter Sword Venerable needs me to do." Sword Venerable Ling Tianhu spoke calmly. Tham Lang's expression darkened. He waved his sleeve and said, "Ling Tianhu, you're helping me. What do you mean by that?" Sword Venerable Ling Tianhu leaned towards Tham Lang, his face expressionless, and calmly said, "Tham Lang, when I, Ling Tianhu, was mighty in the starry sky, you hadn't even set foot on a cultivation planet. Your scheming nature is clearly revealed to me. If you weren't being pressured by the person holding the pearl, would you have traveled such a long distance to Tianyun Star to find me? I fear that if I were to drive you away today, it wouldn't be long before you and I would be separated by life and death." Tham Lang's expression turned gloomy. After a moment, he smiled slightly and said, "Sword Venerable, you are too suspicious. If I, Tham Lang, were to accompany you on this journey, I would certainly be able to protect your disciples safely. However, I heard that the East Sea Demon Spirit Gate is somewhat mysterious. With my cultivation level, I wonder if I can enter. Don't worry about this. This time you're injured, and I'm the one who opened the Demon Spirit Gate, so of course, I'll let you in." Ling Tianhu said calmly. Tham Lang nodded, saying nothing more. While the two were talking, a seven-colored cloud slowly drifted from the distant starry sky. Tham Lang's eyes flashed, and he suddenly vanished from the spot. Looking closely, he had transformed into a ghostly figure standing motionless behind Sword Venerable Ling Tianhu. Before the seven-colored cloud even approached, a sense of peace and auspiciousness immediately enveloped the space. Under the flickering seven-colored light, Tai Yunzi, dressed in white, emerged from the void. As soon as Tai Yunzi arrived, he nodded and smiled at the cultivators he was on good terms with. Behind him followed 9 people. These 9 people wore different clothes, but their eyes were like lightning, and their cultivation levels were very high. Among them was the 6th disciple, Chen Dao, a member of the Purple Sect who had once competed with Wang Lin for the title of the 7 Heavenly Fortune Sons. At this moment, Chen Dao was dressed in purple, and powerful waves of pressure continuously emanated from him in all directions. He looked like a sharp sword ready to strike. The group of 10 heavenly fortune sons calmly approached, and cultivators all around bowed in greeting and spontaneously stepped aside, creating a path. This scene was even more grand than when Sword Venerable Ling Jianhu arrived. The moment the Heavenly Fortune Sons group reached the area outside the East Sea Demon Spirit Gate, less than 100 yards from Sword Venerable Ling Jianhu, all eyes of the cultivators all around focused on them. Besides these, many renowned old masters from their respective sects looked at Sword Venerable Ling Jianhu and the Heavenly Fortune Sons with a look of amusement. At this moment, it could be said that all the most powerful individuals from across the Heavenly Fortune Star and all the surrounding planets had gathered here, outside the East Sea Demon Spirit Gate. The strongest forces of the entire Heavenly Fortune Star's 7th level cultivation nations were concentrated here. The golden moment, a once-in-5,000 years event, was only one day away from unfolding. When the Demon Spirit Gate opened, that moment would undoubtedly be unforgettable for everyone witnessing the tidal phenomenon for the first time in their lives. It would surprise everyone who wanted to enter the East Sea Demon Spirit, and then everyone would begin a brutal trial. Heavenly Fortune Master's expression remained unchanged. He stood there, receiving many cultivators who came to pay their respects. While talking and laughing, Heavenly Fortune Master's gaze swept across the surroundings as if searching for something. 9 disciples of the Heavenly Fortune sect were standing behind, chatting noisily with the others. Among them, only Chen Dao calmly scanned the surroundings. Why hasn't he come? Chen Dao frowned slightly. The last day before the East Sea Demon Spirit Gate opened had slowly passed. Today was a golden day, a once-in-5,000 years event, when the East Sea Gate would open. The land known as the East Sea, floating in the void, had become somewhat different. The speed of the floating objects in the boundless void had clearly increased slightly. These changes immediately attracted the attention of cultivators all around. At this moment, Chen Dao's eyes suddenly flashed. He forcefully turned his head to look into the distance, a smile gradually appearing on his lips. He saw several streaks of rainbow light hurtling towards him from afar. Their arrival didn't attract much attention from the cultivators, but Chen Dao's gaze focused on a figure within a purple aura. 7th Elder. A strange glint appeared in Chen Dao's eyes. Tia Yunzi glanced at the figure in the purple light approaching from afar, and smiled slightly without saying a word. Wang Lin, from a distance, had already seen Tia Yunzi and his group. While flying, he clasped his hands towards Sun Yunchen beside him and said, "Brother Sun, I must go to my sect. We'll part ways here. If we have the chance, we'll meet again in the East Sea Demon Spirit Realm." Sun Yunchen's expression was somewhat gloomy, clearly due to the rush of his journey, only arriving on the last day. After hearing Wang Lin's words, he smiled gently and said, "After we go inside, I hope Brother Wang will take care of me." "Brother Sun, you shouldn't be so polite." Wang Lin smiled, took a step forward, and instantly transformed into a wisp of green smoke, directly heading towards Tia Yunzi. Wang Lin transformed into a purple figure and darted forward like lightning, his roars echoing even before he got close. His expression was calm, a hint of gray energy flashing in his eyes, making him seem no less formidable than Chen Dao. His mere movement immediately attracted the attention of several cultivators. Upon seeing Wang Lin in purple robes and with a purple token at his side, those well-informed immediately guessed his identity. The 7th Elder of the Heavenly Fortune Sect, Wang Lin. Yao Zixu, seated on the blood-red jade, suddenly widened her eyes. Her gaze then shifted to Wang Lin, who was approaching from afar. After carefully observing him a few times, she quickly averted her gaze. "My father told me to pay more attention to the newly accepted disciple of Tia Yunzi. I don't know why, but at first glance, this person's cultivation level doesn't seem special, yet he was specifically chosen by Tia Yunzi to enter the East Sea after just joining the Tia Yun sect. This is truly astonishing," Yao Zixu thought to herself. Wang Lin rushed forward, quickly reaching Tia Yunzi. He respectfully stood upright and calmly said, "Disciple Wang Lin greets Master." Tia Yunzi smiled and said, "Go stand behind me. Today is a momentous event that only happens once every 5,000 years. You must pay close attention. You might even obtain some treasures during the ebb and flow of the tide." After saying this, Tia Yunzi gave Wang Lin a meaningful look, then said nothing more. Wang Lin nodded in agreement and went to stand behind Tia Yunzi, lining up with the other 9 fellow disciples. The gazes of these 9 people all swept over Wang Lin. Among their eyes, except for Chen Dao's slightly strange expression, the others showed no emotion, as if they were looking at a stranger. Of course, Wang Lin didn't bother to examine these 9 people closely. He merely glanced over, noticing that there were 3 women and 6 men. When Wang Lin appeared, Sword Venerable Ling Tian, whose gaze suddenly became serious. After all, he felt this person looked somewhat familiar. He had had a similar feeling before during Tia Yunzi's birthday celebration, but he couldn't remember where he had met this person. Ah! A surprised exclamation came from behind Sword Venerable Ling Tianhu from Tham Lang. Do you know this person? Ling Tianhu asked softly. I don't know this person, but he gives off a very familiar feeling, like an old acquaintance from years ago. Tham Lang, hiding in the shadows, his eyes flashing with a glint of light, quickly withdrew his gaze. As soon as Wang Lin appeared, he immediately attracted the attention of renowned old masters from all directions. There was only one reason for this attention. The person whom Tia Yunzi had taken as a disciple was absolutely not simple. Tia Yunzi considered everything based on fate. When taking a disciple, if someone lacked the necessary destiny, he would never take notice of them, regardless of whether that destiny suited him or other disciples. At this moment, suddenly, faint rumbling sounds echoed throughout the East Sea, like a stone thrown into water creating ripples. At this moment, the eyes of over 10,000 cultivators were focused on the East Sea demon spirit, on the endless, floating objects within. The surroundings were eerily quiet. Among the cultivators, some were witnessing this once in 5,000 years tidal phenomenon for the first time, yet each time they saw it, the shock in their minds never diminished, only intensifying. Almost all the cultivators who had witnessed this tidal phenomenon were certain of one thing. The East Sea must have been an incredibly awe-inspiring place countless years ago. Otherwise, it would be absolutely impossible to create such a shocking tidal phenomenon. Everything seemed like a mysterious cloud hanging over the heads of everyone on the heavenly fortune star. At the East Sea Demon Gate, the tide surged faster and faster, mirroring the undulating movements of the objects within, and the rumbling explosions grew increasingly intense. Finally, the explosion ceased and echoed towards the horizon, reverberating into the void. The turbulent water surface resounded with endless thunderous roars. At this moment, the turbulent sea resembled a stream of molten lava about to erupt. Numerous objects swirled and floated on the water's surface, like a multitude of spirits buried for tens of thousands of years, suddenly struggling to break free from their restraints. The thunderous explosions filled the heavens and earth, reverberating through the void, their power unparalleled, reverberating in the ears of all cultivators like thunder rumbling endlessly. Wang Lin's gaze became serious as he carefully observed the endless, undulating sea. This was the first time Wang Lin had seen this place. Everything here was extremely unfamiliar to him. All he knew about the East Sea demon spirits had been told to him by others and by Sun Yunchen along the way. Even the tidal phenomenon was something he had only heard about, and he had no image of it in his mind. The tides occur once every 5,000 years. We must carefully observe for anything unusual. A glint of light flashed in Wang Lin's eyes. At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on the endless, undulating sea, the rumbling sounds within growing increasingly intense. Finally, a fierce roar suddenly erupted from the sea. The sound was incredibly piercing, like the wailing of demons and howling of wolves. But the moment this sound appeared, all the floating objects suddenly trembled slightly and slowly began to rotate, as if controlled by some strange force. This rotational movement was truly earth-shattering. As it began to move, the entire sky seemed to shift. Among the cultivators on all sides, some lacked sufficient cultivation, and their bodies were involuntarily thrown forward. If it weren't for those nearby holding them back, in their astonishment, they would undoubtedly have recklessly rushed forward and been drawn into the vortex. Wang Lin's gaze remained calm. His Tao heart was unwavering, and he was naturally unaffected by these rotating divine abilities. He coldly looked back without saying a word. All that could be seen was the sea surface swirling within the Eastern Sea demon spirit, the sharp sounds becoming increasingly deafening, even louder than the rumbling explosions emanating from within. At this moment, a stream of azure energy suddenly rose from the objects bobbing within the Eastern Sea demon spirit and slowly diffused outwards. As soon as this energy appeared, it spread in all directions. Almost instantly, the swirling objects in everyone's sight were completely enveloped by this azure energy. But these streams of azure energy then surged and condensed at a central point. This scene unfolded as if driven by an invisible force from all directions, causing all the azure energy and floating objects on the sea surface to converge towards that central point. In an instant, the entire starry sky suddenly shook violently. All the azure energy and all the floating objects on the sea surface condensed in one place, forming a strange object resembling a demon's eye. This demonic eye was not still, but continuously condensing energy from all directions. Gradually, it grew taller and larger, eventually reaching a height of over 1,000 feet. Its beginning, a strange glint appeared in the eyes of Sword Venerable Ling Tian as he muttered, "This time, I wonder what will be drawn in." A seven-colored light flickered in the calm eyes of Tianzi. At this moment, among the cultivators, anyone who had ever witnessed the opening of the East Sea demonic spirit began to concentrate their minds. Their eyes, like lightning, stared intently at the column of azure energy, like a stream continuously rising in height. At this moment, the azure column of energy resembled an arm reaching up to the starry sky, supporting everything. It stood majestically in the starry sky, its height extending endlessly. Almost instantly, it reached a range that could be probed with divine consciousness. At this moment, a look of astonishment appeared in Wang Lin's eyes. He saw that the continuously extending column of azure energy was slowly emanating an oppressive force far more intense than the divine power. Just a single ray of this pressure instantly made Wang Lin feel as if he were being crushed by 10,000 mountains. He even heard cracking sounds coming from within his body, as if it were about to shatter. Too powerful, a look of defiance appeared in Wang Lin's eyes. A gray energy suddenly flashed from his forehead, transforming into a symbol and instantly enveloping his entire body. Only then did the pressure slowly reach the limit he could withstand. While Wang Lin was in a similar state, a large number of cultivators from all directions were far inferior. Their faces turned pale, and they all retreated simultaneously. Many, if not for the help of their senior masters, would have instantly shattered and died under the pressure. At this moment, an image that would be unforgettable for all cultivators suddenly appeared. The enormous pillar of cyan energy suddenly exploded with deafening roars and shattered. Streams of crimson light continuously flashed from the collapsed areas. As these lights spread, they frantically dispersed in all directions, even piercing through the bodies of the cultivators and directly penetrating into space. As the cyan energy pillar continuously collapsed, the crimson light intensified, surging out and spreading in all directions at an unimaginable speed. From a different perspective, it was now clearly visible that the East Sea Demon Spirit Gate, one of the three great forbidden areas in the east of the heavenly fortune star, was enveloped into colors, blue and red. The blue light was gradually dissipating, replaced by an endless crimson light. It wasn't the color of blood, but a dazzling red, like the scorching rays of the sun. The crimson light radiated like sunlight, spreading outwards from the center of the East Sea Demon Spirit Gate in all directions seemingly endlessly. How far the crimson light extended was unknown to everyone except a select few. However, on several desolate planets far beyond the heavenly fortune star, they were also enveloped by this crimson light. Even on the distant Vermilion-Bird star, where Chuwutai was sitting cross-legged in meditation, he suddenly opened his eyes, only to see the entire sky of the Vermilion-Bird star suddenly turn crimson. Even distant planets were enveloped by a crimson light emanating from the East Sea Demon Spirit Gate east of the heavenly fortune star. This crimson light was emitted once every 5,000 years, its coverage area immeasurable. Suddenly, the crimson light stopped spreading, as if reaching its limit. But the instant the light ceased, a cataclysmic change occurred in all the places it covered. In the starry sky, on the planets, in the void, everything magical artifacts, jade slips, spirit stones, immortal jade corpses, ancient swords, broken treasures, immortal techniques, ancient cultivation treasures, everything, every possession, regardless of damage or not, as long as it was ownerless and within the range of the crimson light, began to tremble. This type of vibration persisted continuously for a short period, but its influence was beyond imagination. In that instant, any unoccupied object within the crimson light trembled violently. At this moment, all the cultivators on the cultivation planets affected by the crimson light did not all understand its origin. In fact, almost all of them came up with completely different speculations about this crimson light that appeared in the sky once every 5,000 years. Only a very few truly powerful individuals recognized the origin of this crimson light. They also knew that the East Sea Spirit Gate outside the heavenly fortune star had opened. When these crimson lights dispersed, it didn't mean the tidal phenomenon had ended. It had only just begun. The crimson light paused for a moment, then suddenly flared up intensely again. This time, instead of spreading outwards, it retreated frantically at the same speed it had previously diffused. It withdrew like a tidal wave with unstoppable force, rapidly drawing back the East Sea beyond the heavenly fortune star with an unimaginable, bizarre power. If only the crimson light had retreated, that would have been one thing, but it also carried with it an endless quantity of various magical artifacts, spirit stones, jade slips, immortal jade, all sorts of ownerless magical treasures. There were even some strange demonic beasts or powerful spiritual creatures that survived in the starry sky. All these objects and artifacts were swallowed back by the tidal wave generated by the East Sea Demon Spirit Gate beyond the heavenly fortune star. Enveloped in the crimson light, they retreated frantically at an unimaginable speed, causing the starry sky to reverberate with thunderous roars. The rate of return was slightly slower than the rate of diffusion of the crimson light, but not significantly different. From a different perspective, it could be seen that, with the East Sea Demon Spirit Gate outside the heavenly fortune star as the center point, within an infinitely vast area, the crimson light was rapidly receding like a tide. At this moment, the crimson light pierced through space, through the starry sky, through all the cultivation planets, as if nothing existed before it. In just 3 incense sticks' time, all the cultivators surrounding the East Sea Demon Spirit Gate saw, at the horizon or in distant places, a surging crimson light returning like a stampede of thousands of horses. These waves of crimson light coiled into circles, sweeping everything in their path before rushing towards the East Sea Demon Spirit Gate. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed sharply, a look of horror in them. The tidal wave he had just witnessed had given him a strangely unreal feeling. But now, after seeing a series of swirling red lights shooting out in all directions, he secretly breathed a deep sigh of relief. In fact, at this moment, not only Wang Lin, but also the cultivators around him, who were witnessing the opening of the East Sea Demon Spirit Gate and the subsequent appearance of the tidal wave for the first time, felt a similar level of terror. Some were completely overwhelmed by the shock, losing their connection to their Tao hearts. The moment they saw the red light, it appeared as waves on the horizon, but after taking a deep breath and looking again, the red light waves were roaring past. They all rushed directly past the cultivators. At the same time, clusters of jade slips, blocks of spirit stones, piles of immortal jade, mountains of magical treasures, many things that made people's eyes widen in astonishment were enveloped in red light and, with extreme speed, pierced through the cultivators in all directions. Several gigantic beasts, corpses, and enormous magical treasures also shot straight towards the group of cultivators, but these treasures were all covered in red light. Within this red light was a strange force that could control the treasures inside. In that instant, those treasures seemed to lose their solid form, directly penetrating the bodies of the cultivators without causing them any harm. It was as if, at this moment, everything before him was an illusion. Wang Lin witnessed a one-horned beast, its entire body emitting black lightning bolts, its cultivation level no less than that of a peak-level cultivator, roaring as it charged forward. Wang Lin was completely unable to dodge this speed. It directly pierced through his body. The moment it penetrated, Wang Lin took a deep breath, forcefully turning around, his eyes like lightning carefully observing the crimson light. He could see many treasures of various levels inside. Heavenly gold, jade flower, inkstone, spirit rhinoceros horn. However, Wang Lin only glanced at them before his heart was instantly shaken. These materials were all relatively good refining materials from the memories of the ancient god diagram. And there's this is. Wang Lin's gaze suddenly became serious. He stared intently at a crimson light being drawn in from afar, within which, unexpectedly, was a large sword. This sword resembled a door, its surface gleaming with golden light but vaguely showing signs of rust. Several parts of the sword were also broken. The sword flashed and then vanished in a crimson light. In Wang Lin's eyes, a powerful glint of light surged forth. Wang Lin looked at the cultivators all around, their eyes gleaming as they stared at the various treasures within the crimson light, each harboring different thoughts. At this moment, the tidal phenomenon was nearing its end. Just as it was about to conclude, another wave of crimson light roared from the distance. This wave possessed supernatural speed, almost instantly reaching its target. The moment this wave appeared, Tianzi's usually calm expression suddenly changed slightly. He abruptly turned around, his eyes like lightning fixed on the crimson light wave. Sword Venerable Ling Tianhu's eyes also blazed with an unimaginable light. His eyes, like torches, stared intently into the depths of the rapidly approaching wave, which seemed intent on sweeping everything in its path. At this moment, it wasn't just the two of them. Suddenly, several elderly figures from the surrounding cultivators rushed out at a speed that was difficult for the naked eye to follow. These elderly figures were some of the renowned old masters on the heavenly fortune star. Their purpose in coming here was to bring the younger generation to gain some knowledge. But now, upon seeing that wave, and after seeing the object within it, they all suddenly rushed out as if they had become 10,000 years younger. This shocking scene immediately attracted the attention of all the cultivators. Wang Lin's eyes gleamed as he stared intently at the rapidly approaching wave. The speed of this wave was too fast. It almost instantly pierced through the bodies of many cultivators, and from afar. It looked as if it was surging forward and heading straight towards the East Sea Demon's Spirit Gate. If it were just the speed, it would be normal. The strangeness of this crimson light was that it prevented divine consciousness from probing it, blocking the view. All attempts at divine power to probe inside were blocked from the outside. It was impossible to see what was inside. Even people like Tianzi and Ling Jian who were shocked. The moment Wang Lin's divine consciousness touched the crimson light, he suddenly felt as if he had entered a labyrinth, and his divine consciousness immediately collapsed. If he hadn't decisively abandoned it, his divine consciousness would have shattered, causing injury. Wang Lin looked at the other cultivators all around. Their faces had turned pale, some even spitting out fresh blood, their eyes dim, clearly having been injured by withdrawing their divine consciousness too slowly. Don't use your divine consciousness to look. This thing is not something you juniors can see. At this moment, a thin old man among the renowned old monsters slowly spoke up. At this moment, seeing the wave passing through everyone and about to disappear into the East Sea Demon's Spirit Gate, Wang Lin's eyes suddenly flashed. 3 gray streams of energy suddenly appeared on his forehead and began to circulate frantically. They immediately transformed into 3 complex markings that quickly shimmered on Wang Lin's forehead. At the same time, these 3 markings seemed to dissolve. Wang Lin's heart stirred slightly, and they immediately followed his eyes, radiating in all directions and instantly coiling into a very smooth circle. The moment the circle of light formed, Wang Lin's eyes suddenly emitted beams of light like moonlight, instantly spreading out to form a half-meter-long streak of light. In this instant, Wang Lin's eyes were like divine light that could see through heaven and earth, directly piercing through the void and chasing after the dissipating red light. The momentum of his gaze was like a storm, directly penetrating into the red light. Wang Lin wanted to see what was inside. Wang Lin's gaze pierced straight through the red light and extended endlessly. But all he saw before him was a sea of red, and a strange force was constantly invading his eyes. A strange, throbbing pain spread through his body. Wang Lin's eyes instantly turned bloodshot, tears streaming down his face, mixed with fresh blood. He gritted his teeth and let out a low growl. The swirling, rotating markings around his eyes immediately emitted dense gray energy. But this gray energy didn't disperse. Instead, it instantly transformed into tiny threads and quickly burrowed into Wang Lin's pupils. Almost in an instant, the crimson hue in Wang Lin's eyes was replaced by a dense gray energy. Then, Wang Lin's gaze, which had been infused with the fading crimson light, suddenly seemed to be infused with renewed vitality. His gaze, filled with madness, shot straight ahead, directly shattering layer after layer of crimson light. It stubbornly slammed against the strange, restrictive forces preventing further exploration. Finally, as the crimson light vanished into the East Sea Demon's Spirit Gate, Wang Lin's eyes exploded with a deafening roar, shattering the entire crimson light. He saw something deep within that caused the expressions of Tianzi and the others to change drastically. It was a token shimmering with golden light, engraved with symbols. The moment Wang Lin clearly saw this token, 2 streams of blood immediately flowed from his eyes. An unimaginable pain surged through his heart, and Wang Lin tightly closed his eyes. When Wang Lin opened his eyes, the crimson wave had disappeared into the East Sea Demon Spirit Gate. At this moment, Wang Lin's eyes were densely filled with blood vessels. But strangely, within these blood vessels, there were streams of gray energy, like shimmering threads, and his eyes held an extremely eerie feeling. Yao Shizu, sitting on a blood jade in the distance, inadvertently glanced at Wang Lin. The moment she met his gaze, her body trembled uncontrollably. Her face suddenly turned pale, and she quickly lowered her head, her heart surging. This gaze, I know why my father told me to pay attention to this person. The eyes of the sword venerable Ling Jianhu flashed, and with a flick of his right hand towards the East Sea. The 4 illusory sword images behind him instantly roared, transforming into 4 sharp rainbows that shot forward. 4 thunderous roars echoed across the heavens and earth. The floating East Sea Demon Gate, suspended in midair, was struck repeatedly by the 4 swirling sword images. Suddenly, 4 points of the gate stopped, and from within the floating mass of water, an irregularly shaped entrance cracked open. 2 colors, blue and red, continuously flashed from this entrance, and from within came the incessant wailing and sobbing of demons. This entrance was originally nothingness, but now, upon closer inspection, everyone saw that deep within lay another world. The East Sea Spirit Gate has opened. Those who wish to enter, hurry. Sword Venerable Ling Jianhu said concisely, but his voice was filled with coldness. As soon as he finished speaking, the 12 sword-smiling disciples behind him immediately flew out, transforming into 12 sharp sword beams, heading straight towards the entrance. These 12 people entered one after another. When the last person was about to enter, Sword Venerable Ling Tianhu's eyes widened, and he pointed into the void. Immediately, a sword energy shot out from his fingertip, heading straight towards that last disciple. Take this sword energy of mine. It will protect the lives of all 12 of you. After Ling Jianhu finished speaking, the last disciple respectfully received the sword energy. He bowed to Sword Venerable Ling Jianhu and then entered. At this moment, behind Sword Venerable Ling Jianhu, Them Lang had already disappeared. His figure transformed into the sword energy from before, following the 12 sword laughs of the Great Luo sword sect into the East Sea Demon Spirit Gate. Jie Yunzi's eyes were calm and meaningful as he looked at Sword Venerable Ling Jianhu, slowly saying, "Disciples of the Taiyuan sect, go into 10 people, including Wang Lin." All responded in unison, instantly standing up and flying towards the entrance. However, Wang Lin's speed was slower. He didn't rush in first, waiting for everyone else to enter before slowly stepping inside. All the disciples of the Great Luo sword sect and the Taiyuan sect had entered the Demon Spirit Gate, followed by disciples of other sects and other old monsters. They all transformed into streaks of rainbow light, flying straight towards the gate. Yao Zixu was on the blood jade, her eyes filled with contemplation. Gritting her teeth, she transformed into a streak of blood red light and flew straight towards the entrance. After half an hour, cultivators from all sides began to enter. By the end, there were approximately 100 people, many of whom were disciples of renowned old masters. After another half hour, Sword Venerable Ling Jianhu waved his right hand, and immediately the 4 points on the door trembled, then suddenly transformed into 4 streaks of sword light. Quickly flying back to Ling Tianhu's side, appearing behind him, once again transforming into illusory streaks of sword light that flickered continuously. The 4 sword images disappeared, and the entrance on the East Sea Demon Spirit Gate quickly flashed into colors, blue and red. Almost instantly, the entrance vanished without a trace. The cultivators from all sides then dispersed and left, although some remained, but not many. After a short while, only a few cultivators remained in the sky above the East Sea. These monks were all seasoned veterans. Their cultivation was godlike, and they were all familiar with each other. The only reason they hadn't left was the remaining object within the red energy wave. This matter was related to a great secret of the heavenly fortune star. At this moment, everyone in the space was silent, not uttering a word. Sword Venerable Ling Tianhu's gaze froze as he looked towards the heavenly fortune sect in the distance, shouting, "Heavenly Fortune Master, the last object in that energy wave is a token." Heavenly Fortune sect's eyes calmly met the Sword Venerable's, then glanced at his old friends around him. He smiled and said, "That's right, it's a token, and there are 3 of them." Unexpectedly, this time when the East Sea Demon Spirit Gate opened, I actually encountered this token. If the token has already been absorbed into the East Sea, I can wait a little longer. Every time the East Sea opens, disciples must enter it for 500 years of trial. Therefore, let's estimate that we will gather here again in 500 years. At that time, we will enter that place once more. However, you all probably know about what happened that year, so we must prepare very carefully. I think 500 years is enough time to prepare. After saying this, Chia Yangzi clasped his hands in all directions, waved his sleeve, and stepped into the void. The space seemed to ripple, and then his figure gradually dissipated. Sword Venerable Ling Jian, who snorted softly, turned his head to gaze deeply at the East Sea Demon Spirit Gate, then transformed into a beam of sword light and disappeared completely. As soon as the two left, the renowned old monsters around them split into groups of 3 or 5, gradually dispersing. Outside the East Sea's gate, the demon spirits had restored their tranquility. From afar, a vast expanse of seawater floated in the air, within which countless objects moved slowly, emitting a strange aura. The colors red and blue flickered incessantly. Sword Venerable Ling Qian, who transformed into a beam of sword light and soared through the void. The Great Lua Sword Sect was not located on the Heavenly Fortune Star, nor on one of the 5 major substars, but on a large planet that Ling Qian Hu had brought from space. This planet, though not larger than the Heavenly Fortune Star, was several times larger than the 5 major substars. The spiritual energy here was abundant, extremely suitable for cultivators. He had established the Great Luo Sword Sect here. This planet, Ling Qianhu named it the Great Luo Star. Ling Qianhu flew swiftly, directly breaking through the strong winds outside the Great Luo Star, and entering the eastern part of the Great Luo Star where he was in seclusion. Within 200 years, I will definitely completely refine that immortal sword, unifying the 99 demon spirits and transforming it into a demon sword. By then, my chances of obtaining the token will be doubled. Sword Venerable Ling Tianhu's eyes flashed and his figure disappeared outside his secluded cultivation area. Meanwhile, Tia Yanzi returned to Ta Yun Star and immediately entered the 7-colored pagoda in the 3-colored mountain range. There he sat cross-legged, with several pitch-black animal bones beside him. These bones were extremely shiny, emanating an eerie aura. My disciple Wang Lin is truly a lucky man. I just wonder how much luck he has left. Chia Yunzi's expression remained unchanged, and with a flick of his right hand, the bones beside him flew up and fell around him. Chia Yunzi's eyes gleamed as he carefully observed them, a smile gradually appearing on his lips. Inside the East Sea Demon Gate was a chaotic world. It could even be said that this place was a self-formed world. Perhaps some people knew the lifespan of this place, but Wang Lin was clearly not one of them. After stepping through the demon gate, he felt as if he had passed through the surface of the water and entered the seabed. Before him was a vast wasteland. There was sky, land, and even an ocean. But this place was unlike any cultivation planet. Around Wang Lin, there wasn't a soul in sight, only a desolate wasteland. The other 9 members of the Heavenly Fortune sect had been instantly scattered by a strange force upon entering, their whereabouts unknown. This East Sea Demon Gate is unlike any place I've ever been before. This place is like a mortal world, nothing like a trial ground with precious treasures. Wang Lin's eyes flashed, his divine consciousness spread out, and his body flicked, soaring into the air and slowly flying away. People from other sects are probably like me now, scattered in all directions, taking different paths. Sun Yanshin once said that this journey to the East Sea takes 500 years. In other words, I have to stay here for that time. Wang Lin's expression remained unchanged, his eyes thoughtful as he flew. 500 years is a time when the whole world can change for humans, but for a cultivator, it's just a blink of an eye. However, in these 500 years, I want to accomplish many things. The slaughter immortal technique must be cultivated to its peak. That's the first thing. Moreover, if Tsen escapes from the Vermilion Bird Star, he absolutely won't be able to guess my presence here. Therefore, I have another 500 years to prepare. Wang Lin's eyes flashed, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He had previously heard Sun Yanshin say that the East Sea Demon Spirit Gate had a 500-year time limit, and he secretly resolved to make this trip. He knew that the person Wang Lin feared most right now was Tsen, who was currently with the ancient god. Once Tsen escaped, he would immediately seek out Wang Lin first. With Wang Lin's current cultivation level, defeating him would be extremely difficult. That was also the reason Wang Lin was frantically studying the slaughter immortal technique, refining life force, and imprinting life marks. Wang Lin knew he had no chance of defeating Sen, therefore, he wanted to learn a method to protect his life. Once the slaughter immortal technique was perfected, it could condense a large amount of life marks, thus offering an opportunity to counter Sen. I wonder what level my cultivation will reach in 500 years. Wang Lin's eyes gleamed with a strange light as he pondered silently. The matter of Senior Zhou is also one of the reasons I entered this place. Based on the scene within Senior Chuyi's pagoda, finding the sealed location of the sword Venerable Ling Qianhu shouldn't be difficult. If we can rescue Senior Chuyi with his previous cultivation level combined with the immortal sword, it will surely allow me to achieve extremely powerful attacks in a short period of time. On the other hand, there's that great sword outside the East Sea Demon Spirit Gate that I see, which looks exactly like the giant sword. The thoughtful expression in Wang Lin's eyes deepened. The giant sword contains the sword techniques of the sword soul. If we can truly find the giant sword and learn the sword techniques of the sword soul, the power of the immortal sword will definitely increase manifold. It's all just compared to the token I saw last. What exactly was that token that could make people like Tia Yunzi and Ling Qianhu change their expressions? There are so many mysteries on Tia Yunstar, I can't possibly guess them all. Wang Lin sighed softly, lost in thought. Well, let's just see what happens. There's no need to rush. Right now, I'm hiding on that planet, so it won't be easy for others to discover me. Besides, Sen is only focused on me, unaware of my whereabouts. For now, I'll use these 500 years to rapidly increase my cultivation and prepare well for the journey ahead. Wang Lin withdrew his thoughts. As he traveled and pondered, he didn't realize he had flown countless miles. His divine consciousness still swept around, but he didn't see anything unusual. Everywhere on the ground was a desolate plain. This plain was also very peaceful, without a sound. Within Wang Lin's divine consciousness, there was no other life except himself. Wang Lin's expression remained unchanged as he continued flying. Time passed slowly. 10 days later, Wang Lin's expression suddenly changed, his eyes like lightning looking into the distance. He immediately stopped, paused for a moment, then his body moved like a shooting star, his speed increasing countless times, suddenly teleporting. Beyond the desolate plain was a vast mountain range, covered in lush green trees. At this moment, within the forest, a half-naked person was smeared with tree sap, creating a faint green hue. He lay motionless, even his breathing was barely perceptible. After a while, this person's body almost completely disappeared. An ordinary person would be completely unable to detect him. Not long after, a rustling sound suddenly came from the trees in the distance. Immediately afterwards, a large beast, about the size of a dog, with 2 sharp fangs at the corners of its mouth, roared and charged forward. Outwardly, the beast resembled a wild boar, but its body exuded a fierce aura, clearly indicating it was a ferocious and violent creature. However, it possessed no spiritual power whatsoever. The beast roared and leapt from the bushes. Just as it lunged out, the person lying motionless on the ground suddenly jumped up, a long black staff appearing in their hand. A small, glowing blade attached to the end of the staff was attached. The person moved with incredible speed. Almost instantly, the staff in their hand was thrust fiercely towards the beast. The beast, clearly unaware of the presence of a person, was both frightened and enraged. It roared but did not dodge, instead charging directly at the staff in the person's hand. With a few cracking sounds, the staff shattered. The figure, covered in green sap, lightly twisted his body, his hand grasping the blade at the end of the staff. Without hesitation, he leapt onto the beast, his left hand gripping its nape fur, his right hand wielding the knife, thrusting it forcefully and unexpectedly. It went straight into the beast's neck. The beast cried out in pain, struggling desperately, thrashing about with the person on its back. Wang Lin's figure appeared in midair. His eyes gleamed with a strange light as he stared intently at the man and beast below. These 2 creatures were the first he had encountered in the past 10 days. The beast's eyes were now bloodshot, emitting a mournful roar, but the person on its back remained incredibly calm, his left hand gripping its nape fur, his body pressed against the beast's back, his right hand firmly holding the knife deeply embedded in its neck. After a while, the beast's eyes dimmed. The blood flowing from the wound on its neck was no longer red, but had a dark, murky sheen. Finally, the beast collapsed to the ground, motionless. The person on the beast's back breathed a sigh of relief and pulled out the knife. But at that moment, his expression suddenly changed. He spun around, looked up at the sky, his eyes filled with bewilderment. Wang Lin raised his eyebrows, secretly astonished. This person had no spiritual power in their body, yet possessed such incredible sentience, able to vaguely sense the presence of others. With a thought, his body slowly materialized in midair, his eyes coldly fixed on the person. The person covered in green sap was momentarily stunned when they saw Wang Lin appear in midair. A strange expression appeared in their eyes. They almost immediately jumped up, standing on the beast's body, their right hand holding the knife, staring intently at Wang Lin, and in a hoarse, rapid voice, said, "Beast." Wang Lin's eyes widened in surprise. Then he chuckled and said, "I won't compete with you." The man looked at Wang Lin for a moment, then slowly sat down, desperately grasping the beast's fur, and dragged it towards the trees. As he went, he kept an eye on Wang Lin, his gaze wary. Wang Lin didn't move until the man entered the thicket. He found this man rather interesting. The man dragged the beast far away, and only breathed a sigh of relief when he realized Wang Lin wasn't following. He continued dragging the beast, still holding its fur. He wandered around for a long time, until the sun was about to set before finally entering a mountain valley. As soon as he entered the valley, a faint ripple appeared. However, this ripple was extremely small and vanished in an instant, making it very difficult to detect. The moment this person's figure entered the valley, Wang Lin's body flicked, slowly appearing in the void. His eyes flickered as he carefully surveyed his surroundings, a strange expression in his eyes. Outside this valley, someone has used a powerful divine ability to set up a formation capable of concealing all life force. Unless you're very close, it's impossible to detect the existence of this formation. Clearly, this formation has existed for countless years, its arrangement completely unaffected by cultivators in the Cultivation Alliance. It must have been set up by cultivators from ancient times. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He didn't rush into the valley but carefully observed from the outside, finally arriving at this conclusion. This place is truly interesting. The interior of this East Sea Spirit Gate is completely different from the places I've been to searching for treasures. Wang Lin's eyes flashed with strange light as he looked towards the valley protected by the formation. After a moment, Wang Lin pointed his right hand at the space in front of him. Instantly, a spiritual light flashed on his fingertip, shooting out rapidly towards the valley. However, just as the spiritual energy entered the valley, the formation outside suddenly rumbled. A stream of green energy suddenly emerged from the formation, instantly devouring the spiritual light Wang Lin had released. Immediately afterward, a series of commotion erupted from within the valley. Wang Lin's eyes flashed, he retreated a few steps, and his body instantly disappeared. Inside the valley, bright lights flashed, and then 3 figures emerged. These 3 were half naked, their bodies covered in a greenish liquid, and they held mottled weapons in their hands. The moment the 3 emerged from the valley, their eyes immediately showed vigilance, carefully observing their surroundings. After a while, their eyes showed suspicion as they exchanged glances before turning and returning to the valley. Their figures vanished instantly, and Wang Lin's figure transformed into a wisp of green smoke, following closely behind them. However, as soon as he touched the protective formation of the valley, the formation immediately moved, and a green light flashed. A strong sense of danger instantly permeated the surroundings. Wang Lin raised his eyebrows and retreated several steps. As he retreated, the green light on the formation immediately dissipated. Interesting, Wang Lin's eyes turned cold. The purpose of this formation was clearly to protect everything within the valley. If it wasn't someone from within, and someone forcefully broke in, the formation would unleash its full power, wiping out everyone who attempted to enter. This formation was extremely ingenious. Wang Lin realized that it was fundamentally impossible to break it in a short time. His gaze darkened, and he simply sat cross-legged outside the valley, calmly observing the formation without saying a word. His appearance immediately attracted the attention of those in the valley. Almost immediately after he sat down, a light flashed in the valley, and 4 people emerged. 3 of these were the same people who had appeared earlier. The third, with a murderous expression, held a black staff in his hand, its surface also flickering with a dark light. The moment he appeared, without a word, he ferociously threw the staff forward, straight towards Wang Lin. At the same time, a bloodthirsty smile appeared on his lips, and he quickly charged forward. The three behind him also roared, wielding their mottled weapons and lunging towards Wang Lin. Wang Lin's gaze was calm. With a single glance, the incoming staff instantly shattered. The man who had been laughing with a bloodthirsty grin was momentarily stunned, staring blankly at the shattered staff in midair, his mouth agape, unable to speak. The three behind him also stopped. Wang Lin didn't waste any words with them, and with a flick of his right hand, he grabbed them. The four men cried out in terror. Their bodies were instantly enveloped by an invisible force, pulled aside, and imprisoned by Wang Lin, unable to move. For those without any spiritual power, Wang Lin, given his status, wouldn't normally be able to deal with them. But this place was too bizarre. A mere valley contained such an ancient formation. To understand the reasons, Wang Lin could only try to find clues from the people inside the valley. After capturing the four men, Wang Lin's expression remained unchanged, and he sat down again. Soon, noises erupted in the valley, followed by several flashes of light. At this moment, two people emerged from the valley. The two men didn't have that bluish-green liquid painted on their bodies, but instead emitted a strange aura. Almost immediately after leaving the valley, they bit their tongues and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. The blood wasn't directed at Wang Lin, but fell to the ground outside the valley. Then, they immediately turned and ran back into the valley. Wang Lin's gaze was calm. He grabbed the two men with both hands and tossed them aside. He looked back at the spot where they had spat their blood, and suddenly saw a blood-red mist rising from the ground. The mist wasn't thick at first, but it quickly intensified, enveloping the entire area outside the valley. Wang Lin remained seated cross-legged, his gaze calmly fixed on the valley, not employing any magic. After the blood mist thickened considerably, a series of extremely fierce roars erupted from within the valley. Amidst these roars, a dark figure emerged from the valley. This person, hidden within the blood mist, instantly struck Wang Lin as eerie. "Return, my clansmen, you, get out of my tribe. Otherwise, you will die." A chilling voice emanated from the dark figure within the blood mist. Wang Lin's expression remained unchanged. He let out a soft snort, stood up, and suddenly took a step forward. With this single step, countless waves of air surged around him, violently shaking and crashing towards him with a thunderous roar. With each step forward, a thunderous wave erupted. Almost instantly, the blood mist that enveloped the valley vanished like ice and snow under the sun, emitting a sizzling sound before dissipating at a speed visible to the naked eye. The entire process took less than 3 breaths. Afterward, the blood mist completely dissipated, leaving only a figure clad entirely in black standing outside the valley, his eyes filled with terror, staring blankly at Wang Lin as he approached. He recoiled, but at that moment, Wang Lin's right hand grasped the void. The figure involuntarily flew forward, landing before Wang Lin. Looking coldly at him, Wang Lin flicked his right hand, throwing him to the other 6. Having finished, Wang Lin assessed the formation briefly before sitting down cross-legged, without saying a word. That lightning-like divine power silenced the people in the valley. This silence lasted for 3 days. During these 3 days, Wang Lin did nothing but sit silently outside the valley. Early on the 4th morning, a rumbling sound suddenly echoed from outside the formation, and then a white-haired old man with a sorrowful expression, holding a black staff, walked out of the valley step by step. Behind him were 11 creatures with the bodies of oxen and humans, completely naked. These creatures were pale and sickly, but their eyes sparkled with intelligence. "A cultivator from outside. You've been here for several days. Please forgive our previous rudeness. My name is Immortality, and I'm an elder of the valley. Perhaps you could release our clansmen, and we can have a thorough discussion." The old man's body was clearly extremely weak. He spoke softly as he stepped out of the valley. "I've lived here for as long as I can remember, and I don't know how many years have passed," Immortality said, sitting outside the valley. A table made of bones sat before him, laden with some fruit. Wang Lin sat cross-legged opposite him, his expression unchanged. The people he had captured had all been released and returned to the valley. "I don't know how big this place is, but I know there's a very large city 3,000 miles away. It's an ancient demon city. I studied there when I was young, which is why I've lived so long. You're a cultivator from outside. I know what you want. but I think what you want can't be found in my tribe, Iang Hua said calmly. Do you know where I come from? Wang Lin asked calmly, his gaze unwavering. From the moment you appeared outside the valley, I knew you weren't from this land. You're just like everyone else, returning here every 400 years. Every time you come here, you bring bloodshed and chaos. Therefore, we don't welcome you. Iang Hua sighed softly. Wang Lin's expression remained unchanged as he said, besides me, do you have any news of other people from outside? Not yet. I hope not in the future either. There's nothing here that you need from outsiders. I've said everything I needed to say, so please leave. You can go to that ancient demon city. You'll find what you're looking for there, Iang Hua said resolutely. You've mentioned what I need twice. What is it? Wang Lin asked calmly. Iang Hua's expression darkened. He stood up and looked at Wang Lin saying, Outsider, I've answered all your questions. Although you possess some supernatural abilities, if I didn't want to get involved with you, I wouldn't have let you capture our clansmen. You're mistaken. If you don't leave this place within 3 breaths, don't blame me for turning ruthless. Wang Lin's eyes were cold as he stared at the old man, his right hand striking the void. Immediately, a beam of green light condensed before him, then flashed repeatedly, roaring as it hurtled towards the valley. The formation outside the valley immediately activated, and the moment the green light struck, it emitted a resounding roar. Wang Lin snorted coldly, his right hand patting his storage bag. The Forbidden's banner appeared in his hand. He waved his hand, and 999 Forbidden's formations instantly transformed into black Forbidden's artifacts, filling the surroundings. At this moment, countless black mists surrounded Wang Lin's figure, making him look like a demon lord. His icy gaze now held boundless pressure. Break the formation, Wang Lin's voice echoed from the depths of the underworld. As soon as he finished speaking, 999 Forbidden's streams surged forth, relentlessly striking deep into the formation. Iang Hua's expression changed drastically, becoming extremely grim. He stared at Wang Lin, then after a moment, let out a cold laugh. His body flicked, transforming into a few points of light before vanishing in front of Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes were icy cold. He had long since realized that Iang Hua before him was not a real body, but merely an illusory doppelganger. If he hadn't observed the area outside the valley for so long, meticulously studying the ancient Forbidden's formation, and vaguely sensed that it could be broken, how could he have easily released those people? Wang Lin clasped his hands together, pointing at the formation in the valley, and softly shouted, Explode! A rumbling sound echoed throughout the heavens and earth. The entire valley shook violently, like an earth dragon coiling itself. The ancient formation now flashed with brilliant light. At the same time, Iang Hua's mournful voice echoed from within the valley. Outsider, I give you 3 breaths of time. If you still don't leave, I will activate the formation and attack. Then you will surely die. Stop, Wang Lin shouted softly again. As soon as he finished speaking, 999 Forbidden's artifacts immediately exploded with thunderous roars, each artifact self-destructing wildly, generating a powerful attack force that furiously struck the formation. The formation trembled violently once more. Iang Hua's voice was immediately cut off. Angry roars erupted from within the valley. At this moment, outside the valley, a dazzling blue light appeared. In an instant, this azure light became incredibly dense. Waves of azure light enveloped everything outside the valley, from flowers and trees to rocks and the ground. As soon as these waves appeared, they created a strange gravitational pull, drawing everything towards the azure light inside the valley. At this moment, the azure light inside the valley suddenly flickered, like a blazing fire, then quickly formed a translucent, blue figure. This figure resembled a human, but was several meters tall, indistinct and blurry, its features unclear. A blue light enveloped this figure. As soon as this figure appeared, Iang Hua's voice echoed from within the valley. You outsider, you brought this upon yourself. Azure figure, kill him. Use his soul as a sacrifice to the demon spirits tonight. As soon as he finished speaking, the figure let out a roaring sound like a human's cry. The growl wasn't loud, but it caused the sky to suddenly change color and the earth to tremble. This happened in an instant, yet it stunned Wang Lin. A faint smile appeared on his lips as he raised his right hand, making a gesture and pointing at the void, softly saying Forbidden's technique spear. Wang Lin's right hand grasped the void. Black Forbidden's energy, like swirling dragons, flew from the horizon, densely enveloping the entire heaven and earth. Especially wailing sounds emanated from within. This scene resembled a demon army from the underworld. The black energy shrieked piercingly, quickly condensing on Wang Lin's right hand. Finally, a pitch-black spear, 3 jao long, appeared in his hand. Black ripples swirled around the spear, accompanied by the faint sound of thunder, increasing its power. Especially at the tip of the spear, a faint, eerie light shone, dazzling even more intensely under the midday sun. As soon as Yang Hu's faded, Wang Lin swung the spear in his hand, transforming it into a black lightning bolt that shot straight towards the blue illusion formed by the formation. This lightning bolt cut across the horizon like a rainbow, a divine brushstroke rushing towards the illusion with a thunderous force, as if tearing the heavens and earth apart. Like a white cloud flying across thousands of miles in an instant, it roared and tore through the air, seemingly summoning thunder from the sky, causing a deafening rumble all around. The spear, like a bolt of lightning descending from the 9 heavens, struck directly at the shadow formed by the formation. The shadow was indistinct, its features unclear, only its form appearing and disappearing. A strange expression appeared in its eyes. It raised its right hand, unexpectedly making a gesture like a cultivator, its mouth moving as if reciting an incantation. Instantly, green light flickered on the surrounding vegetation and ground. Almost immediately, the entire area was filled with green light. All of this happened in an extremely short time. When Wang Lin saw the shadow make a gesture like a cultivator, his eyes widened in surprise, and then, disregarding the spear, he immediately retreated more than 10 meters. As Wang Lin's body retreated, the spear struck the shadowy figure with lightning speed. At the same time, a strange light flashed in Wang Lin's eyes. He formed hand seals, and after retreating from the valley, a cluster of restrictions appeared in his mind. This combination of restrictions flashed with strangely glowing runes. These runes merged together, then immediately dispersed, and then merged again. However, after a few times, these restrictive runes separated into individual parts. Upon closer inspection, it could be seen that each separated rune contained dozens of identical restrictions. This process repeated continuously, like a cycle of reincarnation. For Wang Lin, this was a form of calculation. This calculation had actually begun the moment Wang Lin first saw this ancient formation when he sat down cross-legged. Wang Lin's knowledge was not ordinary restrictions, but rather the ancient restrictions of the ancient gods of yesteryear. In fact, this technique originated in extremely ancient times. Even the ancient monks only mastered it and did not create anything new. 57 already, and we must continue. Wang Lin's eyes widened. The spear, formed from Forbidden's artifacts, shot towards the shadowy figure. Just as Wang Lin retreated a few meters, the spear was within a meter of the shadowy figure. Its speed was incredibly fast, accompanied by a tearing sound, before striking deep into the shadowy figure. In an instant, the shadowy figure seemed to be blown apart by a strong wind. However, just as it shattered, the green light radiating in all directions suddenly dimmed. But immediately, it shone brightly again. Within a 1,000-meter radius outside the valley, all the green light now shone brightly and densely. Streams of light floated upwards, illuminating and merging together. This seemed to happen in the blink of an eye as the shadowy figure shattered, then completely disappeared. This transformation happened so quickly that no one could react in time. Even with the speed of the Forbidden's weapon spear, it only flew a few meters. But at this moment, Wang Lin, who was retreating, suddenly widened his eyes. His mind was still calculating, and he was almost finished calculating the combination of Forbidden's weapons. However, his eyes remained focused on the formation. At this moment, in his eyes, the area within 1,000 meters of the formation was surrounded by dense green light. A huge cage of green light had formed 1,000 miles outside the valley. Wang Lin's body was clearly trapped within this cage. A flash of green light appeared. At this moment, countless beams of light flashed simultaneously. Under that light, the spear formed from the Forbidden's weapon was instantly split into with a loud bang. Although the spear was destroyed, Wang Lin showed no sign of distress. After all, this spear was merely a manifestation of the Forbidden's weapon. As for its inability to break through the formation, Wang Lin had already anticipated that. Unless he found the right place with no protection to unleash this spear, its true power might not be fully realized. Wang Lin's main purpose in using this spear was to buy himself time to strategize. He had almost finished his calculations and could complete the method of breaking the formation at any moment. The spear, formed by the Forbidden's technique, had been destroyed, and surrounding it was a cage created by the green light. Wang Lin was trapped inside, but his expression remained unchanged, showing not the slightest panic. His calculations accelerated. At this moment, Yang cold laughter echoed through the valley. "Outsider, what do you think of my clan's formation? You don't want to leave now. Just cut off one of your arms and one of your legs, and let me absorb 3 parts of your primordial spirit, and I will let you go." Wang Lin looked up at the valley, and in his eyes, illusory runes suddenly flickered. Finally, those illusory runes suddenly condensed frantically in his eyes. 83rd. This is the limit. It should be enough to break this formation. In the final moment, Wang Lin's calculations yielded an answer. At this moment, his eyes shone with a light like that from hell, making those who looked at him tremble inwardly. Wang Lin stared at the valley, his voice icy cold. "How dare you utter such arrogant words?" Yang's maniacal laughter echoed from within the valley. "Then let's see who is the real audacious one. Green Shadow, capture and kill him." As soon as he finished speaking, the 1,000-foot-long light net instantly retracted towards the valley, moving at an extremely fast speed, in an instant only a dozen feet away from Wang Lin. The green light flashed once and was complete. "Outsider, you will become the second demonic figure of our valley." Yang's voice echoed from within the valley, filled with cruelty. Wang Lin's body didn't move, but a strange rune appeared in his eyes. Eerie light emanated from the rune, each one flickering with an eerie glow. Simultaneously, the runes in Wang Lin's eyes radiated outwards in all directions. The first rune emitted an eerie light, directly flashing from Wang Lin's eyes, falling into the void and transforming into ripples, disappearing in an instant. But the distant green light was relentlessly approaching, withering all living things in its path. It seemed capable of devouring everything. It moved from the outside towards the center, its range shrinking rapidly. At the same time, its aura grew stronger. In just a moment, the green light flashed, reaching within 3 meters of Wang Lin. Just at this moment, a complete set of Forbidden's runes flashed from Wang Lin's eyes, dissolving into nothingness, creating ripples that collided with the green light. There was no earth-shattering sound, but the surrounding green net immediately began to contract frantically. A sizzling sound emanated, and the contraction slowed down considerably. Wang Lin's eyes gleamed. At this moment, 10 complete sets of Forbidden's runes suddenly appeared, directly dissolving into nothingness, creating ripples that spread in all directions. The green net, which had been slowing down, now emitted an even more intense sizzling sound. Cracks suddenly appeared, spreading throughout the net with a crackling sound. 30 combined Forbidden's runes. Wang Lin's eyes flashed. At this moment, 30 combined Forbidden's runes appeared from Wang Lin's eyes, dissolving into the air. The green net 3 meters away instantly shattered, transforming into countless points of green light, resembling a starry sky, incredibly beautiful. Wang Lin's expression remained unchanged as he gazed towards the valley. At this moment, strange and demonic formations flashed in his eyes. Immediately, more than 40 formations appeared. Wang Lin pointed his right hand at the void before him, his gaze icy cold. The formations that had just appeared instantly flicked, all heading towards the valley, merging with the complete formations in the air, transforming into a ripple. By now, a total of 83 formations had been unleashed. This was the result of Wang Lin's long observation of the formation, finally devising a method to break it. In an instant, a large amount of green light appeared throughout the valley. This green light emanated entirely from within the valley. However, the moment the green light appeared, it was instantly obscured by the flashing Forbidden's runes. Each time a rune flashed, a large amount of green light silently dimmed and then disappeared. Wang Lin's eyes flashed like lightning as he stepped towards the valley. Following his footsteps, more green lights roared out from the valley. They gathered together, forming a large green column of light several meters tall, furiously rushing towards Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression remained unchanged. His steps did not falter, and he calmly continued forward. The green column of light roared out, but when it was still more than 10 steps away from Wang Lin, it was blocked by the appearing Forbidden's runes. The column of light immediately dimmed and then was partially shattered. Wang Lin continued to walk step by step towards the valley. The green column of light retreated with Wang Lin's footsteps, constantly being shattered. When Wang Lin was only more than 10 steps away from the valley, the green light had completely dissipated. At the same time, the entire valley suddenly shook, and the outer protective forces frantically dissipated. Senior Immortal, please show mercy. Yang Ichirei knows he was wrong. Yang, whose voice echoed from within the valley. Yang, whose voice was hurried, tinged with distress. He emerged from the mountain valley, accompanied by 10 men. These men, though of varying ages, were all covered in a bluish-green liquid. Upon appearing, Yang Ichirei looked at Wang Lin, who stood 10 paces away, a complex expression in his eyes. He sighed softly, bowed respectfully, and said in a submissive tone, Yang Ichirei, did not know you were a high-ranking immortal. I willingly bear all the past consequences alone. Please, high-ranking immortal, for the sake of heaven's benevolent nature, do not destroy the formation. Lest all our clansmen be exposed to the demonic spirits and become their food. Behind Yang Ichirei, the 10 men also looked towards Wang Lin, their faces filled with fear. Wang Lin glanced at the group, raised his right hand, and pointed at the void. Immediately, ripples spread through the air. These ripples, like a piece of cloth, appeared and swirled in the heavens and earth for a moment before slowly dissipating. With the ripples gone, the formation outside the valley recovered slightly. The rate of dissipation of the protective force gradually slowed down, then stopped completely. Yang Ichirei finally breathed a sigh of relief, his gaze towards Wang Lin filled with both complexity and respect. Senior Immortal, it's getting late. I fear the night of the demon spirits has arrived. Please come inside the valley to talk. Yang Ichirei said hastily, then bit his fingertip and sprinkled a drop of blood onto the cliff face on one side of the valley. Immediately, the entire valley seemed to awaken from its slumber, with rumbling sounds emanating from within. At the same time, the two cliffs, like a curtain, began to move, then, as if slashed by a sword, suddenly split in two. A straight passage suddenly appeared from within the valley, stretching past Yang Ichirei and the others to Wang Lin's feet. Please, esteemed immortal, Yang Ichirei said respectfully. Wang Lin said nothing more. He truly had many things he wanted to know about this place. He then stepped inside. The valley was filled with a spring-like atmosphere. It resembled a cultivator's market, with rows of simple rooms, though there were no jade slips or magical artifacts for sale like in a typical cultivator's market. The scenery in the valley was quite elegant, with many trees. The sun was about to set, but the valley remained shaded by lush greenery. Wang Lin glanced around and saw several people hidden within the rooms. Almost every room contained people, mostly women and children. The women's attire was unlike that of the men, half naked, the rest modestly covered. As for the children, some, taking advantage of their mother's absence, secretly peeked out the window. Their eyes, clearly black and white, were full of innocence. Seeing this, Wang Lin's steps faltered. Everything before him was vastly different from what he had imagined. Wang Lin raised his eyebrows. Although he couldn't distinguish between good and evil and acted according to his heart, he couldn't help but feel ashamed. With his mid-stage nascent soul cultivation, he had exhausted his mental energy breaking the formation, only to find a village inside. Except for the person called the Elder Yang Ichirei, everyone else was immortal. Wang Lin's divine consciousness swept across the entire valley. Yang Ichirei and his clansmen, seeing Wang Lin suddenly stop and frown as he surveyed the surroundings, immediately trembled. Some even bit their lips and clenched their fists. They thought this place was their home. For this place, they could give up everything, even their lives. Yang Ichirei stepped forward, standing behind Wang Lin and saying anxiously, Senior Immortal, is there something you need? Wang Lin turned around, his gaze falling on the people behind Yang Ichirei. With his sharp mind, Wang Lin understood their thoughts with just a glance. Wang Lin remained silent for a long time, then bowed slightly to them and said softly, Wang Lin has disturbed you. I will not enter the valley anymore. After saying this, he pondered for a moment, then reached into his storage bag and took out 3 jade bottles, throwing them forward. The 3 jade bottles gently landed on the ground. These 3 jade bottles contain dozens of pills, which can strengthen the body and replenish the essence. This time, Wang Lin has disturbed you. Consider this my apology. Wang Lin sighed inwardly, shook his head, and walked out of the valley. Yang Hu's eyes flashed with an unprecedented light. He waved the jade bottles, took a few steps forward to pick one up, opened it, and took a deep breath. His expression changed drastically, and he immediately put it away in his chest. He turned around and spoke to the tribesmen behind him in another language. These people nodded, some even smiling kindly at Wang Lin and hastily bowing. After Yang Hui finished speaking, the dozen or so people dispersed and returned home. Soon, lively sounds began to emerge. Inside the valley, children ran out to play. The women who had been hiding in their rooms also came out. Almost instantly, the previously silent valley was filled with life. "Senior Immortal, please stop, please stop." Yang Hui stepped forward a few steps, speaking urgently. His expression was extremely sincere. Wang Lin said nothing, continuing his journey, and saw that he was almost outside the valley. He wanted to leave this place and continue flying westward. He wanted to see the mysteries of this place, especially the ancient demon city 3,000 miles away. Wang Lin wanted to see it as soon as possible. As for the question he intended to ask the other party, Wang Lin was no longer interested. The innocent and bright eyes of those children, the fear in the eyes of the woman, these things brought back many memories for Wang Lin. "Senior Immortal, tonight is the night of the demon spirits. If you are outside alone, even with your immense power, you cannot withstand the vast number of demon spirits. It's better to stay here. If you want to leave, you can go tomorrow," Yang Hui said loudly, not daring to get too close. This was the second time Wang Lin had heard Yang Hui mention the night of the demon spirits. He stopped, turned around, and looked at Yang Hui. "What is the night of the demon spirits?" "Senior Immortal, I will explain this to you in detail later. Would you like to come to my house, sir?" Yang Hui hastily asked. Wang Lin pondered for a moment, then nodded. Yang Hu's house was located in the northern part of the mountain valley. Within a radius of 10 meters, there were no other houses, making it seem unusual. The house was circular, resembling a mushroom on the ground, its exterior predominantly green. The interior wasn't large, containing only a bed and a wooden table. Around it were several broken spirit artifacts and a few decorative items hung on the walls, including an inconspicuous painting. Standing in the room, Wang Lin's gaze fell on the painting, lost in thought. The painting was yellowed, cracked in many places, and the paper wrinkled, clearly indicating its age. The painting depicted a middle-aged man, around 40 years old, dressed in strange clothing, his eyes gazing into the distance as if deep in thought. His right hand rested casually on his chest, forming a peculiar ancient symbol. In another part of the painting, precisely where this man was looking, a phantom image flickered in the black mist in the sky. However, the painting was so old that it was impossible to discern exactly what the phantom image within the black mist was. Yang Hui respectfully stood to the side. His gaze followed Wang Lin's gaze towards the painting, a hint of tenderness appearing in his eyes. "How long has the formation outside the valley existed?" Wang Lin's gaze remained fixed on the painting. He slowly asked in a low voice, "This formation has existed for a very long time, so long that no one remembers anymore. Since I've known about it, I only know that countless years ago, a man named Huang Long, along with his ancestral clan, came to this place and settled here. It is said that this formation has existed for countless years since then." Yang Hui remained silent for a moment before slowly speaking. "Is this the person?" Wang Lin's gaze remained fixed on the painting. "Yes, he is the immortal Huang Long." Yang Hu's eyes revealed intense emotion. Huang Long is truly called Huang Long. Wang Lin's eyes showed a strange expression. After a long while, he sighed softly, his right hand stroking his temples. What exactly happened to this Huang Long? Wang Lin seemed to completely forget Yang Hui beside him, his gaze never leaving the painting. The man in the painting had a dignified appearance, full of immortal aura, with a lingering immortal power. If someone said he was an immortal, they would certainly believe it. Huang Long. Wang Lin's eyes showed a bewildered expression. This kind of look was extremely rare for Wang Lin. Wang Lin's temperament had always been steadfast, but just now, upon entering and seeing this painting on the wall, his primordial spirit was instantly shaken. "Why do you know his name is Huang Long?" Wang Lin pondered for a long time, then slowly asked. Upon hearing this, Yang Hui found it perplexing. After a moment of hesitation, he cautiously asked, "Sir, Do you perhaps know the immortal Huang Long? Wang Lin raised his eyebrows. Yang Ichui hastily replied, "Everything I know is passed down from my ancestors. The name Huang Long is also from them." Wang Lin fell into deep thought. He gazed at the painting, a look of reminiscence appearing in his eyes. His consciousness seemed to traverse the East Sea demon spirits through space and return to his homeland, the Vermilion Bird Star. His consciousness also traveled through hundreds of years, returning to his youth, a boy who left a mountain village, rejected by immortals, and ridiculed by his entire clan. That young man's life unexpectedly changed, and he was able to enter a sect called the Hengyu sect. In the Hengyu sect, there is a person named Huang Long Zhenren, a member of that sect. However, this Huang Long Zhenren only has foundation establishment cultivation, and although their appearances are similar to the person in this painting, they cannot be the same person. Wang Lin pondered for a moment. Their appearances are similar, and their names are also the same. This is truly bizarre. No wonder this place is called the East Sea Demon Spirit. The word demon is quite fitting. Wang Lin's gaze fell on a large patch of black mist in a corner of the painting. The black mist in the painting represents the demon spirit nights. Every time the moon is full, it's the demon spirit nights, and only within the formation can one be safe. Yang Ichui, standing beside him, respectfully said. Wang Lin's gaze froze. This place is the abode of demon spirits, and obviously there are days when they hunt. And that day is the night of the full moon. Yang Ichui looked out at the sky outside the valley. It was already twilight, and the sky was darkening. Tonight is the full moon. At that time, we might see the demon spirits hunting. Yang Ichui withdrew his gaze. Wang Lin's expression remained unchanged. He pondered for a moment, then asked, "You mentioned earlier that the ancient demon city has something I need." Yang Ichui hesitated slightly, then gritted his teeth and said, "Since the senior immortal has asked, I won't elaborate further. This demon spirit territory is vast. It's rumored that there are 9 counties in the world. The place we are in is the Heavenly Demon County. In my entire life, the furthest I've ever traveled is the ancient demon city. That's one of the cities in the Heavenly Demon County. To be precise, it's within the territory of the Heavenly Demon District, but it's still considered a desolate wilderness. After studying in the ancient demon city, I only reached the 1st star level, so I didn't have the right to stay. Therefore, I returned to my tribe in the mountain valley, becoming an elder there, responsible for educating my tribesmen. The Heavenly Demon District has the Demon Emperor Taisu, as well as 8 great demon generals, tens of thousands of demon soldiers, and over 100 fortresses, controlling a vast region. As for what I'm about to say, it's quite a long story. It's known that every 500 years or so, outsiders enter this demon spirit land. Almost everyone here knows this. Each time an outsider enters, it causes bloodshed. These people join different districts, earning positions based on their achievements. The higher their achievements, the higher their status. It's even rumored that among the 8 great demon commanders of the Heavenly Demon District, there's a position previously held by an outsider many years ago. Those outsiders who enter this place seem to undergo miraculous transformations. They frequently clash with each other, often engaging in bloodshed, as if they must kill each other to succeed. I don't know what benefit this ultimately brings them. Senior Immortal, you are also one of those outsiders. Surely you understand better than I do. Yang Ichui respectfully said. Wang Lin frowned. He vaguely understood a little, but not entirely. After a moment of contemplation, he slowly said, "You still haven't answered me what you're referring to." Yang's body stiffened, remaining silent. Wang Lin waited quietly, his gaze still fixed on the painting. After a while, Yang Ichui sighed softly and said, "I dare not hide anything from you, Senior Immortal. Although this place contains what you need, its purpose is too important. I truly cannot give it to you. If you insist on seizing it, everyone in the valley will soon perish." Wang Lin's gaze froze, shifting from the painting to Yang Ichui for the first time. Yang Ichui looked at Wang Lin, their eyes meeting. Gradually, Yang Ichui lowered his head. But then he suddenly looked up at Wang Lin and said, "However, if the esteemed immortal still has the elixirs like the ones you just mentioned, I can offer you what you need." Wang Lin's right hand stroked his storage bag, taking out a jade bottle. A series of white lights flashed, and unexpectedly, no fewer than 10 jade bottles appeared. After circling in the air, these jade bottles returned to the storage bag. Aang's eyes followed the movement of these jade bottles until they disappeared inside the storage bag. Only then did his gaze slowly withdraw. Swallowing hard, he took a deep breath and said, "The elixirs of those from outside are always treasures here. We here simply don't have the materials to refine these kinds of elixirs. Senior Immortal, please follow me. I will lead you to see the item you wish to obtain." Aang Ichue, having made up his mind, respectfully clasped his hands and turned to lead the way. Wang Lin said nothing, following behind, neither fast nor slow, leaving the room. Inside the mountain valley, it was already getting dark, but a bonfire had been lit. In the flickering firelight, the villagers sat around the fire, chatting with each other, all appearing relaxed. Women sat beside their husbands, cradling their children, listening to their husbands' conversations, a satisfied smile on their lips. The mountain valley was filled with a peaceful atmosphere. This atmosphere was full of warmth, permeating everything. The appearance of Wang Lin and Aang Ichue caused the villagers sitting around the bonfire to stop talking, instantly falling silent. That warm feeling seemed to vanish in an instant. The women there anxiously hugged their children, looking at Wang Lin. However, not everyone showed worrying. Some looked at Wang Lin with gratitude in their eyes. Aang Ichue didn't stop, walking past the bonfire and deeper into the valley. Wang Lin followed at a leisurely pace, and as he passed the bonfire, the people around him made way for him. Among them, one woman, while making way, accidentally knocked her child to the ground. Her face turned pale and she wanted to pick up the child, but she noticed Wang Lin had already approached. The child was getting up on his own, completely oblivious to his mother's worried gaze, and curiously looked at Wang Lin. Wang Lin walked past the child. He paused slightly, lowering his head to look at the child. The child was very brave. Seeing this reminded Wang Lin of Dan Yu when he was young. He smiled, patted the child's head with his right hand, and then walked past. Wang Lin left, and the child's mother rushed forward, embracing the baby and quickly retreating, her voice echoing from afar as reprimands could be heard. It wasn't until long after Wang Lin had gone that the warm atmosphere around the campfire gradually returned. Aang Ichue led Wang Lin quickly deeper into the valley. The valley here was shaped like a gourd, with the mouth of the gourd serving as the entrance. Aang Ichue was standing at the bottom of the gourd. There were very few trees here, and an unknown type of grass grew on the ground, feeling very soft underfoot. "Senior Immortal, please take a look." Aang Ichue stopped, pointing forward with his right hand. Wang Lin's divine consciousness swept across, and he immediately froze, his gaze fixed on a cliff in the valley. The cliff face was a deep green, completely out of place with the surrounding cliffs. But this wasn't what stunned Wang Lin. What shocked him was a white, glass-like object in the center of the cliff. The object was hexagonal, firmly embedded in the cliff face. Wang Lin's eyes showed a pensive expression. He had previously swept his divine consciousness across this place, but hadn't paid much attention. Now approaching and carefully observing, he discovered something strange. The white crystal unexpectedly emitted a fluctuation of immortal power. But after closer inspection, a strange thought flashed through Wang Lin's mind. This isn't immortal power. A strange light flickered in Wang Lin's eyes. He took a few steps forward, pointing his right index finger towards the white crystal high above. His primordial spirit extended from his fingertip, sensing the aura emanating from the crystal. After a moment, Wang Lin's expression changed. He withdrew his right hand and became pensive. Aang Ichue, standing beside him, softly said, "Senior Immortal, according to my ancestors, that object is something you outsiders want to obtain. You call it a crystallization of immortal power. But here, we call it a spirit jade. The spirit jade's function is to heal injured clan members, which is why I said earlier that without it, all the clan members would perish. However, this spirit jade is not of high quality, and its healing effect is not very good, far inferior to your elixirs." Wang Lin said nothing, but raised his right hand and grabbed at the air. Immediately, the cliff walls emitted rumbling sounds. The sound was initially faint, but almost instantly grew louder, like thunder, spreading throughout the valley. In addition, these sounds caused the surrounding cliffs to shake violently, trembling like earth dragons coiling. Wang Lin's eyes flashed, and he fiercely grabbed with his right hand. With only a few cracking sounds, the white crystal on the cliff suddenly detached, transforming into a beam of white light that directly fell into Wang Lin's hand. The moment it touched the white crystal, Wang Lin immediately felt an extremely cold aura emanating from within, directly entering his body through his right hand. This white aura didn't travel through the meridians but followed the joints, quickly circulating throughout Wang Lin's body before gathering in his dantian, finally transforming into a grain of rice-sized crystal. Waves of white aura swirled around the crystal, resembling a nebula. This white aura looked like immortal power, but in reality, it was completely different. Immortal power is gentle, but this aura, while gentle, revealed an extremely eerie and demonic quality. After absorbing this demonic power, Wang Lin felt a very noticeable change throughout his body. In his eyes, a cluster of demonic flames flickered, sometimes bright, sometimes dim. The wind was still, but a faint demonic aura emanated from his clothes, enveloping him. Seeing this, Yanghu's gaze wavered, and he sighed. Instinctively, he took a few steps back, muttering, "This person is from outside." This is his first time absorbing the power of the roaring demon, and the demonic energy in his body has transformed. Those words are indeed true. The demonic energy within his body crystallized into a kind of demonic power that could cause an extremely comfortable, intoxicating sensation. Wang Lin narrowed his eyes, and immediately the cluster of demonic flames in his eyes disappeared. The demonic aura around his body also vanished in an instant. He returned to his normal state. This kind of demonic power is similar to immortal power, but full of strangeness. After inhaling this energy, the breath and immortal power can merge. Therefore, cultivation can achieve a certain effect. However, there is too little demonic power here. I can't test it. Wang Lin pondered for a moment, then patted his storage bag. And immediately more than 10 jade bottles flew out. With a flick of his sleeve, they landed at Yanghu's feet. Yanghu trembled, hastily grabbed a jade bottle, opened it, and then placed it against his chest. At this moment, he felt a surge of excitement. "You may leave. I want to sit here. Tomorrow morning, when it's light, I will leave," Wang Lin said calmly. Then, ignoring Yanghu, he sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and carefully examined the crystallized demonic power within his dantian. Yanghu hurriedly bowed, respectfully bowing and retreating. The place suddenly became quiet. Only the distant campfire could be heard, with the faint sounds of laughter and conversation. Wang Lin concentrated his mind, immersing himself in his dantian, carefully sensing the crystallized demonic power. If the demonic power were greater, it might not be able to merge, but it would possess a different kind of power. The demon spirits from the East who had entered this place were killing each other, their main purpose being to seize the crystallized demonic power within each other's bodies. Little did they know that the crystallized power of love had other uses. Otherwise, it wouldn't have led to the bloody storm that Yanghu spoke of over the years. In this respect, we still have some secrets we don't know. Only when we understand them clearly can we decide on our goals. Here, a period of 50 to 500 years isn't exactly long, but it's not short either. If it were just about absorbing demonic power to increase cultivation, it would be simple. So I'll just relax my temper, like I did back then in the cultivation demon sea. A cold glint flashed in Wang Lin's eyes as he licked his lips. Time slowly passed, and soon it was night. The space was pitch black. Inside the valley, there was still some commotion, but the inhabitants had gone to their rooms to rest. Only children and women were asleep. All the men were rummaging around, armed with various weapons, gathered at the entrance to the valley. Yanghu was among them, his gaze fixed on the outside of the valley. From time to time, he glanced back towards the distance, deep within the gourd valley, where Wang Lin was meditating. Hopefully, this formation can control the demon spirits, and the immortal can lend a hand. Yanghu sighed inwardly. The reason he changed his mind and proactively invited the other party into the valley was not only because he couldn't resist, but also because the formation had weakened considerably. He wasn't sure if he could withstand the demon spirits tonight. Therefore, he gritted his teeth and insisted on inviting Wang Lin to stay, revealing many secrets, and finally, without hesitation, exchanged the only crystallized demonic power in the valley for Wang Lin's help. Yanghu did all this with a purpose, hoping that in this moment of danger, Wang Lin would come to his aid. Looking at the valley's inhabitants, he took a deep breath and said in a low voice, "Tonight is the night the demon spirits hunt. I won't say much more. Just survive tonight, and everyone will be safe." Wang Lin sat in the middle, suddenly opening his eyes and looking up at the sky. Above, it was still pitch black, but for him, it was a different kind of transformation. A wisp of purple cloud appeared in the darkness. A discordant energy emerged, demonic power filling the horizon, spreading from afar. This mountain valley wasn't the target, but merely a path it would take. Wang Lin stared at the sky, a look of determination in his eyes. Without further hesitation, his right hand swiftly placed on his forehead. A wisp of his primordial spirit transformed into divine consciousness, rapidly piercing through the formation valley and appearing in the air. Once the primordial spirit transformed into divine consciousness, it didn't stop, but moved as lightly as a cloud yet as swiftly as lightning, heading straight towards the surging demonic energy that was sweeping through like a tide. As they got closer, the demonic energy intensified, its waves as powerful as the demonic force itself, its scope so vast that the horizon was invisible. Wherever the demonic energy enveloped them, life instantly vanished. Even some wild beasts caught in the demonic energy let out mournful cries before turning into skeletons. Wang Lin witnessed all this, frowning. Looking down from above, it was clear that the demonic spirit of the East Sea had formed a swirling purple energy. Centered at a single point, it radiated outwards in a circular pattern, its extent immense, all following the demonic spirit's lead. A wisp of Wang Lin's primordial spirit, acting as his divine consciousness, easily perceived this and quickly retreated. But suddenly, Wang Lin's primordial spirit stopped deep within, then powerfully dispersed, directly shattering the demonic energy. Deep within that swirling mass of energy, aside from the swirling crimson clouds, a figure unexpectedly appeared. This person was clad in black, their face icy cold, their lips slightly curved, their appearance truly terrifying. In their hand, they held a thin black sword. They wielded it, sending swirling purple energy swirling around them. Simultaneously, they were frantically absorbing a large amount of demonic power. The moment Wang Lin's consciousness detected them, the black-clad man slowly raised his head, coldly looking up, a smile playing on his lips, revealing an extreme chill. "Your cultivation is quite impressive. I didn't expect you to discover my location. Initially, I wanted to give you a surprise." The black-clad man pointed his sword into the void, slowly continuing. "You are unlucky to have met me. Even if you hand over your demonic spirit, it will be useless, for you are my prey." Wang Lin's transformed consciousness coldly glanced at the man, and without a word, immediately flew back. The man in black didn't stop him, only a slight smile played on his lips, revealing a hint of contempt. "He's only at the mid-stage of the transformation realm. No matter which sect you belong to, you're doomed today. Once I take his demon essence, I should be qualified to enter the heavenly demon city." A murderous glint appeared in the man in black's eyes. Inside the valley, Wang Lin withdrew his divine consciousness, his eyes flashing with cold light. "He's the first cultivator from the heavenly fortune star I've encountered here with a late-stage transformation realm cultivation level. But killing me won't be easy." Outside the mountain, waves of demonic energy roared like raging storms, directly attacking the valley above. In an instant, the formation opened, bursts of green light flashing continuously, barely resisting the attack of the demonic power. But the waves of demonic energy continued to attack relentlessly. Gradually, the formation above the valley flickered with green light, showing signs of breaking down. Inside the valley, though still silent, a heavy atmosphere hung over everything. At the valley entrance, everyone gripped their weapons tightly, their hands even sweating. They stared intently at the valley entrance, breathing heavily. At this moment, Immortality stood at the forefront. He raised both hands, slowly chanting complex incantations to maintain the formation's operation. This night of the demon spirit's hunt occurred once every 3 months. Immortality had complete faith in the formation. However, although powerful, Wang Lin had depleted more than half of its strength. Today, he had no certainty whether it could withstand the demon spirits. Once the formation was broken, all the inhabitants of the valley would be devoured by the demonic creatures lurking within the demonic energy. At this moment, with each wave of demonic energy's attack, the valley's formation was struggling to withstand it, creaking and groaning. Signs of damage appeared. Just then, a violent crash echoed from outside, clearly indicating a heavy object had struck the formation. Below, the formation flickered, and even more parts shattered above. Inside the valley, the intense, thunderous impact was clearly felt, and many women and children in their rooms immediately awoke. Far outside the valley, the black-clothed man within the demonic energy swept his sword, instantly splattering blood into the air. Suddenly, a strange creature with a single horn on its head, its entire body pitch black, approximately 10 feet tall, materialized from within the demonic energy. Almost immediately upon its appearance, it was cleaved into by the black-clothed man. After severing it, the black-clothed man took a deep breath. Instantly, a surge of demonic energy flew out from within the strange object, directly entering the 7 orifices of the black-clothed man. An extremely comfortable feeling immediately arose within him. After a moment, his eyes suddenly flashed as he stared intently at the distant valley, a wicked smile appearing on his lips. The long sword in his hand swung down, instantly transforming into a streak of lightning, heading straight towards the distant valley. The black-clothed man moved his lower body, his entire being as limp as willow silk, and in a flash, he appeared above the lightning-like flying sword, heading straight towards the valley. Inside the valley, Wang Lin stood up, took a step forward, instantly transforming into a wisp of smoke, directly appearing at the valley entrance, standing beside p28 and the others. His appearance was so subtle that the inhabitants of the surrounding valley immediately changed color, instinctively scattering. Hua's face lit up with joy, and she hurriedly said, "The immortal has come to save our lives." No sooner had he finished speaking than, beyond the mountains, streaks of lightning and flying swords roared towards them, followed by the icy voice of the man in black. "The hunt begins." Wang Lin's expression remained unchanged, but Hua's face changed drastically, revealing an unprecedented look of horror and bitterness. The killing between the two of them, coming from outside, was also meant for me to witness. At this moment, a sword light appeared, the valley's formation trembled, and the top collapsed, revealing a large crack. Wang Lin sneered, patting his storage bag with his right hand. Immediately, the Forbidden's banner appeared in his hand. The Forbidden's banner flew up into the air, transforming into streams of black Forbidden's energy. The cries of anguish quickly pierced through the crack, flying into the formation. The cracks in the formation merged together at an extremely fast speed visible to the naked eye. Not only that, with the Forbidden's banner now fused, the power of this formation increased several times. Then Wang Lin took a step forward, and in an instant, he disappeared, reappearing outside the valley. About 10 meters away, the black-clothed man stood coldly watching, riding on his flying sword. Around the two, purple energy swirled, like wandering spirits. In the center of the demonic energy wave was a transformed demonic spirit beast, radiating immense demonic power, directly attacking the two. Wang Lin waved his right hand in the air, and immediately a demonic spirit beast let out a mournful cry and vanished into thin air. The black-clothed man carefully observed Wang Lin, his arrogant expression instantly softening. After a moment of hesitation, he said, "Which sect do you belong to, W?" Lin pointed his finger, and 3 gray streams of energy continuously swirled around him, emitting a low hissing sound. He coldly stared at the black-clothed man and said, "No need for meaningless words. If you can't win, leave immediately." The black-clothed man sneered, "Very well, Luo, find you somewhat familiar. I was afraid of accidentally killing an acquaintance, so I asked. Otherwise, why would I need to say more? If you want to die, I'll grant your wish." Wang Lin didn't say much, immediately patted his storage bag, and the immortal sword flashed. Wang Lin leapt up and slashed with his sword. Immediately, a beam of sword light descended from the air like lightning. At the same time, the curved saber also rushed out frantically, following closely behind. Just then, a sword light roared towards him. The black-robed man raised his sword to block, simultaneously stepping back a few paces. But the sword light slashed downwards, instantly causing the ground beneath his feet to collapse. In that instant, the flying sword in his hand emitted a cracking sound, and a small crack appeared on its surface. The black-robed man stared intently at the sword in his hand, raising his head, his eyes revealing a cold glint. "You dare to injure my flying sword today, even if you are from the Great Luo Sword Sect, you will die." The black-robed man snarled, his left hand forming a spell. Immediately, a black flame appeared above his palm. "Earth Annihilation Fire, burning to emptiness." The black-robed man softly chanted, his left hand slightly extended forward. The black flame immediately left his hand, soaring into the air, pausing briefly before transforming into a sky-covering inferno hurtling towards Wang Lin. Almost instantly, flames erupted, and a dark light flashed through the air. The black-robed man's expression changed drastically, forcing him to retreat 3 inches. But it was too late. A burst of blood-red light suddenly erupted from his chest. He still couldn't believe his eyes, but he retreated further, quickly swallowing a pill from his storage bag. As the curved saber flashed, the sword immortal sealed off all sides, and a blood-red light still seemed to emanate from the blade. Wang Lin looked at the black-robed man and thought, this person's cultivation is truly profound. The speed of the curved saber is incredibly fast. He realized that if he hadn't prepared and been ambushed by the saber, he would have been struck and likely killed. But the black-robed man before him managed to retreat 3 inches at the crucial moment, thus avoiding the vital point. This alone showed that his spiritual power was far superior to his own, clearly able to vaguely perceive the trajectory of the curved saber. Wang Lin's eyes flashed with murderous intent. This man's cultivation was formidable. He absolutely had to be killed today. If he escaped and recovered his strength, he would discover the magical artifacts and techniques Wang Lin had used to attack him. He would definitely come looking for Wang Lin, and then Wang Lin would be at a disadvantage. Taking advantage of the man's injury, Wang Lin lunged forward, ignoring the black flames. With lightning speed, he raised his left thumb in the air. Fire-repelling finger, the black-clothed man lightly pressed his right hand against his chest, instantly restoring his composure, his face slightly pale as he stared intently at Wang Lin. The sword in his hand trembled, and he shouted, "Sword shatter!" The sword suddenly emitted a series of cracking sounds, then shattered into countless fragments. Suddenly, something exploded in front of him, hurtling towards Wang Lin in an instant. Wang Lin's eyes flashed, but he remained standing still. He saw 2 of the 3 wisps of dust on his right finger suddenly disappear, and with lightning speed, they followed the meridians in his right hand and appeared above his forehead. Suddenly, 2 complex symbols appeared on his forehead, the mark of life. As soon as these symbols appeared, they quickly extended, enveloping Wang Lin's entire body. 1 mark, 2 marks, 2 layers. In an instant, the flames of the broken sword approached, and at the same time, the black flames in the air quickly pursued, engulfing Wang Lin. At this moment, Wang Lin was attacked from the inside by the flames of the broken sword, and surrounded on all sides by black heavenly fire. Especially the heavenly fire, which instantly descended from the sky, transformed into 6 black fire dragons. These 6 dragons, like real creatures, roared and charged forward, their roars like thunder. The first sound that reached Wang Lin's ears immediately shook his primordial spirit. Then they bared their fangs and claws, howling and charging forward, ready to bite and tear. But suddenly, a deafening explosion, earth-shattering and resounding for thousands of miles, was heard clearly even in the air. The sky trembled, and the ground cracked, revealing numerous fissures like a fine spiderweb. At the center of the explosion, countless waves of magical power surged, wildly spreading in all directions. Although the waves of demonic energy were attacking, they were repelled, swept far away, and then slowly subsided and recovered. Not long after, it was as if thousands of horses were galloping from all directions, charging forward to attack. The waves of demonic energy once again recovered as usual, slowly roaring. In an instant, everything was once again shrouded in darkness. The man in black stood within the black mist, his expression not one of joy but rather one of profound contemplation. He took a deep breath, instantly moving more than 10 yards away, his hands rapidly chanting incantations, his eyes fixed intently on the attacking flame dragon. His gaze did not blink. The area where the flame dragon was attacking was now surrounded by demonic spirits, transforming into swirling mists, plunging the place into darkness. However, a figure emerged from the darkness. The figure's clothes rustled in the windless air, and faint cries emanated from his right hand. Seeing the figure slowly emerge, the man in black, standing not far away, grew even more somber. His hands rapidly chanted incantations, his breath heavy, muttering complex spells. Speaking of that shadowy figure again, he took another few dozen steps, his body piercing through the demonic energy wave, instantly causing the energy wave to split in 2. The moment the energy wave split, the shadowy figure took a step forward and vanished without a trace. This is bad. The black-clothed man didn't hesitate, immediately retreating. Just as he managed to retreat, a silver light appeared. In the void, a thumb pointed directly at the spot where the black-clothed man was standing. This happened incredibly fast, beyond imagination. Following closely behind the thumb was the shadowy figure, who looked up towards the distance where the black-clothed man was dodging. "You won't escape now. You're not from the Great Luo's sword sect, but a disciple of Tianzi, the seventh elder of the Z lineage, Wang Lin," the man in black continued. "The forbiddance technique you're using is the Annihilation Finger, which gained fame after the birthday banquet of Tianzi." The man in black was extremely worried. He had heard of Wang Lin's name before, and had even seen his appearance described in the Jade Slip. It must be said that Tianzi's disciples were among the most noteworthy figures on the entire Taiyuan Star, especially Wang Lin, who had once humiliated everyone in a battle. If it weren't for the sudden appearance of the sixth elder of the purple lineage, using his peak-level cultivation to suppress Wang Lin, the title of Taiyuan's Seven Sons would have gone to him and no one else. How could such a character not attract attention? Moreover, this person used an extremely bizarre forbiddance technique, mastering the principle of using weakness to counter strength, thus putting many in a passive position. The man in black sighed inwardly, thinking that if he had known the opponent's identity earlier, he would certainly not have acted so hastily. As a disciple of the Heavenly Fortune Star, although his cultivation level was only at the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm, he absolutely could not be underestimated. This Wang Lin had gone through 11 battles with peak-level cultivators, and although he lost, he still displayed formidable offensive power, especially with his magical artifacts that attracted the attention of many forces. The black-clothed man thought, "Although I can win, killing the opponent will not be easy. In the Heavenly Fortune Star, every disciple has a life-saving magical artifact. Unless they encounter an opponent with a vastly superior cultivation level, it's like having an extra life." The man in black cursed inwardly, thinking that if he had known the situation was so uncertain, he would have fled as soon as possible, wasting time staying here. Wang Lin's eyes flashed. Just now, the broken sword unleashed a beam of cold light that shot straight at him, and the black flames in the air also fell with all their might. He had to use the life seal to create 3 layers of protection to withstand the combined attack of the 2 divine abilities. However, the man in black was, after all, a late-stage nascent soul cultivator at the great perfection level, with powerful cultivation and solidified immortal power, far surpassing Wang Lin's. The 2 divine abilities were certainly not ordinary spells. Therefore, although Wang Lin resisted, one of the 3 life seals had collapsed and dissipated. Wang Lin's life seal was a treasure that protected his life. He had painstakingly obtained only 3 of them. Yet, the black-clothed man had destroyed one, which was extremely regrettable for Wang Lin. Therefore, his face was filled with murderous intent. Now, seeing his opponent retreat in defeat, Wang Lin's eyes flashed with a cold light. He stomped his foot and flew up, continuing the pursuit. He potted his storage bag, and the Kanji Immortal Whip appeared in his hand. Wang Lin pursued with the whip in his hand, suddenly swinging it, and several cries echoed in the void. Immediately, the whip extended like a black serpent, stretching towards the black-clothed man. The space suddenly moved wildly. The black-clothed man's face darkened. He quickly turned around, grabbed the whip with his right hand, and shouted, "You truly lack the ability to distinguish between good and evil. Today, I, Luo, will teach you another lesson on behalf of my master." He instantly grabbed the whip. His 5 fingers clasped together. Immediately, 5 red dots appeared, moving with the movements of his right hand, looking truly bizarre. At this moment, if viewed from afar, the black-clothed man would no longer be visible, only the 5 moving red dots. Then, like lightning, all 5 dots simultaneously and frantically rushed towards Kanji Immortal, seizing the whip in an instant. Lines of light emanated from the black-clothed man's 5 fingers. These lights intertwined continuously, like a 5-star ceiling net. "Forbiddance," the black-clothed man shouted. Wang Lin's lips curled into a cold smile, not worried about the whip at all. Instead, he stomped his foot and instantly teleported towards the black-clothed man. Just as Wang Lin teleported, the black-robed man also advanced to grab the whip. Before he could finish his low growl, a black light shot out from the tip of the whip, swiftly enveloping it. At the same time, the black light spread to the black-robed man's right hand. In an instant, the black-robed man suddenly let out a pained cry, and a sound unexpectedly emanated from his right hand with plumes of white smoke rising from it. The black-robed man immediately let go, his eyes filled with terror. He knew that his blood-colored 5 killings were specifically used to counter Forbidden's techniques, and once used, they were meant to seal the enemy's magical artifacts. He had cultivated for so many years and had never made a mistake using them before. This was the first time. He thought to himself that he couldn't continue fighting, and as he let go, he intended to retreat quickly. But at this moment, the kanji whip suddenly swung up at a complex angle and struck forcefully. Instantly, a clear sound rang out, and the black-robed man retreated, but was still struck by the whip. As the whip came down, the black-robed man's face turned pale, and his eyes emitted a strange glow. A magical artifact specifically designed to injure the primordial spirit. The black-robed man took a deep breath, unable to stop, and continued to charge forward. However, as he retreated, a distortion appeared in the void. Wang Lin teleported, completely catching up to him. The black-robed man's eyes flashed. He snorted coldly and immediately spat out a stream of black energy. The black energy, upon leaving, immediately moved wildly, directly enveloping Wang Lin. Then, the black-robed man's eyes flashed, and without a second's pause, he plunged into the demonic energy wave, quickly disappearing into thin air. As soon as Wang Lin reappeared, he was engulfed by the black mist spewed out by the black-robed man. The black mist contained poison. Wang Lin's divine sense swept through, and he immediately felt the pain. Without hesitation, he pressed his right hand together and chanted a spell, softly exhaling, "Wind." Immediately, a strange wind appeared from nowhere, and dark clouds surged in, shattering the black mist. The gap that appeared instantly closed, but in that instant, Wang Lin transformed into a light cloud and swiftly emerged. After reappearing, he felt a little apprehensive towards the black-clothed man. This man possessed extraordinary magical abilities and clearly had many unused magical treasures. The reason he retreated was because he knew Wang Lin's name, knowing that Wang Lin had once fought a battle with a peak-level cultivator, and although he lost, he possessed countless magical treasures. Although I don't know which sect the man in black belongs to, the fact that he was able to enter this place suggests he's likely from the Heavenly Fortune Star. Therefore, he would know that disciples of Heavenly Fortune Master must possess life-protecting artifacts. This isn't a secret. Deep down, he must have realized my identity. Unable to kill me, he's resorting to a retreat. Wang Lin pondered, his mind filled with many questions. This person cannot be allowed to remain. A cold glint flashed in Wang Lin's eyes as he continued his pursuit. The two, one in front and one behind, frantically traversed the demonic energy waves in the darkness. The deeper they went into the demonic energy waves, the more high-level demonic creatures appeared, capable of transforming into countless forms. However, only the horns on their heads remained unchanged. The varying number of horns indicated a significant disparity in the demonic power. Wang Lin and the black-clothed man were not in the center of the demonic energy waves, but rather on the periphery, so the demonic creatures here were not of very high rank. This was the reason the black-clothed man could survive here, to absorb demonic power. Along their chase, demonic creatures frequently materialized. These creatures were not high level, so they were easily annihilated by the two with a wave of their hands and feet. Each demon spirit that was destroyed absorbed the surge of demonic energy. The black-clothed man, who was running at full speed, suddenly frowned, his body twisting to one side as if boneless, looking truly bizarre. At that moment, a black light flashed right beside him. The black-clothed man snorted softly, restoring his normal posture, and his divine sense swept over to see Wang Lin chasing after him. He really doesn't know what's good for him. Wang Lin is clinging to me like bone marrow, so troublesome. Especially when he uses his curved saber, his speed is too fast. If I hadn't been prepared, I would have been finished. If I weren't certain he had a protective artifact, today I wouldn't care about his identity. I would definitely kill him and devour this demon spirit. The black-clothed man's face darkened, he snorted coldly, and his hands formed a spell. Following that, the demonic energy surrounding him unexpectedly dispersed, as if no longer wanting to approach. The black-robed man's hand emitted swirling black smoke, drifting in all directions. He took a deep breath, pressing his right hand lightly against his chest. As soon as his palm touched his chest, a swirling black smoke immediately surged from his palm into his chest. The black-robed man's face contorted in agony, blood vessels appearing in his eyes. He looked incredibly ferocious, as if enduring extreme pain. The black smoke continued to enter his body. Finally, unable to restrain himself, he tilted his head back and let out a furious roar. The scream shook the earth and sky. At this moment, the surrounding demonic energy was unexpectedly flung back hundreds of meters. From above, the black-robed man appeared to be in a vacuum, surrounded by the demonic energy. The chaotic spiritual energy, as if pierced by the roar of 10,000 horses, was shattered, revealing a vast void about 100 meters wide. At this moment, Wang Lin had caught up, stopping outside the void, his eyes icy cold as he shook his head and looked back. The black-clothed man still stood in the center of the void, looking up at Wang Lin, slowly saying, "You want to die." After saying this, he raised his left hand and pointed at Wang Lin. From his hand emerged a black smoke, like countless tentacles, rapidly swirling. Demon Forbiddance, the fourth heavenly ghost, appear. As he finished speaking, his eyes suddenly contorted in agony. More blood vessels appeared in his eyes, his skin showed prominent veins, and numerous rough bumps appeared, looking truly bizarre. Countless strange forces surged from the black-clothed man's chest, flowing from his right arm into his left. Above his left hand, countless tentacles twitched and rose up, transforming into 10 grotesque black, ghostly figures with incredible speed. As the ghostly figure on his left hand appeared, he immediately tilted his head back and let out a silent, earth-shattering roar. Yet it instantly pushed the surrounding demonic energy back hundreds of meters. Wang Lin retreated, the sound inaudible to his ears, but his spiritual consciousness could still perceive it, hearing a deafening, earth-shattering scream. "Chase," the black-clothed man growled softly. Although it was only one word, it vaguely contained the sound of battle, revealing the immense pain he was enduring. As soon as he finished speaking, the ghostly figure on his left hand moved slightly, flying out with his hand, baring its fangs in a grin. The ghostly figure's eyes were filled with icy cold light, fixed directly on Wang Lin, and it lunged forward at incredible speed. Wang Lin's eyes flashed, and a thought crossed his mind. His immortal sword instantly appeared, folding in half. Just as the ghostly figure was opening its mouth wide, a burst of sword light shot out, and the ghostly figure swallowed the sword whole. As for the curved saber, it also flashed, piercing through the ghostly figure without any effect. Although it was attacking the black-clothed man's true form, countless black threads were now emanating from the opponent's body, densely enveloping him, preventing the curved saber from getting close. The ghostly figure attacked, but Wang Lin's expression remained grim. Without a word, he opened his mouth and spat out a black light. The black light flashed, instantly transforming into a 3-jan-tall banner. Wang Lin held it securely in his hand, his body trembling slightly. Immediately, several main souls, including the remnant soul of the Kilin, appeared behind him, rushing out and howling. The ghostly figure was momentarily stunned, then its eyes widened. Unexpectedly, instead of approaching Wang Lin, it headed straight for the transformation soul. Wang Lin's eyes flashed, his body moved slightly, and he directly embraced the ghostly figure. He placed his right hand on his storage bag, tossing out the beast-taming scroll. He raised his right hand, his index finger pointing at the black-clothed man. The black-clothed man's face darkened. He pointed his left hand at the void where the ghostly figure was, shouting, "Return." The ghostly figure let out a howl, but unwillingly, it forced the black-clothed man to follow closely to control it. He cursed inwardly because Wang Lin's body moved like lightning, instantly closing in. Wang Lin pointed his right hand into the void. Immediately, the immortal power in his body reversed, rapidly transforming and condensing into the tip of his index finger, the demonic transformation finger. The second move in the 3 killing techniques. From his finger, the clouds and wind instantly changed, and countless demonic energies appeared. At this moment, the demonic energy in all directions spread wildly. Without the black-clothed man controlling it, the ghostly figure aimed directly at Wang Lin's released main soul. In its eyes, these soul bodies were all excellent tonics. Once it devoured them all, its demonic power might increase significantly. Demonic transformation finger? The black-clothed man recognized this killing technique at a glance. Previously, Wang Lin had used this technique to fight the 4th Elder of the Purple System, a battle that had earned the admiration of all who witnessed it. The black-robed man's eyes flashed with cold light, his right hand resting on his chest. Otherwise, the ghost shadow technique would be shattered. At this critical moment, he quickly retreated, then opened his mouth and spat out a cloud of black mist. A series of black poisonous winds blew, spreading out as if to hinder Wang Lin. Wang Lin snorted coldly. Two gray symbols above his forehead flashed intensely, instantly extending to cover the rest of his body. The life mark reappeared. In an instant, the symbols covered his entire body. Wang Lin's body moved like lightning, leaping into the poisonous smoke, like a dragon descending into the sea, piercing through the smoke. Wherever Wang Lin went, the poisonous smoke gradually dissipated. The black-robed man continuously retreated, continuing to spew poisonous smoke from his mouth, trying to stop Wang Lin and quickly fly towards the ghost shadow. But he didn't expect the poisonous smoke to have no effect on Wang Lin. He had barely flown away when Wang Lin pierced through a large cloud of poisonous smoke, chasing after the black-clothed man. Wang Lin used his right index finger with extreme agility and sharpness, imbued with immense demonic energy. Demon transformation finger? The black-clothed man's expression changed. He couldn't dodge in time. He immediately raised his left hand, quickly chanting a spell, and pointed his finger, intending to mitigate Wang Lin's attack. The two men's fingers instantly clashed. In reality, it wasn't exactly contact, but only a 3-inch gap. Within those 3 inches, another universe. The demonic energy at Wang Lin's fingertip collided with the black smoke from the black-clothed man's fingertip, suddenly forming a small sphere between their fingertips. The sphere, composed of both demonic energy and poisonous smoke, emitted a rumbling sound like thunder. In addition, a streak of electric light appeared outside the sphere, constantly moving. At this moment, all the radiance in the space seemed to converge on Wang Lin and the black-clothed man. Wang Lin was in the air, his clothes fluttering even without wind, especially his naturally flowing hair. In contrast, the black-clothed man's face was gloomy, his eyes like lightning. He stood on the ground, raising his left hand, his clothes fluttering backward as if blown by a strong wind, making a rustling sound. Even his hair was blown backward. Inside the sphere, a series of roaring sounds erupted, becoming increasingly intense. In Wang Lin's body, immortal power frantically transformed into demonic energy, relentlessly surging into the sphere. The black-clothed man, meanwhile, was inwardly lamenting. At this moment, he had no choice but to channel all his accumulated cultivation power into the ghost immortal Che, sending it into the sphere. Otherwise, once he was suppressed like this, he would immediately be bitten back. You're only at the mid-stage of the transformation realm compared to me, who's at the late stage of the transformation realm, reaching the great perfection. I don't believe your immortal power can surpass mine. Since you want to confront me like this, let's see who lives and who dies in the end. The black-clothed man's face was ferocious as he frantically transmitted a divine thought. You've released the heavenly ghost. It's absorbed your immortal power. Let's see how you deal with me now. Wang Lin's eyes shone like torches as he responded to the divine thought. The black-clothed man snorted coldly, staring intently at Wang Lin. Suddenly, he gritted his teeth and raised his right hand to his chest. In that instant, the heavenly ghost, which had been circling the main soul intending to devour it, immediately let out a roar, turned around, and stared directly at the black-clothed man. The black-clothed man paused for a moment, then immediately raised his right hand to his chest. In an instant, thin black threads appeared, flowing out from his chest and hand, as if being stretched out. In that instant, the heavenly demon roared in anger, its voice filled with resentment. Its form gradually faded away. But just as the heavenly demon was about to completely vanish, its eyes suddenly flashed with a dark light, staring intently at the black-clothed man, then turning to look at Wang Lin. As if making a decision, it immediately emitted bursts of black light from its body. The black-clothed man's expression changed. At this moment, the black light within the heavenly demon enveloped its entire body, yet it did not dissipate. The heavenly demon immediately turned around, directly charging out, piercing through the demonic energy waves, and flying rapidly away. Its main soul suddenly flashed, continuing the pursuit. Everything happened extremely quickly, startling the black-clothed man. But immediately, he roared furiously, his eyes bloodshot, suddenly looking towards Wang Lin and shouting, "It's all your fault. If you hadn't forced me, how could the heavenly demon have escaped?" Wang Lin's eyes were icy cold as he said, "Deserved." The black-robed man's eyes were filled with murderous intent as he ferociously said, "You bastard, you're dead for sure." No longer being absorbed by the heavenly demon, all the demonic immortal power, relying on his sex cultivation techniques, searched wildly through his fingers into the small sphere. "Wang Lin, accept your death," he roared, nearly 90% of the demonic immortal power in his body rushing into the sphere. Immediately, an earth-shattering explosion erupted inside the sphere. At this moment, what condensed between their fingers was no ordinary object, but something resembling the legendary heavenly tribulation immortal thunder. As the black-robed man's demonic immortal power merged with Wang Lin, his immortal power gradually became insufficient. The small sphere slowly moved towards Wang Lin. A ferocious expression appeared on the black-robed man's face. He seemed to envision Wang Lin being struck by the sphere, his entire body collapsing, all his flesh turning into tiny pieces, even his soul ceasing to exist, directly shattered and forever vanishing into thin air, leaving no trace behind. His life was over, he could not be reborn, and all traces were erased. But at this moment, the black-robed man was also stunned, because he didn't see fear in Wang Lin's eyes. Wang Lin looked at him not with coldness, but with a strange, mocking expression. Wang Lin's expression shook the black-robed man to his core. Wang Lin ignored the sphere, glanced around, and lightly breathed, "Divine archery chariot, open." As soon as he finished speaking, not far away, where Wang Lin had previously thrown the beast-taming scroll, a deafening roar erupted. In this roar, an unyielding spirit was clearly heard. Like an ancient statue with an unyielding will to fight to the end, daring to devour even immortals. The black-robed man's expression quickly changed. As soon as the sound ceased, a massive soul beast instantly appeared, roaring furiously. Wang Lin shouted, "Kill this man!" The soul beast shrieked, its eyes filled with cold light, staring intently at Wang Lin. Wang Lin knew this beast was often disobedient, so he had prepared in advance. At this moment, he stood silently, breathing softly. The language used to control it was complex and difficult to understand. It would be hard for outsiders to explain. Wang Lin, as an inheritor, knew the 9-character true mantra from the Immortals' Jade Slip. The 9-character true mantra was the specialized method for controlling this beast. Each time a seal was broken, one had to grasp one of the characters in the mantra. The immortal had refined the treasure. How could he allow it to retaliate? Naturally, he had to prepare thoroughly beforehand. As soon as one character was uttered, this unyielding soul beast suddenly shuddered, a cold light flashing in its eyes as it looked towards the black-clothed man. It let out a roar as if unleashing all its anger on the black-robed man, and charged forward. From the appearance of the spirit beast to its attack on the black-robed man, only an extremely short time had passed. In the air, the spirit beast roared, moving at incredible speed, aiming directly at the black-robed man. The black-robed man's expression changed slightly. At this moment, he was forced to unleash his full demonic immortal power. Dodging was basically impossible. If he dodged, the destructive sphere would immediately retaliate. But now, the spirit beast was aggressively advancing, ready to devour him. Not dodging meant certain death. The black-robed man broke out in a cold sweat. He gritted his teeth, glaring at Wang Lin with resentment, raising his left hand and striking his forehead. His whole body suddenly trembled, and in an instant, his primordial spirit left his body, frantically and recklessly flying away. At this moment, his body was no longer controlled by his primordial spirit. He was like a soulless corpse, falling backward onto the ground. The sphere continued moving towards Wang Lin, pausing briefly, then immediately accelerated to a high speed, hurtling straight towards the body of the black-clothed man. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, deafening sounds echoed wildly through the space. The small sphere stopped on the black-clothed man's body. In an instant, his clothes vanished, his flesh turned to dust, and his bones shattered into nothingness. Almost immediately, except for his soul, he completely disappeared without a trace. The soul beast, having missed its target, roared in frustration, wanting to pursue and attack the black-clothed man's soul, but was restricted by the divine archery chariot, preventing it from going too far. Therefore, it couldn't help but let out a fierce howl. Wang Lin raised his right hand to the void, grasped the divine archery chariot, and moved his body, flying rapidly forward. The soul beast immediately rejoiced, passing through Wang Lin and chasing after him. For the first time, man and beast worked together closely. Wang Lin wielded the divine archery chariot, increasing the soul beast's range of movement. After chasing for a while, seeing that the spirit beast was losing patience, it turned its head towards Wang Lin and let out a low growl. Immediately, its enormous body flashed, heading straight towards Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression seemed to soften slightly, his eyes narrowing. But as he saw the spirit beast approaching, a cold glint flashed in Wang Lin's eyes as he looked at it. If it took another step, he would not hesitate to punish it. The spirit beast paused for a moment, its eyes showing it had abandoned its intentions. Wang Lin's heart stirred slightly, the cold glint in his eyes extinguished, and he looked at the spirit beast, nodding. The spirit beast also turned its head and glanced at Wang Lin. Immediately, it swiftly lunged towards Wang Lin. Wang Lin did not retaliate but moved upwards. The spirit beast followed, stopping right at Wang Lin's feet, lifting him up and continuing to fly away. Wang Lin suppressed the joy in his heart. This was the first time a spirit beast had actively carried him on its back to fly. The immortal who crafted the divine archery chariot had also passed down that it was an extraordinary magical artifact. Although it used extremely flexible incantations and mantras, if it couldn't truly gain the acceptance of the spirit beast, it could only unleash a certain amount of power. Only when officially accepted by the spirit beast could the divine archery chariot unleash its full power. Wang Lin took a deep breath and glanced down at the spirit beast beneath his feet. This beast doesn't recognize me yet. It's just that it wants to quickly devour that primordial spirit, and it's carrying me because it thinks my speed is too slow. However, this is much better than before. The spirit beast's speed was extremely fast, even comparable to the silver dragon star compass Wang Lin used in the starry sky. Like lightning, the spirit beast transformed into a blur, flying away at incredible speed. The black-clothed man's primordial spirit was still rapidly fleeing. Within his dantian was a small, finger-sized crystal, from which a wisp of demonic power slowly diffused. He fled relentlessly, his heart filled with overwhelming hatred for Wang Lin. He swore that after recovering his cultivation, he would definitely find Wang Lin and kill him to avenge himself. As he fled, his expression suddenly changed. Turning around, he saw the spirit beast charging like the king of hell, ready to take his life. The spirit beast was shattering the void, chasing after him. The black-clothed man's face showed panic, and he was about to change direction. But at this moment, the spirit beast suddenly let out a roar. It sounded like an invisible sword piercing through space. The black-clothed man's primordial spirit trembled. At this speed, he was easily going to become a tasty meal for this beast. Greed was evident in its eyes. It knew that if it could devour the black-robed man's primordial spirit, its strength would increase, giving it a chance to escape Wang Lin's control and roam freely in the vast universe. Thinking this, the spirit beast chased after him relentlessly. It exhaled a foul wind, a demonic wind, which instantly froze the black-robed man's primordial spirit. An ordinary nascent soul without a physical body would be completely paralyzed by this wind. But the black-robed man wasn't a nascent soul. He was a primordial spirit and, moreover, a late-stage nascent soul transformation great perfection spirit, on the verge of entering the peak attainment realm. Therefore, this kind of wind couldn't completely freeze the black-robed man's primordial spirit. His expression changed slightly. From an unbelievable angle, he dashed away just as the soul beast was about to devour him. He had used his soul-shattering technique, depleting the essence of his primordial spirit, a process that could never be restored, to escape. At that moment, Wang Lin moved not his body, but the Kunji immortal whip. The whip moved with incredible agility, instantly wrapping around the black-clothed man's primordial spirit, seizing him in his hand and imprisoning him within a soul banner. The soul beast was furious, its face turning purple with rage. It trembled, turning its head towards Wang Lin, ready to devour him. Having just had its delicious prey snatched away, the soul beast was extremely enraged. This anger was no less intense than when it was sealed by the immortal for treasure refinement years ago. Wang Lin sighed inwardly, his eyes turning cold, and he softly exhaled, uttering a single word. As soon as this word was spoken, the soul beast immediately roared in fury, its eyes blazing red. Only then did it glare fiercely at Wang Lin, its massive body returning to the divine archery chariot. In an instant, it was back. The divine archery chariot moved, transforming into the beast-taming zone, automatically descending beneath Wang Lin's feet. Immediately, an extremely powerful suction force erupted from within the beast-taming zone beneath his feet. Wang Lin smiled wryly. The playful nature of the spirit beast was giving him a headache. He immediately sat cross-legged, patting his storage bag with his right hand. Immortal Jade appeared in his hand, resisting the gravitational pull of the beast-taming scroll. This time, the beast-taming scroll absorbed a huge amount of immortal power, far more than before. This showed how furious the spirit beast was. Although absorbing immortal power was a side effect of using the beast-taming scroll's divine ability after being inside it for so long, the spirit beast had some degree of control, albeit limited. At most, it could only slightly increase the absorption of immortal power. After a long while, Wang Lin took a deep breath, and the gravitational pull in the beast-taming scroll slowly disappeared. Of course, the spirit beast could no longer control it, only showing its unwillingness to give up. Withdrawing the beast-taming scroll, Wang Lin smiled wryly. He sighed inwardly and sat down again. His immortal power gradually replenished completely, and only then did he open his eyes wide. This spirit beast is truly... Wang Lin shook his head helplessly. It was already dawn. After a night of continuous struggle, the demonic energy had gradually dissipated. Wang Lin stood up, patted his storage bag with his right hand, and took out the soul banner that imprisoned the black-clothed man's primordial spirit. The primordial spirit immediately flew out, and Wang Lin's right hand moved like lightning, instantly grasping it. At the same time, the immortal power in Wang Lin's body transformed into threads, entering the primordial spirit through his right hand, forming a restriction. If the primordial spirit wanted to self-destruct, the restriction could have a limiting effect. Although his cultivation wasn't enough to seal the opponent when they self-destructed, Wang Lin could foresee it and seal the opponent within the soul banner before they did. I'm not reconciled. If you hadn't used your spirit beast artifact, if you hadn't used those souls to attract the heavenly ghost, you wouldn't be my match today. You would have been killed by me. The black-robed man's primordial spirit immediately roared, its eyes revealing a look of resentment and malice. He knew he was being held captive by Wang Lin, and survival was impossible. The seal within his body also made him realize that self-destruction was likely hopeless. Therefore, he freely released his thoughts. What kind of creature is a demon? Wang Lin asked without further ado. The black-robed man's primordial spirit sneered. You are truly shameless. Initially, you forced me to fight you, and while I was fully exerting my power, you used a magical artifact to control my primordial spirit and force it out of my body. Is this what the Heavenly Fortune sect usually does? Wang Lin raised his eyebrows, touched the primordial spirit, and immediately a look of agony appeared on its face, continuously wailing and weary. Yet, its eyes shone with even more malice. I am Luoyuan, a disciple of the Heavenly Ghost Tao, cultivating the Heavenly Ghost Tao, protected by ghost spirits. If you kill me, once my master, the Ghost True Immortal, finds out, he will surely avenge me. Even Heavenly Fortune Master would have to speak to my master as an equal. Wang Lin, think carefully. The primordial spirit sneered, looking at Wang Lin. Wang Lin coldly glanced at the primordial spirit, his expression showing no fear. Wang Lin's left hand struck Luoyuan's primordial spirit, causing the spirit, now devoid of a physical body, to almost shatter and instantly become very weak. My master will not spare you. A look of intense hatred flashed in Luoyuan's eyes. A cold glint appeared in Wang Lin's eyes. He placed his left hand on the primordial spirit's head and muttered, soul-searching. The soul-searching technique has many limitations, but with Wang Lin's cultivation, he used his immortal power to operate this technique, making it not too difficult. Moreover, the black-robed man's primordial spirit was very weak, so performing this technique wasn't anything to worry about. Immediately, Luoyuan screamed in agony. According to rumors, this soul-searching technique was extremely brutal, one of the most cruel divine abilities. Once this technique was performed, even a person with a physical body would suffer greatly, but if it was directly applied to a nascent soul or primordial spirit, the pain would increase several times over. Luoyuan screamed in agony for a long time, and after about the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, he stopped moving. At this point, his primordial spirit had become almost transparent. Wang Lin raised his left hand and directly pierced through Luoyuan's primordial spirit into his dantian. When he withdrew his hand, he had a crystal in his palm. Wang Lin's face showed a thoughtful expression. He captured Luoyuan's weakened primordial spirit into the soul banner. He thought that Luo Yun's primordial spirit was still useful, to be used to refine a main soul in the venerable soul banner. After placing the soul fragment into his storage bag, Wang Lin subtly moved, transforming into a flash of lightning and flying swiftly away. He followed the direction the main soul was pursuing the heavenly ghost. The interior of the demon spirit realm was a mysterious place. Number Wonder Ayang Ichire had said before that every time an outsider entered, it would stir up bloodshed. The heavenly ghost Dao, as Luo Yun said, is exaggerated but true. However, this matter must be put aside. I shouldn't think about it now. The cultivation methods of the heavenly ghost Dao are quite interesting. On the other hand, there are some forbidden demonic techniques in Luo Yun's memory. I could actually cultivate a few of them. The land of demon spirits is divided into 10 districts, each containing a sealed ancient demon spirit. These ancient demon spirits are naturally formed from the heavens and earth, possessing numerous magical abilities. Once a cultivator merges with one, their cultivation level can increase many times over, granting them powerful divine abilities. According to Luo Yun's memories, each ancient demon spirit is a rare treasure in the mortal world. After merging, there's a certain probability of entering a realm called the Divine Water Realm. The so-called Divine Water Realm is an extremely miraculous state. Once a cultivator enters this realm, their speed of comprehending the heavenly Tao reaches an unbelievable level. That alone would be commonplace. But what's most alluring, what drives all cultivators to a frenzy of desire, is that after entering the Divine Water Realm, to a certain extent, they can independently devise immortal techniques. It is rumored that some of the divine magic left behind in the immortal realm back then was created by certain immortals themselves. After reaching this realm, Wang Lin was flying in the air, his eyes flashing with radiance. He held all of Luo Yun's memories in his hands, gaining further understanding of the demon spirit land, which left a lasting impression on him. In fact, obtaining the ancient demon spirit was extremely difficult. Based on Luo Yun's memories, over the past tens of thousands of years, although it opened once every 1,000 years, in reality, the number of true cultivators who obtained the ancient demon spirit was extremely rare. It is rumored that over the past tens of thousands of years, there have been fewer than 10 true people who obtained the ancient demon spirit. There is only one way to obtain it, through meritorious deeds. Each county only has one ancient demon, which is not controlled by anyone but symbolizes the spirit of each county. This thing evolves once every 100,000 years. Once a demon is fused with another, it takes 1,000,000 years for a new one to be born. There are 9 districts here, each with ancient demons of different ranks. For example, the ancient demon in the Heavenly Demon District is a newly born demon from 1,000,000 years ago, with the lowest rank. Or like the ancient demon in the 9 Absolute District, born earliest, to this day, no cultivator has been able to merge with it. Currently, its power is unimaginable. Only those with glorious achievements are qualified to worship this ancient demon. Only the most powerful demons, who live in constant slaughter, have the chance to become its master. This ancient demon spirit is extremely peculiar. All the original inhabitants of this demon spirit land, no matter how high their achievements in life, can only worship it but cannot merge with it. Only outsiders have the opportunity to merge with it. No one knows the reason why. On the other hand, the key is whether the demonic power can be fused. If the demonic power is insufficient, even with the opportunity, fusion is impossible. Therefore, every 5,000 years, outsiders enter this place, and after enduring a bloody battle, they need to kill their opponent and absorb all of their demonic power. Only by killing the opponent can I eliminate one competitor, Wang Lin said thoughtfully, accelerating rapidly towards the main soul. His figure created a streak, flashing like a shooting star as he flew into the distance, disappearing from sight. In Luo Yun's memory, tens of thousands of years ago, someone from the Heavenly Ghost Dao had entered this place. Although he didn't obtain the demonic artifact, he ultimately fell into a life-or-death situation, barely surviving and eventually finding a way out. After returning to the Heavenly Ghost Dao, he immediately carefully recorded his 4 years there. Therefore, Luo Yun realized that it seemed quite convenient for him. Based on Luo Yun's plan, drawing on the experience of his ancestors, he concluded that if he wanted to quickly establish himself here, he must first gain entry into a certain district. Only then would he be qualified to achieve military merit. More importantly, once he achieved military merit, he had to fight vigorously himself. Afterward, his power would increase, and he would gain a powerful advantage. The nearest district was the Heavenly Demon District. To enter it, he needed to reach 3 sets of demonic power. Here, 3 sets of demonic power is equivalent to the total spiritual power of a Foundation establishment cultivator. Wang Lin's eyes flashed. He flipped his right hand and took out a demonic crystal to examine it. This crystal was the object from Luo Yang's Danshan. He examined it for a while and found that it was equivalent to 2 sets of demonic power. No wonder Luo Yang wanted to kill him. When he absorbed the demonic crystal in the valley, it was indeed 1 set of demonic power, and with this object, it was exactly 3 sets of demonic power. Therefore, it's convenient for me right now, Wang Lin chuckled coldly, moving at incredible speed. His divine consciousness sensed the main soul not far ahead. He transformed into a wisp of smoke and flew rapidly. Suddenly, he shuddered, and from within the wisp of smoke, his figure gradually emerged. His eyes showed a thoughtful expression. No, according to Luo Yan's memory, after merging with the ancient demon spirit, there will be a chance to enter the realm of the divine water. The name sounds familiar. Divine water, bamboo water. Wang Lin's body trembled. He stopped in midair in surprise, standing still, his eyes flashing with a bright, cold light. From afar, Wang Lin's eyes at this moment resembled a halo extending 10,000 feet, unusually bright. Water realm. Could it be the water realm? Wang Lin took a deep breath, the light in his eyes seemingly 3 times brighter. Thinking of the water realm, his heart pounded. Wang Lin had searched everywhere for the supreme realm. While on Vermilion Bird Star, he learned that within the Cultivation Demon Sea, in a plain, there was an underground immortal cave containing many documents related to the Supreme Realm. He obtained very detailed records there. While reviewing them, he couldn't help but see information about the Supreme Realm and 2 other realms, the Tao Realm and the Water Realm. Wang Lin pondered. The Divine Water Realm. The 3 major realms are realms of eternal spiritual power, but the Supreme Realm can transform spiritual power into divine consciousness. The other 2 realms must also be able to transform. Could the Divine Water Realm be a transformation of the Water Realm? If the Supreme Realm symbolizes death, then the Water Realm symbolizes survival. Therefore, if based on divine consciousness, this realm is constantly regenerating. My cultivation follows the principle of life and death, the cycle of heaven and earth. If one could combine the extreme realm and the water realm, taking the extreme realm as death and the water realm as life, could one successfully achieve the great Tao of reincarnation? Thinking this, Wang Lin shook his head and smiled wryly. He told himself he couldn't speculate too fancifully, too unrealistically. He sighed and regained his composure. No matter what, it didn't affect him, so he wouldn't dwell on it any longer. Wang Lin stomped his foot, and with a slight shake, instantly vanished, reappearing thousands of miles away. Far away, there was a plain. As soon as Wang Lin landed, several ghost-like creatures appeared from all directions, howling and rushing towards him, circling around him. Among them was a roaring lion-like creature charging forward. Wang Lin swept his divine consciousness across, his gaze settling on the ground, where a crack lay. It was about 100 feet long, resembling a slash from a flying figure descending from the air. Over the decades, it had been buried. Gradually, only a crack less than 10 jam, approximately 30 meters, remained. Weeds grew densely in clumps on all sides. Without careful observation, it was difficult to detect this crack. Wang Lin opened his mouth and inhaled deeply. The main soul rotating around his body instantly transformed into black smoke, all entering Wang Lin's mouth and merging into the soul banner within his primordial spirit. After absorbing the main soul, Wang Lin descended outside the crack, coldly observing. According to Luo Yan's description, the Heavenly Ghost is a divine artifact unique to the Heavenly Ghost Tao. It originates from nothingness, making it formless. However, the people of the Heavenly Ghost Tao use the blood of pregnant women as a conduit, the passion of young men as a guide, and the primordial spirit of a cultivator to summon it. After 49 years, they can attract a heavenly ghost and then use secret techniques to capture it and make it their life-bound ghost spirit. In the Heavenly Demon Tao, Luo Yan holds a noble status. This time, upon entering, his master personally gave him one of the 9 weakest life force demon spirits for self-defense. Because Luo Yan's cultivation time was too short, this betrayal by the demon spirit occurred. Wang Lin's eyes flashed, and he drew a line in the void with his right hand. Immediately, the dust and gas in the crack roared out. He then waved his right hand downwards, and the roaring gas rushed straight into the deep trench. This dust and gas was like a dragon, frantically coiling and surging into the trench. The heavenly demon had been hiding in here all along. Because of its previous betrayal and the loss of its blood connection, it was extremely weak at this moment. But for the heavenly demon, this weakness was only temporary. Once it endured for 7 days, it could survive without blood. After 49 days, it could completely recover and become invisible. From then on, it could go anywhere in the world. At this moment, it was hiding inside, its eyes suddenly wide open. Its body moved slightly, and it directly appeared, striking towards the cloud of dust. However, when it struck the cloud of dust, the dust immediately dissipated, transforming into many cold rays of light that spread and rushed towards it. The heavenly demon was stunned, turning its head and gradually retreating inward. In an instant, the cloud of dust condensed, concentrating towards the heavenly demon. Almost immediately, the cold light of the dust appeared on the heavenly demon's body. It let out a roar and retreated backward. At this moment, another cloud of dust also rushed forward frantically. In front of the heavenly demon, it quickly collapsed, turning into dust. Following that, clouds of dust continued to condense together, striking towards the heavenly demon. Thus, in a very short time, the entire body of the heavenly demon was covered in dust. Wang Lin, currently outside the ravine, his eyes flashing, waved his right hand in the air and shouted, "Retrieve." As soon as he finished speaking, the roar of the heavenly demon erupted from the ravine. Simultaneously, a black light shot out from the ravine at incredible speed, striking directly at Wang Lin. Wang Lin quickly retreated, but the black light pursued him. Wang Lin snorted coldly, stepping back, his right hand reaching into his storage bag and wielding the Kanji immortal staff. Immediately, a crisp sound rang out, and the heavenly demon cried out, forced to retreat. The Kanji immortal staff is specifically used to strike the primordial spirit. At this moment, the heavenly demon had no physical form, so it was essentially a soul or primordial spirit. The heavenly demon, having suffered a painful blow, became even more ferocious. Ignoring the pain, it furiously attacked Wang Lin, its appearance extremely ferocious, its killing intent terrifying. At this moment, dust clung to him like a string of needles, constantly draining the heavenly demon's strength. But the heavenly demon didn't care anymore, charging straight towards Wang Lin. Wherever it went, the entire surface of the grass turned yellow and dry, looking somewhat eerie. Wang Lin's eyes showed a cold expression, and the Kanji immortal staff in his hand quickly retracted. The heavenly demon tried to retreat half a step, but before it could, it heard several whip blasts aimed directly at it. Immediately, it let out a pained cry, its whole body aching, unable to move further, and turned to flee. Wang Lin knew that this was the heavenly demon's weakest moment. If it escaped now, dealing with it later, when it recovered, would be very troublesome. From Luo Yang's memories, Wang Lin naturally knew that after the heavenly demon's betrayal, it needed 49 days to recuperate. Without the slightest hesitation, he swiftly lashed out the Kanji immortal whip in his hand. Immediately, the whip flew like a soaring dragon, directly striking towards the coiled heavenly demon. The heavenly demon considered the situation carefully. Escaping was hopeless. So it quickly turned around, opening its mouth and spewing out a sea of green flames, engulfing the Kanji immortal whip. This was Ghost Fire, the heavenly demon's life force fire, its most powerful attack. While the heavenly demon already hated Wang Lin, this attack showed its hatred for the Kanji immortal whip was even greater. It seemed the Kanji immortal whip was specifically designed to counter the heavenly demon, and therefore, it would rather die than not destroy it. It had only heard of one such artifact before. However, that artifact had vanished from this world, no longer existing. At this moment, it had decided that it had to destroy that magical artifact, so it pretended to be weak to use its life-bound flame. In an instant, the life-bound flame erupted. Wang Lin's expression changed drastically. He had known all along that the heavenly demon was very powerful, so he had been somewhat hesitant. But considering that it was weakened at this moment, he decided to capture it alive. However, when he saw the blazing flame, his heart trembled. He wasn't really worried about the flame itself, but rather sensed something strange within it. It wasn't burning the body, but specifically the soul. Almost immediately, Wang Lin felt waves of intense heat and pain emanating from within his soul. He didn't have time to retrieve the Kanji Immortal and immediately retreated. But at this moment, from where the Kanji Immortal was enveloped by the heavenly demon's lifebound flame, a series of sounds emanated. A golden light suddenly flashed in space, flashing only once before disappearing into thin air. But that single flash was also the moment Wang Lin saw it. A golden light suddenly flashed, enveloping the heavenly demon's life flame. Unexpectedly, the life flame instantly extinguished, not gradually dying out as usual. It was as if an invisible giant hand had seized it and made it disappear in an instant. As soon as the flame went out, the heavenly demon showed a strange expression, as if it too was surprised and couldn't believe the scene before, then let out a scream and quickly fled. But it was too late. A golden light flashed again, and not only did the flame go out, but even the heavenly demon instantly became transparent. Almost in an instant, the heavenly demon panicked, let out a mournful cry, and its entire body quickly dissipated. Wang Lin moved slightly like a flash of lightning, rushing out into the void to grab the Kanji Immortal whip. The whip immediately vibrated and flew back into Wang Lin's hand. Holding the whip, he breathed a sigh of relief. The golden light above the whip had been truly bizarre. Looking back at the heavenly demon at this moment, if Wang Lin hadn't retracted the whip in time, it would have surely died. Although at this point, it was already surrounded and on the verge of death, its body almost slowly disintegrating. Wang Lin patted his storage bag, and a soul banner appeared in his hand. He immediately wrapped the heavenly demon inside, using the special environment within the soul banner to prevent the heavenly demon from disintegrating. After doing so, Wang Lin carefully examined the Kanji Immortal whip in his hand. After being burned by the heavenly demon's fire, the whip had undergone a slight change. A layer of skin had curled up, and a light touch revealed its extreme hardness. Wang Lin found it strange. When burned by fire, the whip resembled a snake shedding its skin, but at this moment, the shedding wasn't complete. In an instant, Wang Lin retracted the immortal whip. He looked into the distance, determined his direction, and then transformed into a flash of lightning, disappearing from the spot. 3 days later, Wang Lin looked into the distance and saw a valley. A formation flickered with cold light, slowly drifting across the valley. A powerful pressure gradually emanated from it. Wang Lin found this pressure very familiar. It came from the Forbidden Banner. Before leaving, Wang Lin had used the Forbidden Banner in conjunction with the formation to keep the valley safe from the attack of the demonic energy waves. Swift as lightning, he arrived outside the valley, taking a single step and quickly entering. He had broken the formation in this valley once before, and furthermore, he had fused with the Forbidden Banner, making his movements within the formation incredibly easy. In an instant, he appeared inside the valley. A glance revealed the inhabitants gathered in the center, listening to Ayang Hua speak. Upon seeing Wang Lin, Ayang Hua's face immediately showed a mixture of joy and fear. He hurriedly pushed through the crowd, bowing respectfully from a distance towards Wang Lin, saying, "Welcome back, esteemed immortal." He greeted them with utmost respect. He had previously witnessed Wang Lin and the other man leaving together. But now that Wang Lin had returned, it proved that the other man had been killed. Ayang Hua thought, it seemed that the moment the two left was also the moment the other man was killed. The depths of the valley are Forbidden's territory. Do not trespass. Wang Lin left this message, took a step, and vanished from everyone's sight, reappearing deep within the valley. Ayang Hua's face lit up with joy. He took a deep breath and thought to himself, if there were a high-ranking immortal guarding this place, then the future would surely be safe. Not only that, but expanding his territory would also be easy. Thinking this, Ayang Hua's eyes lit up with excitement. He spun around, facing the inhabitants of the valley, and loudly declared, "The depths of the valley are strictly forbidden for anyone to enter. Remember to strictly instruct your children not to violate the clan's rules." Most nodded in agreement, but a few people at the top showed signs of disapproval. One young man muttered, "Why can't we go in there? That's the coolest spot in this valley." Ayang Hua glared, shouting, "This is the clan's rule. From today onwards, anyone who enters and disobeys me will be expelled from the valley, their fate at stake." As soon as he finished speaking, all the dissenters immediately fell silent, no one daring to speak further. Feeling he had said too much, Ayang Hua cleared his throat and continued, "This valley is too small. Perhaps it's time for a change. Your families need more children. We should expand." Upon hearing this, everyone showed signs of exasperation. One of them stepped forward a few steps and loudly declared, "The elder wants to declare war." Eyeing Hui nodded aggressively. Wang Lin sat cross-legged deep in the valley. He had other plans for the time being. In this land of demon spirits, to gain a foothold, one must have strength. Besides that, one must also have achievements. He had to go to ancient demon city anyway. But before going, he needed to prepare a few things. In ancient demon city, it was very difficult to create his own piece of heaven and earth. Moreover, according to Luo Yun's memories, within the mansion, on the left side of the city, there were many powerful experts, all residents of the land of demon spirits. Their cultivation mainly relied on demon power, and their divine techniques were the same. Although Wang Lin had never met anyone who truly used demon power and divine techniques, Luo Yun had. Luo Yun's ancestors had interacted with them for a long time. If it were before absorbing Luo Yun's soul, Wang Lin would have gone to ancient demon city without hesitation. But now he had changed his mind. Compared to heading straight to ancient demon city right now, it's better to stay in this valley, educate the local inhabitants, and make them obey my commands. I will impart divine techniques and magical abilities to them, so that in a few years, I will have a force of my own. A thoughtful expression appeared in Wang Lin's eyes, followed by a resolute determination. Great things don't concern themselves with trivial matters. I will teach them the soul banner technique. This technique is relatively easy to master, and it's well suited to killing. The more I kill, the more souls I'll gather, and my strength will increase accordingly. This will also give me a chance to restore the soul banner. Once restored, I will have nothing to fear, not even a peak-level cultivator. Among the foreign cultivators, I will definitely be in the top 10. Only then will I have a chance to obtain the ancient demon spirit. Thinking of this, Wang Lin took a deep breath, pulled out 2 jade slips from his storage bag, and scanned them with his divine consciousness. Immediately, a mantra was recorded on them. Within the soul refining sect, there are 3 main techniques: soul refining, soul extraction, and spirit locking. Among them, spirit locking is a technique cultivated by the orthodox generations. In fact, this spirit locking technique was originally prepared for the 10 billion soul banner, the method used to control this soul banner. Soul refining and soul extraction, on the other hand, are the foundation of the soul refining sect. Besides these 2 methods, refining a soul banner is the top choice for newly admitted disciples. Only by successfully refining a soul banner can one officially become a disciple of the soul refining sect. Soul refining involves refining existing souls, extracting their essence, and also involves absorbing the souls of living people. Wang Lin only left the initial incantations of the soul refining and soul extraction techniques in the jade slip. Afterward, he pondered and recorded the method for crafting soul banners in the same jade slip. This method contained a fatal flaw known only to Wang Lin. Through this flaw, he could even bypass the opponent's refining process and directly control their soul banner as his own. After crafting the jade slip, Wang Lin swept his divine consciousness across the entire valley, seeing through it completely. Every place was visible to him, nothing could be hidden. He meticulously examined everything. Unexpectedly, everyone here was full of energy, far stronger than he was in his younger days. He felt a sense of awe, but also a little joy. Although there was no spiritual power here, there were demon spirits present. Perhaps these people could use their demonic power to cultivate the soul banner wood, and might even succeed. Thinking this, Wang Lin used his divine consciousness to locate Hui, who was planning to attack another valley and claim it as his territory. After transmitting a message to Hui, Wang Lin withdrew his divine consciousness. Before long, Hui appeared, his face respectful, hurrying from a distance. He had been deep in thought when suddenly Wang Lin's voice rang in his ears. He was startled and rushed forward. Wang Lin then threw 2 jade slips towards Hui. Hui was stunned, carefully watching the jade slips whiz by, his face immediately showing excitement as he said, "Senior Immortal, is this a demon slip?" "It's not much different from a demon slip." Wang Lin pondered for a moment, remembering that in Luo Yun's memory, when speaking of ancestral records, there was indeed a term demon slip in this land of demon spirits. Concentrate your mind, place the jade slip against your forehead, and imagine examining it in your mind. If your mind is steadfast, you will naturally see through it. If not, you can try again a few times, After saying this, Wang Lin closed his eyes. Ayang Hui took a deep breath, sat cross-legged on the ground, held the jade slip, placed it against his forehead, and concentrated on imagining. After a while, his face contorted in pain. No matter how much he imagined, he still couldn't feel anything. Although Wang Lin said he closed his eyes, he was constantly observing Ayang Hui. Ayang Hui was originally an elder of this valley, but because he had studied in the ancient demon city when he was young and was discovered to possess spiritual energy, he was not allowed to stay there and had to return to this valley. Naturally, his status had risen significantly. Wang Lin clearly saw that within Ayang Hui's body, there was a thread-like breath interwoven, slowly moving. It's just that the old man's meridians are blocked in many places, causing the speed of his breath to move slowly and thus limiting its range of movement. Even so, this breath could accelerate through the formation in the mountain valley, allowing him to control the formation and, relying on its power, conjure up a physical body. After a long time, Ayang Hui had to give up. He sighed inwardly, his face bitter, shaking his head without speaking. Wang Lin opened his eyes, a starlight appearing in them. He raised his right hand, and his left hand's two fingers came together. Immediately, Ayang Hui lost control of himself and was lifted into the air, screaming in terror. Suddenly, a cloud enveloped his abdomen. Ayang Hui immediately cried out in pain, his stomach cramping intensely, sweat pouring down his forehead as he fell to the ground. Despite the pain, he gritted his teeth and endured. Ayang Hui knew that if Wang Lin wanted to harm him, he wouldn't need to be so elaborate. He was doing this, most likely to help him. He thought that throughout his life, he had only been confined to the mountain valley, incapable of accomplishing anything great. But at this moment, he was extremely excited and agitated. Because his intuition told him that today was the day he would break through, and he couldn't let his lifelong dream remain just a dream. Wang Lin pointed his two fingers at Ayang Hui's abdomen, slowly moving them forward. With each half-inch movement, Ayang Hui's pain doubled. Sweat poured down his forehead like rain, soaking his entire body. At this moment, he trembled violently, his face pale and bloodless. Wang Lin's expression remained unchanged. After raising his right hand 3 inches, he glanced at Ayang Hui and calmly said, "Endure." Having said that, he raised it another 3 inches. There, he suddenly lifted it, and in an instant, pointed it at the top of Ayang Hui's forehead. A mournful scream echoed throughout the entire valley. Ayang Hui blinked once, then fell to the ground, motionless. Wang Lin still didn't look at Ayang Hui, but continued to sit cross-legged. Inside the valley, the inhabitants heard Ayang Hui's agonizing cries, but no one dared venture deeper. The clan's rules were as ruthless as a sword. No one dared disobey. Several hours later, Ayang Hui slowly opened his eyes. He stared wide-eyed, utterly bewildered. Everything was still normal. The flowers were still flowers, the plants were still plants, even the surrounding walls were still intact. Only in his eyes, everything was completely different now. Nothing was the same as before. Ayang Hui understood that he had been resurrected, and his heart was filled with immense gratitude, tears streaming down his face. He didn't need to test himself to know that he had reached the 2-star level. He immediately knelt before Wang Lin, bowing his head in gratitude. "Thank you, Immortal." Though brief, his words contained boundless admiration, comparable to the overwhelming excitement and emotional turmoil he felt. "Try looking to see inside the jade slip." Wang Lin nodded. Ayang Hui took the jade slip, placed it on his forehead, and concentrated his mind. Immediately, the incantation in the jade slip was imprinted in his memory. Ayang Hui's body trembled. He took a deep breath to suppress his inner excitement and said in a low voice, "I see it." Unconsciously, he had changed his form of address. Wang Lin nodded slightly. Actually, before, it was just to help Ayang Hui forcibly open a meridian. But this method was somewhat cruel and would leave many after effects later. However, this was also a shortcut to improve his cultivation. This incantation is called soul refining. Pay close attention to my explanation. After you learn it, teach it to the inhabitants of the valley later, Wang Lin said slowly to Ayang Hui. Ayang Hui was truly deeply agitated today, perhaps even more so than before. The improvement in his cultivation had already made him overjoyed. Thinking of the incantation in the jade slip, his heart pounded wildly. he still felt a vague disbelief, unable to believe it was true. After all, in this land of demon spirits, all cultivation techniques were extremely precious. Even the commoners in this valley could never obtain them in their lifetime. Senior Immortal, do you mean you want to impart the cultivation technique to me? Eyeing Hui took a deep breath, unable to believe it, and asked. Wang Lin's expression remained unchanged as he nodded and said, not only you, but all the inhabitants here will be taught. Eyeing Hui was startled, bowed respectfully, and asked in a low voice, Eyeing Hui will never forget the Senior Immortal's kindness. These words came from the bottom of his heart, sincerely and wholeheartedly. It's important to know that in this land of demon spirits, cultivation techniques are something only a select few, absolutely extraordinary individuals possess. For someone like Eyeing Hui, no matter how determined he was in his life, he wouldn't have the opportunity to possess such a technique, let alone all the inhabitants of the valley. Wang Lin then pointed out some important details about the soul refining technique. Eyeing Hui, like a child starting school, listened attentively, memorizing everything, and felt extremely grateful to Wang Lin. After Wang Lin finished speaking, Eyeing Hui clasped his hands in a respectful bow like a disciple, bowed, and withdrew. Seeing Eyeing demeanor, Wang Lin was momentarily stunned, but immediately composed himself. He was teaching the technique to the old man, so it was only right that he bowed like that. Time passed slowly, and 3 months went by in the blink of an eye. Eyeing Hui was extremely diligent, wholeheartedly focusing on cultivating the soul refining technique. He suppressed any thoughts of attacking other clans, concentrating solely on researching this technique. His innate talent was quite good, and moreover, this divine ability of the soul refining sect was easy to master at the beginning, but difficult to cultivate to a profound level. After 3 months of cultivation, Eyeing Hui also achieved some success. Not only him, but all the men in the clan were taught by Wang Lin, and all achieved considerable results. During those 3 months, Wang Lin spent all day studying the demon essence. Under his research, the 2 demon essences merged into one. Inside the demon essence was boundless demonic power, while outside, many faint tentacles appeared, floating eerily. 3 armored demon essence. Wang Lin's eyes flashed, and he quickly swallowed the demon essence. When the demon essence entered his body, it immediately appeared in his dantian, and waves of demonic power spread along it. Accordingly, all of Wang Lin's meridians began to move. After circulating once, Wang Lin's breath immediately changed. At this moment, the carefree feeling of an immortal was gone. Conversely, his entire body was filled with demonic energy, bizarre and unpredictable. Everything had changed, even his face took on a demonic appearance, especially his eyes, which instilled fear in those who saw them. These were demonic eyes reaching the extreme, with pupils like vertically slit eggs, causing anyone who saw them to tremble to the core. Wang Lin gently raised his right hand and clenched it, his brows furrowed. My entire body is filled with demonic power, but unfortunately, this amount is insufficient. The entire circulation only reaches the foundation establishment stage. As soon as he finished thinking, the demonic power in his meridians immediately retracted, returning entirely to the demonic essence, not a single bit remaining. With the demonic power withdrawn, the immortal power in his meridians flowed normally again. Wang Lin's entire aura instantly vanished from demonic, returning to a transcendent, otherworldly state, untouched by worldly dust. This transformation of demonic power also has its advantages. A glint flashed in Wang Lin's eyes. During his 3 months here, he went out 3 times, each time to explain the soul techniques to everyone cultivating in the valley. Everyone in the valley knew that Wang Lin had given them the opportunity to cultivate soul techniques. Previously, they had misunderstood and feared him, but now that was no longer the case. Instead, they were grateful and respectful towards him. Almost every time Wang Lin went out, everyone greeted him with respectful bows. Everyone's soul technique cultivation was at an average level, except for Eyeing Hui, who progressed extremely rapidly. There was one person who caught Wang Lin's attention, the young man Wang Lin had been observing earlier, and from whom he had discovered this valley. This young man cultivated soul techniques with remarkable ease. In 3 months, he had already reached the 3rd stage, the stage of preparing to create his own soul banner. Wang Lin had also entrusted Eyeing Hui with the method of crafting the soul banner. However, In this demon spirit realm, materials were extremely scarce, making the crafting of the soul banner somewhat difficult. Because of this, Wang Lin spent time carefully calculating, using the unique tree species of the area, and condensing the hides of wild beasts with demonic power, combined with some hand seals, finally managing to barely imitate the effect of a soul banner. However, this substitute for the soul banner could only seal no more than 10 souls. 10 was the limit. But if quantity was used to exchange for quality, simultaneously deploying 10 soul banners, although not as powerful as a 100 soul banner, would still achieve half its power. This substitute for the soul banner also had a fatal flaw. This flaw was known only to Wang Lin. After all, Wang Lin was currently the only one on the entire heavenly fortune star who possessed the divine abilities of the soul refining sect lineage. After inscribing this new method of soul refining onto the jade slip, Wang Lin's divine consciousness swept over it, summoning Yang Ichue and the young man named 13. 13 was the person Wang Lin had been secretly observing before. This person seemed to have a natural aptitude for soul refining techniques. His cultivation speed was so fast that even the heaven hiding technique, if it had a spirit in heaven, would be moved. 13 stood quietly before Wang Lin, his eyes fixed on this immortal. In recent days, he had felt a deep respect and awe for Wang Lin. The more he cultivated the soul refining technique, the deeper his awe became. He had cultivated for 3 months, constantly analyzing it in secret, and finally concluded that if this technique were perfected, its power would be unimaginable. 10 soul banner, 100 soul banner, 1,000 soul banner, 10,000 soul banner. 13 thought of this and took a deep breath, a hint of fanaticism in his eyes. Yang Ichue was far more experienced than 13. He respectfully stood before Wang Lin, showing reverence. In fact, at this moment, since Wang Lin began teaching the soul refining technique to everyone in the valley, the authority had shifted from Yang Ichue to Wang Lin. Almost everyone knew that Wang Lin was the leader here. Senior Immortal, there are 27 men in the valley, all cultivating the soul refining demonic technique. Currently, except for 13, most are in the first stage. 6 people have yet to complete it. Wang Lin sat cross-legged, nodding slightly. Although the soul refining technique is said to be simple to learn, not everyone can master it. The fact that more than half of the 27 people here have reached the first stage would certainly cause a sensation on the Vermilion Bird Star. Wang Lin glanced at 13, who was standing next to Yang Ichue. This person's cultivation speed pleased Wang Lin quite a bit. Noticing Wang Lin's gaze, 13 straightened his back, the fervor in his eyes intensifying. He looked at Wang Lin and said loudly, "Senior Immortal, 13 has cultivated to the 3rd stage. If I can create the soul banner, I can go out and find the sealed souls." Wang Lin smiled, and with a flick of his hand, a jade slip appeared silently in his hand. He threw it forward, smiling. "The method for creating the soul banner is here." 13 caught it, his face beaming with joy. He took a deep breath and, following Yang Hui's initial instructions, placed the jade slip on his forehead and concentrated on imagining. After a while, his body trembled and his eyes showed excitement. He looked at Wang Lin, suddenly knelt down, and bowed 3 times. Wang Lin shifted his gaze and slowly said, "You may leave now. Focus all your efforts on creating the soul banner." 13 nodded, released the jade slip, and immediately withdrew. Yang Ichue hesitated for a moment, looking at Wang Lin, then at the jade slip on the ground. Without Wang Lin's permission, he didn't dare to pick up the jade slip to examine it. "Take a look. You've already reached the 3rd stage. If you can create a soul banner and use your demonic power to guide it, your strength will increase greatly after sealing the soul," Wang Lin said slowly. Yang Ichue hurriedly picked up the jade slip and examined it. After a while, he took a deep breath and respectfully said, "This junior also wishes to go find the materials to create a soul banner." After saying that, he pondered for a moment, then added, "Senior Immortal, I plan to wait until 13 finishes creating the soul banner before mobilizing the people in the valley to attack a tribe. In a vast area thousands of miles away, that tribe has about a few dozen people." Wang Lin's expression remained unchanged as he said, "As you wish." Yang Ichue nodded and quickly withdrew. News of the attack, scheduled for a month later, spread throughout the valley. For the valley's inhabitants, this was a major battle. The enemy's numbers clearly outnumbered theirs, but with their soul refining technique, their hopes of victory were high. During this month, the young man of the valley focused on cultivating their soul refining technique. 13 went out once, gathered enough materials, and began crafting a soul banner. His aptitude for soul refining technique once again proved useful. After 3 failures, he finally succeeded in crafting a soul banner. This first soul banner caused a sensation in the valley. 13 was surrounded by people. The 7-foot-long soul banner in his hands immediately became the center of attention. 13 was extremely excited by these gazes. Eyeing H.U.A. stroked his beard, a smile appearing on his face. He had actually finished crafting the soul banner a few days before 13. But he didn't show off like 13, instead giving the opportunity to 13. Eyeing H.U.A. was an old fox. He naturally understood that the immortal Wang Lin seemed to value 13 a little too much. Moreover, he was no longer young, and his vast future no longer belonged to him. Given the current situation, it seemed it would belong to 13. Little 13, this soul banner will only be effective when you can refine and seal the soul within. When are you going to refine the soul? Someone in the crowd asked loudly. The others all agreed. 13 snorted softly, saying, "Who says I don't have a soul seal? Look at this." As he spoke, he made a hand gesture, and immediately a surge of demonic power from all directions suddenly condensed, transforming into a flash of green light on his fingertip. He pointed at the soul banner from a distance, and the banner immediately trembled. At the same time, a stream of black energy, moving at an extremely fast speed, instantly flew out from the soul banner, transforming into a long-winged lion in midair. This beast immediately raised its head and roared, its power astonishing. Eyeing whose eyes widened, his face changing color. 13 showed a smug expression, pointing his right hand at the void and shouting, "Attack!" The lion's eyes flashed with fierce light, its body flashed, and it flew towards a cliff, crashing into the rock. With a loud bang, a crack appeared on the cliff. Looking at the lion's soul, it was completely unharmed. A series of astonished cries rang out from the surrounding people. Their envious gazes made 13 slightly smug. He had accidentally seen this winged lion when he entered the forest. At that time, it was severely injured, its life force almost gone. 13 gritted his teeth and risked using the soul refining technique, and after many trials, he unexpectedly succeeded in refining the soul and sealing it. 13 took a deep breath, waved his right hand, and shouted, "Retrieve." As he spoke, he swung the soul banner in his hand. But at that moment, the lion's spirit suddenly turned its head, its eyes revealing a fierce look, staring intently at 13. It roared and, quick as lightning, lunged forward, not towards the soul banner, but towards 13. Its eyes were filled with intense killing intent. 13's expression changed, and he shouted, holding the soul banner, "Retrieve." The lion's spirit ignored him, roaring and charging forward. Everyone around gasped in shock and scattered. Eyeing H.U.A. gritted his teeth, stepped forward, and pulled a small, 3-inch-long banner from his chest. He flicked it, and the banner flashed with a green light. A small bird, like a sparrow, suddenly appeared, chirped loudly, and flew straight towards the lion's soul. The lion's soul, charging forward, suddenly turned its head and struck the sparrow, letting out a roar. The roar seemed to have a penetrating force, surprisingly slowing the sparrow's charge. Taking advantage of this slight slowdown, the lion's soul transformed into a flash of lightning, instantly reaching 13, opening its huge, blood-red mouth, roaring as if to devour him. 13's face turned pale. He wanted to retreat, but at this moment, his entire body felt as if it were imprisoned by an invisible force, unable to move even a millimeter. He could only watch helplessly as the blood-red mouth slowly grew larger, obscuring the entire world. Just then, a cold snort, like a clap of thunder, echoed from deep within the valley. "You wicked beast, how dare you!" Along with the cold snort, a voice like frost reached him. To 13, it sounded like heavenly music. He cried out in fear, "Senior Immortal, save me!" But that same voice, to the lion's spirit, was like a bolt of lightning. With a loud bang, its body suddenly trembled violently, unexpectedly beginning to disintegrate. The reason it didn't disintegrate wasn't because it possessed the ability to do so, but because Wang Lin didn't want it to. Not daring to charge forward again, the lion's spirit, without hesitation, let out a groan, its eyes filled with terror, and turned to flee. At this moment, a figure emerged from the depths of the valley. Wang Lin stepped out, traversing hundreds of meters and appearing in midair. The lion's spirit trembled violently. It could sense the immense power before it, a force it couldn't resist. Facing this person, it had not the slightest intention of resisting. An overwhelming feeling of fear filled its heart, spreading throughout its entire body. The lion's spirit whimpered, no longer daring to flee, but lying prostrate in midair, displaying submission, its eyes filled with intense fear. This scene terrified everyone in the valley. Even Ayang Ichue was wide-eyed and open-mouthed. Deep within him, he was filled with an indescribable awe for Wang Lin. This awe would persist for hundreds of years. 13's eyes, however, were filled with fanaticism. He looked at Wang Lin, his heart overflowing with reverence. If these two were like this, what about others? In fact, the fundamental reason for the lion spirit's fear of Wang Lin was that Wang Lin had left loopholes in the cultivation technique and soul banner. He had modified the soul refining technique, causing the soul beasts of those who practiced the soul refining technique to be completely controlled and suppressed by Wang Lin. Wang Lin's gaze was icy cold, and he pointed his right hand at the void. The snarling lion trembled all over, then transformed into a black streak and flew into the soul banner in 13's hand, disappearing completely. This beast can be the master soul for your 10 soul banners. However, you must remember, soul refining technique cannot rely on tricks. Although you sealed it, it can bite back at any time. This is a lesson for you. After saying this, Wang Lin walked deeper into the valley. 13's face flushed with shame as he gazed thoughtfully at the soul banner in his hand. Time flew by, and another month passed in the blink of an eye. The 10 men in the valley, taking advantage of the pitch-black night where they couldn't see their own hands, hastily left the valley, heavily armed. Ayang Ichue and 13 led the charge, taking their clansmen directly to the large underground cave. Wang Lin did not follow, not even extending his divine consciousness. This was considered a test for them. If they failed, it would only prove that they were unsuitable, and Wang Lin would leave, seeking a different path to development in ancient Demon City. 5 days later, Wang Lin was sitting deep in the mountain valley. He slowly opened his eyes and looked into the distance. Soon, a commotion could be heard from afar. A long procession, like a spirit chariot, slowly approached from the small path into the valley. This long procession was made up of terrified foreign people. These people, both men and women, were all middle-aged. Their hands were tightly bound with ropes, in groups of 70, each carrying 2 large wooden barrels. Their hands were tied to these barrels as they slowly walked forward. Ayang Ichue led the way, his clothes stained with blood, his face haggard but full of excitement. The procession was long with people from the mountain valley walking around, immediately scolding any outsiders who lagged. 13 walked at the rear. His demeanor was completely different from before. Now his expression seemed much calmer, a look of great determination on his face. Several people followed him, but they all kept their distance, their eyes filled with awe. In this battle, 13 had been the vanguard, working alongside Ayang Ichue to successfully break through the enemy's formation, directly charging inside, clearing a path through enemy lines. The enemy couldn't cope. 13 had first devoured the enemy's elder, summoned by his lion spirit. He then immediately used his soul refining technique in front of the outsiders to refine the elder's soul, sealing it within his soul banner. At the same time, Ayang Ichue was equally swift, employing the soul refining technique to refine and seal the souls of the recently deceased opponents. This scene dealt a devastating blow to all the outsiders. This long procession quickly arrived outside the valley. After leading all the outsiders into the valley, women came out of the houses to receive wooden barrels. Inside the barrels was a bluish-green liquid with bubbles rising to the surface, emitting an unpleasant odor. The outsiders were forced to sit down and drink a few sips of this liquid. After drinking, their eyes became hazy, and after a short while, they were led away by the people in the valley, who whispered something in their ears. Wang Lin's divine sense observed this scene and found nothing strange. According to Luo Yun's memories, his ancestors had clearly described this place of demon spirits. The isolated tribes here, when wanting to recruit new members, had only one method, giving them a cup of demon spirit soup. The effect of this love potion is to make people forget everything. Then someone will whisper a new name and love story from the tribe into their ear. Once they have fully absorbed it and regained consciousness, they will become a new member of the tribe. Wang Lin found this love potion nothing miraculous, far inferior to divine abilities like hypnotic techniques. If a cultivator drank this luck potion, it would have almost no effect. Yang Hui first ran to Wang Lin. When he was still quite far away, he stopped and respectfully said, Junior Yang Hui requests an audience with the esteemed immortal. After receiving Wang Lin's permission, Yang Hui immediately became excited and respectfully went deeper into the mountain valley. From a distance, he saw Wang Lin sitting cross-legged. He walked forward, took out an object from his chest, and respectfully said, Elder Immortal, this is a demon spirit that Junior found in the other tribe. Specially offered to the esteemed immortal. Wang Lin's eyes flashed, and with a wave of his right hand, the object in Yang Hui's hand immediately flew up and landed in his. He carefully examined it, finding nothing extraordinary, just a rough-looking black stone. Wang Lin touched it with his right hand. Immediately, cracking sounds rang out, and the black stone shattered, sending dust flying, revealing a thumb-sized demon spirit inside. A second-grade demon spirit, Wang Lin held the demon spirit, examined it several times, and then swallowed it. Yang Hui watched intently, then bowed his head respectfully, his face still showing reverence. After being swallowed, the demon spirit immediately merged with the demon spirit in Wang Lin's dantian, becoming a fifth-grade demon spirit. Wang Lin looked at Yang Hui, patted his storage bag with his right hand, took out a jade slip, scanned it with his divine consciousness, and then threw it to Yang Hui, calmly saying, You already have the first part of the soul refining technique. If you perform meritorious deeds and offer up demons, I will grant you the incantations for the later parts. This time, offer a block of demons, and I will give you the incantations for the fourth stage. Cultivate it well and do not pass it on to anyone else, otherwise I will take it all back. Yang Hui suppressed his joy, and after receiving the jade slip, he immediately bowed and withdrew. After the other party left, Wang Lin's eyes flashed, and he muttered, At this rate, it's pretty good. The tribe in the valley is gradually becoming stronger, gradually conquering all sides, and I will have more demons. Moreover, the more people in the valley there are, the more people will cultivate the soul refining technique. And the day I can restore the billion venerable soul banner will be closer. Wang Lin is currently in the process of scattering his soul and nurturing his spirit. All the souls and spirits are sealed by those who cultivate the soul refining technique. As long as Wang Lin wants them, a thought will make them all his. One day, when the time is ripe, Wang Lin will collect the souls. At that time, the billion-strong soul banner will once again see the light of day. The number of tribesmen in the valley increased several times in an instant. The number of men exceeded 50. The women from other tribes were divided up, and among them, several dozen beautiful women were offered to Wang Lin by Yang Hui, who was eager to gain merit. Unfortunately, this time his efforts were in vain. Only 8 tribesmen began cultivating the soul refining technique. Afterward, a wave of cultivation swept through the valley. Except for those who were required to go out hunting, the majority of tribesmen devoted themselves entirely to cultivation. Even some women secretly practiced. Yang Hui had initially opposed women cultivating, but after being reprimanded by Wang Lin, he immediately changed his mind and strongly encouraged women to cultivate. Therefore, except for children, both men and women in the valley were frantically cultivating. The introductory level of soul refining technique was simple, and after witnessing the power of 13 and Yang Hui, the people here immediately took them as their role models. Time quietly passed, and in the blink of an eye, another half year had gone by. During this half year, the people in the valley frequently went out. Each time, it was either alone or in a team. Their purpose was to find materials for crafting soul banners or to kill wild beasts and refine their souls. During this half year, besides 13, 4 other people also reached the third stage and needed to craft soul banners. Wang Lin's rules were already known to the people in the valley. Only by performing meritorious deeds could they obtain the next incantation. And there were only 3 ways to perform meritorious deeds. 1. Offering demon spirits. 2. Finding information about people from outside. 3. Relying on one's own abilities to refine 10 complete soul banners, at least 4 of which had a main soul. Those who meet one of these 3 requirements will be granted the 4th stage incantation by Wang Lin. The 5th stage has even stricter requirements. Currently, only Yang Hui has met the requirements and obtained the 4th stage incantation. Even 13 has only refined 7 soul banners, the most difficult of which is the main soul. With his current strength, he only has 2 main souls. The second main soul is the elder of the tribe in the underground cave from 6 months ago. Therefore, attacking other tribes in this southern half of the land has been intensified. Only by attacking other tribes can they obtain demon spirits, main souls, and more souls. It must be said that Ianghua's words from back then have come true. Every 500 times, outsiders arrive in this demon spirit land, bringing endless bloodshed and chaos. Inside the mountain valley, the peaceful life had completely transformed into an aggressive one, as they slaughtered other tribes in pursuit of stronger techniques. Their morale soared. 6 months later, another conquest began. This time, the tribesmen, regardless of gender, had almost all left except for a few who had to stay behind with their young children. Instead of gathering to attack one place, they split into 3 groups, simultaneously attacking 3 other tribes. Only this way could they satisfy their needs. Without gathering to attack one place, they couldn't distinguish between the demons and the main souls. In this land of demons and spirits, no one noticed the powerful force growing within. No one paid attention to this tribe in the wilderness. Even outsiders, unlike Wang Lin, had not chosen to stay in the tribe. They had all traveled to various districts, attaining different statuses, and for the sake of military achievements and ancient demons, they had engaged in battles that lasted for centuries. For this attack, the people in the valley were extremely well prepared. There were 3 teams in total: Ianghua's team, 13's team, and several third-generation clan members in another. Half a month later, except for 13's team, the other 2 teams returned victorious. Although there were casualties, the battle results were extremely fruitful. However, the fact that 13's team hadn't returned hung like a dark cloud over everyone's hearts. Only Wang Lin's expression remained unchanged. 3 more days passed, and early that morning, a black mist quickly drifted across the horizon outside the valley. Upon closer inspection, the black mist was actually a winged lion. Although the lion showed no wounds, it was extremely listless, its body sometimes dissolving into black mist, sometimes reforming. Clearly, it was so weak that it could vanish at any moment. On its back lay a motionless figure covered in bloodstains. A thread of red silk moved within its body, like some kind of parasite, appearing very eerie. The lion's main soul surged straight towards the valley. Before it even got close, several people emerged from the valley, releasing their souls and spirits, which merged into the lion's main soul. In a brief moment, the lion's main soul trembled. Almost everyone recognized that this lion was the main soul of 13, and the person lying on its back was him. The lion's main soul let out a mournful cry upon entering the valley, transforming into numerous black dots, threatening to shatter at any moment. As soon as he finished speaking, the main soul transformed into a black dot that instantly flashed with dazzling light. The black dots could be seen rapidly condensing with the naked eye, restoring themselves to their original state in an instant. The surrounding clansmen respectfully parted, creating a path. Wang Lin walked forward with his hands clasped behind his back. The lion main soul, upon seeing Wang Lin, immediately let out a choked cry as if extremely wronged. Wang Lin pointed his finger into the air, and the lion main soul let out a roar, transforming into a black beam of light that flew straight to Wang Lin's finger. Finally, it disappeared, transforming into a black line mark that appeared on the inside of his finger. Everyone around was already accustomed to Wang Lin's control over souls. They were all calm and respectfully bowed their heads. Wang Lin walked towards 13 and stopped, lowering his head to glance at him, a grim expression on his face. He saw a flexible red thread running back and forth within 13's body. 13's face was pale, bloodless, and he was breathless. Wang Lin sat down and lightly touched 13's chest with his right hand. Immediately, a piercing scream erupted from within. At the same time, a red thread shot out from where Wang Lin's finger touched, flying straight towards Wang Lin like lightning. A cold light flashed in Wang Lin's eyes, and an invisible force emerged from his body. The rapidly flying red thread was repelled as if it had struck iron, emitting a loud boom. In an instant, Wang Lin's 2 fingers flicked up, grasping the thread. He pulled, and with a series of sharp cries, the thread was pulled out of 13's body. The thread, about a meter long, immediately writhed and twisted like a snake after being pulled out. After a moment, it swiftly attacked Wang Lin, but was blocked. The coldness in Wang Lin's eyes intensified. He lightly stroked it, and the immortal power in his body surged out, attacking the thread. A series of sounds rang out, and 3 seconds later, with a loud bang, the thread turned to dust and vanished. After the thread disappeared, 13's complexion gradually turned rosy. Although he hadn't fully awakened, his life was no longer in danger. However, Wang Lin's expression grew even more somber. He could tell at a glance that 13 was crippled. He had cultivated soul refining techniques, and his demonic power had reached the 3-star standard. This time, it was all gone. But that would have been better. His entire body's meridians had been shattered. Moreover, the soul banner on his body was also gone, obviously stolen. The opponent acted so viciously, yet didn't kill 13. Instead, they pursued the lion's main soul, clearly indicating another purpose. A glint flashed in Wang Lin's eyes, his right two fingers transforming into sword fingers, suddenly pointing at 13's forehead. At the same time, the demonic energy within his body trembled, a surge of demonic power flowing from his body through his meridians to Wang Lin's fingertips and into 13's forehead. 13's body trembled, then he opened his eyes. Upon seeing Wang Lin, he tried to stand up and pay his respects, but found himself unable to move, the pain surging like a tide. "Master!" 13 struggled to speak, his body and mind overwhelmed by the shock. Silently gazing at Wang Lin, he couldn't help but utter the words. Wang Lin's eyes flickered, but he said nothing. On the way back, we encountered a large tribe. Although we went around them, we were still attacked. Among them was an old man in white robes. He seized my soul banner and implanted a demonic creature into my body. He told me to send a message back that if I wanted to retrieve the soul banner, I should find him. Wang Lin nodded slightly, raising the fingers of his right hand. After making a few gestures, 13's body trembled slightly, then he fell unconscious again. "Take him to rest," Wang Lin said, stepping on the void, his entire body transforming into a thin wisp of smoke and disappearing. The surrounding tribesmen immediately obeyed, carrying 13 back to his room, leaving someone to care for him. Wang Lin left the valley, his figure like lightning, flying rapidly into the distance. His expression was grim, a cold light flashing in his eyes. 13 had led his men to attack the enemy tribe. Even if they failed, Wang Lin would not intervene. In this world, it is a life-or-death struggle. Wang Lin cultivated the Tao of life and death reincarnation, so he understood this very well. But the situation now was different. 13 was returning with prisoners when he encountered that tribe and was attacked. Moreover, the enemy didn't kill 13, but instead placed a demonic creature inside his body. If that were all, it would be fine. At most, they would have taught him a lesson. But the enemy stole the soul banner and left a message. If you want it back, go find him directly. This was a different meaning altogether. It was clearly a provocation, or in other words, a declaration of war. 13 was the living declaration of war for the enemy. If the enemy issued a declaration of war, then Wang Lin wanted to see what kind of people were in this tribe that dared to challenge him with such a thing. Wang Lin pondered silently. He decided that if the opponent's cultivation was far superior to his own, then at most he would ignore it, return to find a way to cure 13, and avoid this tribe. However, this possibility was unlikely. Wang Lin only glanced at 13 and knew the cultivation level of the spellcaster. At most, it was equivalent to a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator. Thinking of this, he increased his speed, like a shooting star streaking across the sky. The Heavenly Water Tribe was located on a plain in the northwest of the Demon Spirit Land. The area was vast and desolate, not a good place to live. However, there was an ancient formation within it. This formation was very powerful, spreading over a radius of 10 miles. Anything within this area was protected. Even if the demon spirits descended at night, safety could be absolutely guaranteed within the formation. In the Demon Spirit Land, the key to a tribe's survival was whether or not they could find a formation to protect themselves. Such formations are relatively common, but there aren't many that can cover a radius of 10 miles. The larger the coverage area, the stronger the formation, and most importantly, it represents the greater the space for development for the tribe living there. For example, in a valley, the area is only so large. Once a certain number of people are gone, it cannot accept new entrants. The formation in this plain covers 10 miles, so naturally, there are more people living there. At this moment, in the Tiashui tribe, Two old men are sitting in a simple room. One old man is wearing a gray robe, the other a white robe. They sit opposite each other, with a purple tea set between them. The old man in the white robe holds a teacup, takes a small sip, and says, "Of all the teas brought here from outside, only this tea suits the elders' taste best." The old man in the gray robe also picks up a teacup and takes a sip, saying, "When will you return?" The old man in the white robe thinks for a moment and says, "Tomorrow." "I can't leave ancient Demon City for too long. This time I'm returning to visit relatives, staying for a month. If I don't return, it will be difficult to report my work to the left-wing general." The old man in gray nodded and said, "You injured their disciple and took away that strange flag. If you leave, what will we do when the enemy comes looking for you?" A glint of light flashed in the eyes of the old man in white. He said, "What's there to worry about? We'll use a formation to kill them." The old man in gray raised his eyebrows and said in a low voice, "Those people aren't simple either. Almost every one of them has demonic power reaching the first star. Moreover, they possess divine abilities, especially the leader. The small flag in his hand unexpectedly can unleash demonic souls to attack. Originally, they didn't want to provoke us, but you took notice of that flag and killed them to steal it. Furthermore, you let the leader leave, indirectly issuing a challenge to lure the person behind him out. But your actions are somewhat unwise." The old man in white laughed heartily and said, "I am an attendant under the left-wing general in ancient Demon City. How dare these barbarians overstep their boundaries? Moreover, I think the person behind him doesn't have very high power. If he truly had the ability, how could he be hiding here like a snail? If he did, he would have come to ancient Demon City to seek a position. I brought him here to extract the method of using the flag from him. If he comes, so be it. If he doesn't, tomorrow morning I will follow that guy's tracks and go to that tribe to steal it back." Chapter 537. So the incantation in his head is fake? The old man in gray asked. "Not fake, but incomplete. There must be more." The old man in white's eyes flashed, and he said ominously, "This old man often bullied the weak, having come from his tribe to ancient Demon City to gain a position, so he didn't think highly of his own people." Just moments later, as he was about to speak, the ground suddenly shook. A deafening rumble echoed within a 10-mile radius. The old man in white robe's face darkened, and he stepped out of the room. He looked up at the sky. A figure in white robes was hovering, his clothes fluttering in the wind, his long hair flowing, giving off an eerie aura. It was none other than Wang Lin, who had arrived in a fit of rage. At this moment, a cold light flashed in Wang Lin's eyes. Immortal power surged within his body. He lightly stomped his foot, producing a thunderous roar that reverberated through the heavens and earth. The ground beneath him, within a 10-mile radius, instantly collapsed into a deep pit. At this moment, terrified screams erupted. However, as the ground collapsed, a wave of blue ripples immediately swirled around the 10-mile radius. Almost instantly, the collapsed areas restored themselves to their normal state. Not only that, the blue ripples emitted a powerful resistance, directly targeting Wang Lin. Wang Lin snorted coldly, raising his right thumb and pressing it downwards. The power of the annihilation finger instantly surged to its maximum. This single strike immediately filled the surroundings with an aura of annihilation. The surrounding space instantly became gloomy, threatening to shatter. His thumb struck the ripples in the void. But under Wang Lin's finger, those ripples immediately bent and dodged to the sides of his finger. This scene resembled a branch appearing on the Yangtze and Yellow rivers, like water flowing through a tree. Wang Lin's eyes flashed, and he shouted, "Break." As soon as the words left his mouth, the black light on Wang Lin's finger flickered. Immediately, the ripples in front collapsed, then continued to extend. Finally, all the ripples completely disappeared. Wang Lin hovered in midair, his cold gaze fixed downwards. The clansmen in the rooms within a 10-mile radius were terrified, looking up at him. Wang Lin wasn't one to kill indiscriminately. Among those present, only two caught his attention. Both were old men, one in gray robes and the other in white. This incident struck fear into the heart of the old man in gray. He knew he had provoked someone he couldn't afford to offend. The counterforce of the formation was neutralized with just a single finger from that person. This level of cultivation was undoubtedly formidable. As for the old man in white, he was utterly terrified, his eyes fixed on Wang Lin in disbelief. How could such a powerful person appear in this wilderness? This person's cultivation is equivalent to an elder in the general's mansion. I'm afraid I'm no match for him. Wang Lin's eyes were icy cold as he slowly said, "Who issued the challenge to me? Come out." His voice, initially calm, gradually grew like thunder, reverberating for 10 miles. The old man in gray robes instantly turned pale, staggering back a few steps, a trickle of fresh blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with terror. The old man in white robes, barely able to stand, his expression a mixture of anger and uncertainty, gritted his teeth and shouted, "Where are you from?" "I am the deputy commander of the left-wing general's mansion in ancient Demon City." Wang Lin's icy gaze rested on the old man in white robes, and he said grimly, "It must be you. I sense the aura of my flag on you. You will surely die." The old man in white robes trembled, gritted his teeth, and shouted, "That's right. It was I who took those small flags. If you truly have the ability, then break through the formation and enter." Wang Lin coldly glanced at the old man, calmly saying, "Do you think this formation can stop me?" Wang Lin reached into his storage bag with his right hand, and the heaven-opening axe suddenly appeared in the sky. As the giant axe appeared, thunder rumbled across the heavens and earth, and silent lightning balls slowly rotated around it. The white-robed old man's pupils narrowed, and even the gray-robed old man beside him trembled, exclaiming, "An outsider has arrived." Wang Lin's expression was icy cold. Holding the heaven-opening axe in one hand, he swiftly slashed downwards like lightning. A massive axe-shaped energy beam, about 10 meters long, carrying lightning balls like divine power, directly descended from the sky onto the formation. A deafening boom echoed throughout the valley, clearly audible to everyone inside and outside. After that slash, Wang Lin didn't stop. He transformed into an ancient demon god, wielding his battle axe, flying above the formation and slashing down again. The old man in white turned pale. He was filled with regret. He never imagined that his momentary greed would lead to such a powerful expert. Moreover, this person was from outside. It's important to know that every outsider possesses extraordinary abilities and is not easily offended. Within a 10-mile radius, the ground emitted tenacious light, resisting the onslaught of the battle axe. Each time the giant axe struck, a flash of green light would appear, neutralizing its power. It even absorbed some of the damage, transforming it into the formation's defense. This created an endless cycle. This formation was far more powerful than the one in the valley. After a few seconds of shock, the old man in white breathed a sigh of relief, his expression gradually returning to normal. He looked up at Wang Lin, who was continuously swinging his giant axe in the sky, and sneered, "How can you just break this formation as you wish?" The old man in gray beside him also breathed a sigh of relief. He understood the power of this formation best. After observing it for so long, he knew it was definitely unbreakable. Wang Lin's expression remained icy cold from the beginning, and the formation's power exceeded his expectations. He immediately retreated, his eyes flashing as he looked at the formation. Breaking it by force is probably impossible in a short time. And even using a forbidden technique to break it would require a long period of study. Seemingly sensing Wang Lin's hesitation, the old man in white laughed heartily, a smug expression on his face. "Although you have great skill, this formation is not something you can break. I advise you to leave immediately. Don't stand here making a fool of yourself." Wang Lin's cold gaze swept over the man, a contemptuous smirk playing on his lips. He said in a low voice, "Really?" Then he suddenly threw the battle axe in his hand downwards. This time, the target wasn't the formation itself, but the 10-mile radius surrounding it. The battle axe flashed like lightning, crashing down into the area bordering the formation. A deafening boom resounded. Because the axe struck outside the formation's protective range, it felt like slicing through tofu, easily leaving a deep trench in the ground. Wang Lin raised his right hand and pointed at the ground, drawing a circle. At this moment, a rumbling sound echoed from deep within the earth. The battle axe, controlled remotely by Wang Lin, furiously struck deep within the ground. In almost a few blinks of an eye, a large circle formed around the formation. The old man in white was stunned, clearly not knowing what the other party intended to do. A cold light flashed in Wang Lin's eyes. He took a deep breath, his right hand grabbed something, and he softly shouted, "Up." The single word, like a clap of thunder, burst from Wang Lin's mouth. Immediately, the heavens and earth seemed to be enveloped by an invisible force, and the ground outside the formation's coverage area trembled violently. Up for me! Wang Lin shouted again. His right hand, veins bulging, suddenly swung forward. Chapter 538 Waves of gray gas surged up, instantly engulfing the surroundings in dust. After the dust settled, the 10-mile radius was completely separated from the ground, hovering at an altitude of over 10 jung, approximately 30 meters. Dust continuously fell from it. On the ground, a 10-mile-wide depression suddenly appeared. Previously, Wang Lin's control over the battle axe clearly dug up 10 miles of land. This allowed him to use his divine magic to forcefully uproot it from the ground. The inhabitants within that 10-mile radius now let out ear-piercing screams of terror. They had never witnessed such a terrifying sight in their lives. It almost shattered their imagination. The old man in the gray robe slumped to the ground, his body almost paralyzed. His face was pale, and the fear in his eyes intensified. He's a madman. Everyone from outside is a madman. He actually dug up a place protected by a formation at this moment. The old man in the white robe also trembled. He couldn't believe the opponent would come up with such a method. The icy coldness in Wang Lin's eyes deepened. He couldn't break this 10-mile formation in a short time, but he could refine it. He raised his right hand as if grasping the 10-mile area, suddenly let out a low growl, and threw it forcefully forward. All they saw was a 10-mile stretch of land floating at an altitude of over 10 jung, approximately 36 meters, as it flew away. Terrified cries rang out again. Wang Lin's figure flashed like lightning, flying forward and appearing directly beneath that piece of land. He raised his right hand, instantly appearing like a giant, lifting the 10-mile stretch of land, moving forward step by step. At this moment, anyone nearby would surely have witnessed a bizarre scene they would never forget. A young man in white robes, holding a 10-mile-wide piece of land in his hands, was flying towards the distance at incredible speed. His speed was so fast that in just a few hours, the valley in the distance was visible. The people in the valley, led by p28, quickly came out to welcome Wang Lin back. They glanced and saw the enormous 10-mile stretch of land that Wang Lin was holding above his head, covered by a formation emitting a blue light. Everyone was instantly wide-eyed and open-mouthed. Outside the valley, Wang Lin waved his right hand forward, and immediately a 10-mile stretch of land rose into the air. Wang Lin turned and sat cross-legged outside the valley, his eyes flashing with cold light. He opened his mouth and spat out the soul banner. As soon as the soul banner appeared, it instantly expanded to 10 meters, and wailing sounds emanated from within. Although the soul banner did not yet contain 1 billion souls, it was still a treasured heirloom of the soul refining sect. Its appearance immediately caused a great shock to all the soul refining cultivators in the valley, and an involuntary feeling of reverence arose in their hearts. Wang Lin held the soul banner in his hand and waved it a few times. The 6 main souls, including the remnant soul of the Kilin within the banner, immediately rushed out, transforming into 6 black streams of light that appeared in all directions around the 10-mile stretch of land. At the same time, Wang Lin spat out a mouthful of primordial spirit essence blood onto the soul banner, causing it to instantly swell up seemingly infinitely, completely enveloping the land in an instant. Refine! A cold glint appeared in Wang Lin's eyes. The 6 souls' eyes shone brightly, and immediately afterward, they spewed out purple flames from their mouths. 6 purple flames fell onto the 10-mile stretch of land belonging to the tribe. In an instant, the area was engulfed in flames. These flames were the life essence of the 6 main soul avatars, and their power was naturally immense. Under the refining flames, crackling sounds of burning fire echoed. Amidst countless terrified screams, after half an incense stick's time, only half of the 10-mile stretch of land remained ablaze. However, a protective blue light formation enveloped the flames, preventing them from completely dissolving. The blue light flickered fiercely, stubbornly resisting the invading flames, resulting in a stalemate. Wang Lin glanced around, then stood up and walked into the valley. Since you've cowered and refused to come out, I'll refine this formation for 7 days and 7 nights until it's completely infused. Then, everything will be in my hands. The blood in the veins of everyone in the valley surged with excitement at the sight outside. Their awe of Wang Lin had reached its peak. At this moment, even the children in the valley regarded Wang Lin as a god. Ignoring the events outside the valley, Wang Lin went inside and ordered Ying Hui to bring 13 to his residence deep within the valley. p28 always obeyed Wang Lin's words. Without a word, he carried 13 deep inside and placed him before Wang Lin. Then he respectfully withdrew. 13's complexion was slightly rosy, but he remained unconscious. Wang Lin frowned. He could easily awaken 13, but even if he did, he would only be a cripple. In this world, the crippled have no way to survive. 13's current state, with his meridians severed, makes it impossible for him to integrate the demonic power of this place. Therefore, Wang Lin's series of divine techniques are not very suitable for him to cultivate. At this moment, it can be said that 13 is incapable of cultivation, unless his meridians regenerate. However, Wang Lin cannot achieve this. Only a heaven-defined elixir can accomplish this. After a moment of contemplation, a glint of light flashed in Wang Lin's eyes. Among the various divine techniques he knew, there were indeed suitable cultivation methods for 13, but this matter was too important, causing him to hesitate slightly. A cultivator uses their meridians as the ocean, with immortal spirits flowing in like 100 rivers, creating a heaven and earth within their body, guiding the internal outwards, and achieving enlightenment through enlightenment. But the ancient god uses his flesh and skin as the heaven, his tendons and bones as the earth, and his spirit as the foundation, devouring the immortal spirits of heaven and earth to achieve the goal of refining his physical body. This so-called refining of the physical body is refining heaven and earth, using a powerful body to shatter all Tao hearts, and using his own spirit to draw the Tao of heaven and earth. Wang Lin pondered. If he were to impart the ancient god's technique to 13, it could completely transform him from a cripple into a powerful being. However, this was not certain. 13's body was not as strong as his own. Whether he could successfully cultivate it was unknown. Moreover, if 13's body failed to cultivate the ancient god's technique, he would undoubtedly die. At that time, he would be destroyed by the frenzied demonic power that infiltrated his body. Furthermore, while the ancient god devours spiritual and immortal energy, it was unknown whether it could also devour demonic power. After a long period of contemplation, Wang Lin shook his head, dismissing the matter. He closed his right hand, dissipating the immortal power within his body. As the 5 armor demonic meridians shifted, demonic energy instantly flooded his entire body. At this moment, his whole body emitted demonic energy. His 2 fingers, like lightning, touched 13's forehead. The demonic energy flowed out, instantly transforming into numerous points of light within 13's body. Wang Lin withdrew his hand, closed his eyes, and sat down. After half an incense stick's time, 13 slowly opened his eyes. He looked at the sky above the valley. After a long while, he knelt before Wang Lin, his face contorted with pain. This pain wasn't superficial, but deep within his heart. At the moment of awakening, he knew perfectly well that there was not a trace of demonic power left in his body. He was now weaker than before he began cultivating the soul-refining technique. Wang Lin remained silent. 13 knelt for a long time, looking at Wang Lin, then bowed 3 times. He struggled to his feet and walked out without looking back. It wasn't until he left that Wang Lin opened his eyes, sighing inwardly. 13's talent was arguably the best among those present, especially his aptitude for cultivating the soul banner. If it weren't for this unexpected turn of events, he would undoubtedly achieve great things in the future. 13 returned to his room. In the valley, he was one of the few, without a wife or children. He was alone in the room. He sat silently. At this moment, there was no trace of the youthful exuberance in him. Perhaps only a kind of ethereal agility of old age remained. After a long while, he sat cross-legged and once again attempted the regular soul-refining breathing technique. But each time, as soon as he began breathing, a searing pain shot through his heart and lungs. This kind of pain was absolutely unbearable for an ordinary person. Yet he endured it, trying again and again, bearing the unimaginable pain. After only a few breaths, his clothes were soaked with sweat. His body was covered in bulging veins from the pain, and a look of despair appeared in his eyes. "I'm not reconciled." He took a deep breath, ignoring the pain, and began breathing again. This time, almost as if he had just absorbed the demonic power, he immediately felt as if his entire body had been struck by a powerful mountain, spitting out a large mouthful of blood and falling to the ground unconscious. Chapter 539. The old man in gray closed his eyes in agony. When he opened his eyes, they flashed brightly as he turned his head to look at the terrified old man in white beside him, and said in a deep voice, "You brought this disaster upon the entire tribe." The old man in white trembled, remaining silent. "We cannot resist those outsiders. If we continue to be stubborn, I fear that when the formation is broken, not only the two of us, but all our tribesmen will be burned to death in an instant. You, as a member of our tribe, how can you bear to watch others die because of you?" The old man in white said bitterly, "What do you mean? You made a mistake, and you must bear the consequences. This is the only way for our tribe to survive, rest assured. If you die, I will definitely find a way to avenge you. Once I escape, I will personally go to the left-wing general's mansion in ancient Demon City to report your matter. I'm sure the left-wing general will be interested in this." The old man in white pondered for a long time, then sighed deeply, looking around. He noticed the fear in the faces of his clansmen. He took a deep breath, his body moved, and he flew towards the formation in the sky. "This challenge is issued by me. Do you dare to fight me? After this battle, regardless of victory or defeat, I will bear all the consequences. Do not implicate innocent people." The old man's voice pierced through the formation, slowly echoing into the valley. Wang Lin, who was meditating cross-legged, opened his eyes, his figure vanishing in an instant. He reappeared in the sky outside the valley. He coldly gazed at the 10-mile stretch of land being refined, where the old man in white was visible. Wang Lin waved his right hand, and the 6 main souls spewing flames immediately retracted their fire. Then they flew to Wang Lin's side, continuously circling. With the invading flames gone, the old man in white gritted his teeth and directly stepped out of the formation. He raised both hands, and 2 eerie beams of light instantly flashed in his palms. He looked at Wang Lin and said, "Attack." "You're not qualified." Wang Lin's right hand grabbed the air, and the old man in white's expression immediately changed. The 2 eerie beams of light in his hands instantly extinguished. At the same time, his body uncontrollably flew towards Wang Lin, and almost instantly, Wang Lin grabbed him by the neck. Seeing the old man in white trying to struggle, Wang Lin's eyes turned cold, and he exerted a little force with his right hand. With a crack, the old man's eyes widened, and he breathed his last. Wang Lin's immortal power surged into the man's body. After circulating it once, it imprisoned his primordial spirit, directly extracting it from his body and throwing it into the soul banner, transforming it into a soul within. Having done this, he threw the old man's corpse behind him. Immediately, a main soul beside him flew out and spewed a flame, burning the corpse to ashes. Wang Lin's right hand grabbed the air, pulling the 10-mile stretch of land in the air down to the ground outside the valley. Loud rumbling sounds echoed, along with a cloud of dust. "Open the formation." Wang Lin's icy gaze fell upon the 10-mile stretch of land that had almost completely vanished. The old man in gray was startled. He couldn't believe that the other party had so easily killed the old man in white. This level of cultivation was several times stronger than he had anticipated. He almost immediately withdrew the thought of sending a message. He dared not provoke such a powerful expert. Whether the formation opened or not didn't matter now, he sighed inwardly, his right hand forming a symbol in the air. The symbol flashed, and the formation covering the 10-mile stretch of land instantly disappeared. "Eyeing Ichue, recruit new clan members." Wang Lin left these words behind and directly entered the valley. Everyone on the land outside the valley was absorbed into the tribe within the valley. As for the old man in gray, he reluctantly accepted the reality without any intention of resisting. More people began cultivating the soul refining technique, and even the old man in gray became interested in it. Considering the large increase in the tribe, and the prisoners captured by Eyeing Ichue and his group during their previous attacks on other tribes, the number of male tribesmen now exceeded 500, which could be considered average among the surrounding tribes. With so many people gathered together, both inside and outside the valley seemed crowded. To address this, Wang Lin personally set up a formation based on this Forbidden's formation, integrating the formation in the valley with the protective formation of the 10-mile stretch of land. This formation's range covers about 20 miles, thus solving the problem of limited space. Every newly formed tribe needs a name. After Eyeing Ichue repeatedly consulted Wang Lin, they named it the Soul Refining Tribe. The center of the Soul Refining Tribe, within a 20-mile radius, is the former valley. At this moment, everyone in the valley has moved out. The valley is considered a forbidden area. Only Wang Lin resides within it, and outsiders are not allowed to enter unless summoned. Furthermore, members of the soul refining tribe guard the entrance to the valley like bodyguards. This valley has become the symbol of the highest power of the soul refining tribe. Wang Lin is revered and feared within the tribe. Wang Lin's rules remain unchanged. There are only 3 methods to obtain the next stage of the cultivation technique. The entire soul refining tribe dedicates maximum time to cultivation. Except for a few patrolling members, almost no one is seen on ordinary days. Everyone was in their rooms, sitting cross-legged and meditating. The soul refining tribe at this time was unlike any other tribe in the demon spirit land. It resembled a newly formed cultivation sect. Wang Lin's life was also immersed in tranquility. He was alone in the valley, and under his divine power, all the houses in the valley disappeared, transforming into a place like a fairyland filled with the chirping of birds. Inside this fairyland, Wang Lin personally built a wooden house. The house was very simple, yet within its simplicity lay the great Tao. If any cultivator saw this wooden house, they would immediately notice that each piece of wood used to build it varied in size, but their weight remained consistent. That house was where Wang Lin lived. He sat cross-legged in the wooden house, quietly meditating. He wasn't absorbing immortal power, but the demon power of this place. Time passed slowly, and in the blink of an eye, winter arrived. Winter in the demon spirit land was no different from the outside world. White snowflakes fell from the sky, blanketing the entire landscape in white. Wang Lin, who had been meditating, opened his eyes and stood up, walking outside. Snowflakes fell from the sky, and he silently watched them fall, completely absorbed in the moment. After a while, Wang Lin looked up at the sky and murmured, 2 years have passed. He had been in the demon spirit land for almost 2 years. After this winter, it would be exactly 2 years. He raised his right hand to catch a falling snowflake. The snowflake landed in his palm, emitting a slight chill. Immediately afterward, the snowflake melted, and at the same time, a tiny wisp of demonic power entered his body from his palm. In the demon spirit land, everything contains demonic power. Wang Lin took a deep breath, sat cross-legged on the ground, and closed his eyes tightly. Snowflakes slowly fell and landed on him. Gradually, more and more snowflakes appeared, and after only a few hours, Wang Lin had transformed into a snowman. He remained motionless, silently absorbing the demonic power within the snowflakes. In these 2 years, the demonic power within his body had increased from 5 stages to 34 stages. The further he progressed, the more difficult it became. 3 stages of demonic power were equivalent to foundation establishment. 10 times that was golden core, and so on, increasing by 10 stages at a time. The fundamental reason Wang Lin condensed demonic power was that it could be fused with and increase immortal power. To reach the late stage of the nascent soul realm, Wang Lin's current immortal jade was barely sufficient, although he had collected some 100 years earlier. As for the immortal jade needed to reach the peak ascension realm, the amount was unimaginably large. Therefore, to increase his cultivation, he had to find another path. One method Wang Lin considered was using demonic power for transformation. This method was something Wang Lin could think of, and of course others would too. Now it was a matter of who could absorb more demonic power. In Wang Lin's eyes, demonic power was a different kind of immortal jade capable of enhancing one's cultivation. Over the course of 2 years, the soul refining tribe saw a remarkable increase in their strength. Due to the demand for the next level of cultivation techniques, more and more tribesmen went out into the valley to train. In addition, almost every month, a team of tribesmen would go out to conquer a small tribe, capturing a large number of prisoners and bringing back a large quantity of demon spirits. Therefore, to expand the formation, Wang Lin spent 3 days researching and finally managed to extend its range by another 20 miles. Thus, the soul refining tribe, with a radius of 40 miles, quickly became one of the most powerful tribes within a radius of 10,000 miles. The increase in the tribe's members led to a greater number of practitioners of soul refining techniques. Wang Lin knew that the souls within the soul banner needed to be nurtured many times before their power could be fully unleashed. He couldn't conveniently teach these people the nurturing method. Therefore, he took out the soul banner and performed a divine ability. The soul banner immediately transformed into a large black mist covering a radius of 40 miles. The appearance of the black mist immediately startled the people of the soul refining tribe, causing them to rush out of their rooms. Some cultivators with some success in cultivation directly controlled the soul banner to surround themselves and fly up, wanting to investigate the contents of the black mist. Releasing your soul into the black mist a few times each day can enhance its power. Wang Lin's voice echoed from within the valley, reverberating for 40 miles. The moment his voice rang out, all the tribesmen within a 40-mile radius knelt on the ground. Their eyes were filled with extreme reverence as they knelt towards Wang Lin in the valley. After the black mist appeared, it lingered throughout the 40-mile radius. Within this black mist, countless human and beast souls roared in droves. The soul refining tribe gradually became accustomed to releasing their souls into the black mist for refinement. This black mist also became a unique symbol of the soul refining tribe. In the soul refining tribe, besides those who cultivated soul refining techniques, there were also some who were fundamentally incapable of cultivation. They could only work as hunters, hunting animals to provide food. 13 was one of those hunters. Since his cultivation was crippled, he had become almost completely mute and deaf. There was no trace of life in him, seemingly only physical form. Every night, he would try countless breathing exercises. Only then could a different expression appear on his face, an expression of pain and resentment. He was resentful because many in his tribe had reached the 4th stage of cultivation, and many possessed more than 10 soul banners. Some even possessed exceptional talent, completely replacing his former position, becoming second only to Immortality in strength within the tribe. All of this constantly pierced his heart like a needle. Because of this, when hunting, he often disregarded his own life, struggling with all his might. Over time, he nearly lost his life many times. If it weren't for the care of his fellow tribesmen, he would have surely died long ago. Among those who looked after him, some knew of 13's former status in the tribe, and seeing him in such a state, they could only sigh inwardly. These days, Wang Lin was in the valley, intently examining a piece of wood in his hand. The wood was black, emitting a faint light. This piece of wood was something a member of the tribe had discovered during an attack on a small tribe. Although they didn't find any demons, they found this piece of wood in a tribal shrine. They brought it back and offered it to Wang Lin. While examining it, Wang Lin suddenly looked up, gazing towards the outside of the valley. After a short while, he heard the voice of Immortality from outside. Junior has something to discuss with the ancestor. The title ancestor was naturally spoken of by everyone. Wang Lin silently accepted it without refusal. Come in. Wang Lin lowered his head, looking at the piece of wood in his hand. Whose figure flashed into the valley from outside. He held a person in his arms, the person covered in blood, their face pale. Immortality quickly went to Wang Lin's side, knelt on the ground, placed the person in his arms down beside him, and whispered, "Ancestor." When 13 was hunting, he encountered a rare demonized beast. After discovering it, I immediately went to help, but I was a step too late. All living beings in the demon spirit land, if the demonic power in their bodies accumulates too much, will undergo demonization. Once demonized, their strength increases exponentially. Wang Lin placed the block of wood in his hand down beside him and looked up at 13. Compared to a year ago, 13 had aged considerably. At this moment, he didn't look like a young man, but rather like an old man. "You may leave," Wang Lin said in a deep voice. Immortality stood up and respectfully withdrew. After leaving the valley, he sighed inwardly, turning back to look at the valley, muttering to himself, "13, good luck." Wang Lin looked at 13, deep in thought. He lightly flicked his right hand in the air. 13's body immediately flew up, hovering before Wang Lin. He placed 2 fingers of his right hand on 13's forehead, and a stream of demonic power instantly flowed into 13's body. Wang Lin's expression froze. A year ago, he had said that 13's meridians were broken and he couldn't absorb demonic power. But now, upon closer examination, he immediately discovered something strange. In 13's body, the meridians were still broken as they were a year ago, and many places even showed signs of withering, yet for some reason, a large amount of demonic power had accumulated. This demonic power wasn't in the veins but existed within his bones, flesh, and blood. If this continued, 13's body would naturally reach a state of effective body refinement. It's just that he didn't understand the art of body cultivation, wasting a lot of demonic power. He also didn't know how to move, So even though he had embarked on the path of body cultivation, he wouldn't go very far before his entire body stiffened and he died. Strange, a year ago there wasn't a single bit of demonic power in his body, but now he's almost reached the 2-star standard. A flash of light flickered in Wang Lin's eyes. From Luo Yang's memories, he knew that in the demon spirit land, 3 stars was 1 cycle, and 3 cycles were equivalent to a foundation establishment cultivator. He raised his right hand and sat down cross-legged. After a long time, a stream of light suddenly burst from his eyes, and his primordial spirit from the heavenly spirit instantly flew out, transforming into a purple light that entered 13's forehead. 13 and Wang Lin were like fireflies compared to the moon. After Wang Lin's primordial spirit entered 13's forehead, he easily learned from his mind everything that had happened over the past year. When Wang Lin saw 13 during this year, he witnessed him enduring unbearable pain every night, pain beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. He endured the arduous process of absorbing demonic power into his body, followed by the excruciating agony of being devoured by thousands of insects as it merged into his flesh and blood. He had persevered through this suffering for over a year without interruption. All of this was because he was unwilling to give up. He had become stronger, and he wanted Wang Lin's gaze upon him again. Wang Lin withdrew his primordial spirit, feeling a little moved. His eyes focused intently on 13, who was hovering in the air, lost in thought. 13's unwavering resolve had earned Wang Lin's favor, but the only way for 13 to recover was through the ancient god's secret. Wang Lin wouldn't easily pass this on to just anyone. After a long period of contemplation, Wang Lin placed his right hand on 13's chest. As the demonic power moved, 13's body trembled, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. Just then, Wang Lin patted his storage bag, took out a pill, and directly threw it into 13's mouth. After helping the pill dissolve, he withdrew his finger, crossed his legs, and sat down. 13's body slowly descended from the air, lying flat on the ground. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, 13's body trembled, and he coughed violently. Finally, he sat up and spat out a large mouthful of black blood. After spitting out the blood, he immediately felt comfortable. Only now did he notice that he was unexpectedly lying inside a valley. 13 was startled and quickly turned around. After seeing Wang Lin right beside him, he immediately became agitated, stood up, and knelt on the ground with extreme respect. 13 greets the ancestor. Wang Lin's expression was calm as he glanced at 13, his eyes flashing, and shouted, "Where did the demonic power in your body come from?" 13's body trembled, his heart filled with immense awe for Wang Lin. He immediately recounted everything that had happened over the past year, his words exactly as Wang Lin had seen in his memory, without any concealment. Wang Lin nodded silently, but his expression remained calm as he slowly said, 13, your meridians are broken into pieces. No matter how much demonic power you absorb, it's useless. Without the meridians to circulate, if this demonic power accumulates in your body, you will surely die. 13's face turned pale, and he gave a bitter smile. He took a deep breath and said, Ancestor, 13 doesn't want to become useless. I know that accumulating demonic power in my body is probably not beneficial, but only by doing so can I feel that I am not useless, that I also possess demonic power. His voice trailed off at the end, and he clenched his fists. Wang Lin looked at 13, and after a moment, he spoke. I have a cultivation technique that can transform your demonic power into your flesh and blood, allowing your body to grow infinitely stronger. Although you won't be able to use divine techniques, your body will become increasingly resilient. It's called body refining technique. Do you want to learn it? 13 trembled, his face beaming with joy. He nodded without hesitation. You shouldn't agree too soon. Cultivating the body refining technique is extremely difficult and very dangerous. If you make a mistake during cultivation, even I can't save you. Moreover, cultivating the body refining technique requires courage to endure suffering. Can you bear it? Ancestor, 13 will certainly not let you down. 13 looked at Wang Lin, his eyes filled with determination. Wang Lin pondered for a moment, then reached into his storage pouch and took out a jade slip, placing it against his forehead. After inscribing the cultivation method on it, he threw it to 13, saying, 13 received the jade slip with both hands, his heart filled with excitement. The joy in his heart was indescribable. He bowed deeply several times before standing up and leaving. Only after 13 had left did Wang Lin sigh. In the end, he didn't impart the ancient god's secret to 13, but instead summarized some of the giant demon tribe's body refining techniques and passed them on to 13. Spring turned to autumn, and in the blink of an eye, 2 years had passed. During these 2 years, the soul refining tribe expanded at a frenzied pace. The tribe's territory, initially 40 miles, continued to expand. After 2 years, it had nearly reached 300 miles, and the male members of the tribe numbered over 5,000. Within a radius of 100,000 miles, excluding two large tribes with over 10,000 people, all other tribes were conquered by the soul refining tribe. In these 2 years, Wang Lin attacked 3 times. These 3 times were because the opposing tribes had powerful experts guarding them. However, the so-called experts in this wilderness were limited in number, and they were completely powerless against Wang Lin. It must be said that Wang Lin's step-by-step conquest plan had achieved great success. He now controlled a force of 5,000 people, all of whom had mastered the soul refining technique. Although their ranks weren't high, their full power unleashed by their souls was immense. If given more time, once they matured, Wang Lin would possess a considerable force. Within this 100,000-mile radius, a three-way power struggle ensued. A stalemate ensued. Originally, Yang Ichirui planned to attack one of the larger tribes, but Wang Lin prevented this. He ordered his tribesmen to cease all external attacks and focus entirely on cultivation. Wang Lin's words carried immense authority over the soul refining tribe. Of particular note was 13. His willpower was truly astonishing. He had achieved great success in learning the giant demon tribe's body refining techniques. His body, forged from blood and flesh, was as hard as iron, and in battle, he was always the first to charge forward, unmatched by anyone. In 4 years, Wang Lin had transformed a small tribe in the valley into a large one with 5,000 people. After instructing everyone to devote themselves to cultivation, Wang Lin had other plans. He was preparing to go out on a trip. Ancient Demon City was his target. 4 years ago, Wang Lin had the opportunity to go to Ancient Demon City, but he didn't because he lacked any power at the time. Going would have been pointless. 4 years later, when Wang Lin went to Ancient Demon City, he no longer worried about his escape route. With the soul refining tribe around, even if he couldn't find peace in Ancient Demon City, he still had a chance to turn things around. For easier communication, Wang Lin spent half a month crafting to sound transmission jade slips. He kept one with him and left the other in the soul refining tribe. If it weren't for the lack of materials, Wang Lin would even want to set up a teleportation array in the soul refining tribe. That way, travel would only take a moment. This time, Wang Lin wasn't alone. He was accompanied by 2 young men around 20 years old, one of whom was 13. The other man was named Tiger Robe. He was originally from a small tribe, had been trained since childhood, and possessed 2-star demon power. Moreover, his intelligence made him a top expert in that small tribe. Yang Ichirui personally captured him. After drinking the soul refining elixir, he became a member of the soul refining tribe. This person possessed great cultivation potential. Because his demonic power reached to stars, after 4 years he almost surpassed everyone else, closely trailing Yang Ichirui. He has now reached the 5th stage of cultivation. He has 93 soul banners, 31 of which are main souls, and his overall strength is equivalent to a core formation cultivator. Wang Lin saw the word genius in him. Although the introductory divine abilities of the soul refining sect are simple, reaching a cultivation level equivalent to core formation in just 4 years was something Wang Lin had never imagined. While all the reasons were related to the 2-star demonic power within this person and the demonic power in the demon spirit land. Regardless, Hu Bao's cultivation speed was something Wang Lin had rarely seen in his life. If he could reach the nascent soul cultivation level within 100 years, he would be close to, or even surpass, Han Dai from back then. Wang Lin was somewhat interested in someone with such talent. Therefore, he kept this person by his side to control him, not letting him stay in the tribe. This young man named Hu Bao was no less respectful of Wang Lin than 13, and he was extremely excited to hear that the ancestor wanted to take him out. As for 13, his physical toughness had reached an unbelievable level. Even fighting Hu Bao, he was not at all at a disadvantage. All thanks to his unwavering determination and hard work. Since he obtained the body refining technique, he had been cultivating almost day and night. In terms of diligence, he was the best in the tribe. Early the next morning, as the sun was just rising, Wang Lin left the soul refining tribe. 13 and Hubo followed behind like bodyguards. The people of the soul refining tribe all came out. It's unclear who took the lead, but soon all the tribesmen knelt down one after another, facing the direction Wang Lin had left, softly bowing in reverence. In their hearts, Wang Lin was the tribal chief, the ancestor of the entire soul refining tribe. With him, the soul refining tribe would never perish. P28 also knelt on the ground. 4 years had flashed by in his mind. In those 4 years, his cultivation had increased dramatically. Sometimes, when he thought back on it, it felt like a dream. Looking at the more than 5,000 tribesmen beside him, P28 could only describe Wang Lin with the words most reverent. Wang Lin walked step by step, gradually disappearing from everyone's sight. But still, not a single person stood up. 10 miles from the soul refining tribe, Wang Lin patted his storage bag, and a flash of golden-purple light appeared. Suddenly, a huge beast materialized in the sky. The beast was about 10 meters tall, golden-purple in color, and its massive trunk emitted rays of light. It was the spirit beast. Many years ago, it had awakened, its overall strength surpassing its previous state. Even an ordinary nascent soul cultivator would likely be no match for it. Wang Lin had analyzed that this beast was equivalent to a late-stage nascent soul cultivator at the great perfection level. This, besides the effect of its golden spirit root, was largely due to its unique physique. Within its golden purple body, a kingly aura emanated, sometimes visible, sometimes hidden. This aura was difficult to detect without careful examination. From the memories of the ancient god diagram, Wang Lin knew that these spirit beasts did not appear alone in the starry sky, but in herds. If it's a pack like that, there's bound to be a leader. This beast is constantly evolving towards becoming the leader. However, for now, the gap to becoming the leader is still very wide. It's worth noting that even the ancient god Tut was somewhat wary of the pack of one beasts in the past, forcing him to retreat in fear. As soon as the one beast appeared, it let out a loud cry. The sharp cry caused the faces of Hubo and 13 to instantly turn pale. With their cultivation levels, they obviously couldn't withstand the penetrating force of this cry. After the cry, the one beast lowered its body before Wang Lin, rubbing its huge trunk against him, its eyes showing joy. Wang Lin smiled slightly, reached out his right hand to touch it, then jumped up and sat cross-legged on its back. "You to get on too," Wang Lin said calmly. His body refining technique was completely ineffective against the icy aura. His body trembled, and a numb sensation instantly spread throughout his entire being. If it weren't for his extraordinary resilience, he would have collapsed long ago. Seeing 13 jump up, Hubo was naturally unwilling to give up. He gritted his teeth and jumped onto the back of the beast, a chilling sensation immediately spreading throughout his body. After managing to stand firm, Hubo chuckled wryly, thinking to himself that the ancestor was indeed too powerful. Just the act of subduing a beast with such cultivation was truly terrifying. Looking at the expressions of 13 and Hubo, a hint of admiration appeared in Wang Lin's eyes. With a thud, the beast let out a roar, its body like lightning, flying away. A strong gust of wind immediately blew over the three of them from the front. Wang Lin felt somewhat at ease with that wind. As for Hubo and 13, they were like being swept away by a whirlwind. Even the slightest lapse in concentration would send them flying far away. 13 let out a low growl, immediately channeling his entire body's demonic power, using his body refining technique to resist the wind. Hubo also closed his eyes, absorbing demonic power to resist the gusts. This place was about 30 million miles from ancient Demon City. Even with the speed of the one beast, it would still take some time to reach their destination. Wang Lin, however, was not in a hurry and did not waste the immortal power in his body using the great teleportation technique. As the one beast flew through the sky, countless tribes on the ground it passed through activated their defensive formations. In their eyes, the one beast was too powerful. Just its speed alone created a thunderous momentum in the air. Like a bolt of lightning descending, the rumbling sound echoed far and wide, its power incredibly terrifying. Previously, when Wang Lin first entered the demon spirit land, he didn't know that there were tribes and formations here. Moreover, these formations had a concealing effect, so he never detected any traces of human activity. But now, he had a certain understanding of the place. Looking down, he saw countless tribes along the way. These tribes varied in strength and weakness, size and number of people. If my soul-refining tribe could devour and integrate all the tribes in the demon spirit land, the resulting force would surely terrify even the 9 demon spirit districts. Wang Lin's eyes flashed with a glint of light. 7 days later, he caught a glimpse of ancient Demon City. When he was more than 100 miles from ancient Demon City, he retracted his spirit beast and, along with 13 and Tiger Robe, descended to the ground. 13's character was inherently calm and composed. Even the furthest he had ever traveled outside his tribe was only a few tens of thousands of miles. Now, this place was 30 million miles away from his tribe, a place he never dreamed he would ever reach. However, he quickly suppressed his excitement, his expression, and changed his demeanor cold and indifferent, revealing nothing of his inner turmoil. His expression bore some resemblance to Wang Lin's. In fact, 13's personality 4 years ago wasn't like this. But for the past 4 years, his reverence for Wang Lin had led him to unconsciously and intentionally imitate Wang Lin in everything. This was ancient Demon City, a city within the countless miles of the heavenly Demon County. For the people of all tribes, ancient Demon City was a sacred place. It was a place not to be trifled with, the most coveted destination in everyone's life. However, this was perhaps true for 13 4 years ago. But now, in 13's eyes, the divine power was Wang Lin, and the sacred land was the tribal valley. His greatest dream was to receive Wang Lin's praise. As for Tiger Robe, he still couldn't compare to 13. Upon seeing ancient Demon City, he involuntarily knelt on the ground, silently paying his respects. After a long while, he quickly stood up, his face showing embarrassment. He turned to look at 13's icy expression, which showed no excitement like his own, and felt himself far inferior. Therefore, he took a deep breath, spat towards ancient Demon City, and whispered a few words, his awe disappearing and replaced by contempt. Wang Lin chuckled at 13 and Tiger Robe's expressions. He took a step forward, his whole body like a wisp of smoke, slowly drifting away. 13 and Tiger Robe followed closely behind. The 100-mile distance quickly passed, and ancient Demon City was now clearly visible before them. Ancient Demon City was vast, its expanse seemingly endless at a glance. Wang Lin had never seen anything like it before. However, having once traversed the starry sky, he had seen countless planets and nebulae. Therefore, no matter how large this city was, it seemed insignificant in his eyes. Entering the city, Wang Lin didn't restrain his immortal power, walking leisurely step by step. The north gate was crowded with people and guarded by soldiers. Wang Lin knew that in the cultivation world, everything depended on strength. Being too humble would be counterproductive. There were long queues to enter the city. Waiting for hours might not even get him in. He simply pushed through the crowd and went straight to the city gate. 13 and Tiger Robe followed closely behind Wang Lin. Compared to Tiger Robe's anxious expression, 13 was icy cold and appeared more composed. Wang Lin suddenly arrived at the city gate, clearly visible to the guards standing there. These guards were all demon soldiers under the left-wing general's mansion of ancient Demon City. Each of them had a cultivation level equivalent to a Foundation establishment cultivator. In their eyes, Wang Lin was just an ordinary wildling, without any demonic power in his body. But 13 and Tiger Robe behind Wang Lin had surging demonic power, probably exceeding 3 levels. Having such servants made Wang Lin instantly mysterious in the eyes of the guards. However, that alone wasn't enough to make them break the rules. As Wang Lin entered, a guard stepped forward, wearing black armor and holding a long spear. He raised the spear and coldly said, "Step back." Impudent. Before Wang Lin could speak, 13 stepped forward and punched him. In 13's eyes, Wang Lin was the embodiment of divine power. Anyone disrespectful to Wang Lin was his enemy. He held nothing back with this punch. The giant demon clan's body refining technique made his body as hard as steel. His punch was like a cultivator's flying sword, accompanied by a whistling sound. Even the surrounding space seemed to warp slightly as it struck the demon guard. The guard's expression changed. 13's punch was like a shooting star in his eyes, possessing a strange power within. He tried to dodge but found his body bound by an invisible force, as if submerged in water, moving sluggishly. However, this man was experienced, facing danger. He immediately used his spear to block the attack, leaping backward at maximum speed. 13's fist struck the spear, and with a dull thud, the spear cracked and shattered as if destroyed by a powerful force. The guard's face was deathly pale. Although the binding force had disappeared, he was still pushed back several steps before regaining his balance, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. If other guards hadn't immediately rushed forward to support him, he would have been even more severely injured. Even the guards supporting him were pale-faced, their bodies trembling, clearly injured by the remaining force. At this moment, guards inside and outside the city gate angrily rushed out, surrounding 13 and his companions, while others went to inform their superiors. The crowd waiting outside the city gate, seeing this scene, quickly dispersed to watch the commotion. 13. Wang Lin said in a low voice. 13 immediately stepped forward, his demeanor respectful. Even though Wang Lin was reprimanding him, he didn't utter a word of complaint. That punch of yours was wrong. Wang Lin's voice was low. 13 lowered his voice and replied, yes. In 13's eyes, anyone who disrespects the ancestor is an enemy of 13. Tiger Robe stood silently beside him. Just now, he hadn't been as agitated as 13, and he felt a little regretful. But now, seeing Wang Lin's profound expression, he breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, fortunately, I didn't attack just now. Otherwise, if I had displeased the ancestor, I would have lost more than I gained. Wang Lin shook his head and said, that punch of yours, although you used all your strength, only unleashed 4/10 of your power. The rest was wasted. You haven't achieved control at will. Otherwise, if that demon soldier had taken it, he certainly wouldn't have survived. 13 was stunned, but immediately nodded, his eyes showing a thoughtful expression. At this moment, more than 10 demon soldiers around them were filled with killing intent. Someone, the leader, roared angrily, directly wielding their weapons and concentrating their demonic power to attack Wang Lin and the other two. Outside the city gate, demonic power raged, sending sand flying in all directions. A murderous aura emanated from the demon soldiers. These demon soldiers were all battle-hardened veterans. If their murderous intent was unleashed, even those with higher cultivation levels than them, if the difference wasn't too great, wouldn't be able to withstand it. Watch carefully, body cultivation techniques and divine power are different, but they also have similarities. Although I don't practice body cultivation, a single punch can achieve the same effect. After saying this, he clenched his right fist and casually struck forward. His punch hit the air, and immediately a ripple appeared from his fist. Under the diffusion of this ripple, all the charging demon soldiers slowed down instantly, as if frozen. But unexpectedly, the ripple spread at an extremely fast speed, instantly pushing the surrounding demon soldiers backward at several times the speed they had charged. All the demon soldiers turned pale and couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of fresh blood. Wang Lin's right hand didn't retract but extended, and in an instant, the fresh blood of the demon soldiers transformed into droplets, quickly condensing into a blood sphere in his right hand. He swung his right hand forward, and this blood sphere immediately flew out like a red lightning bolt, striking the city wall. Just as the blood sphere descended, a cold hemp came from inside the city gate. Then a figure in pink, stomping their foot, suddenly appeared outside the city gate, pointing their right hand at the void. The blood sphere, upon reaching the city wall, instantly shattered, once again transforming into droplets of blood, scattering around. Wang Lin's expression remained unchanged, and he smiled slightly, saying, to meet someone from the same place here is quite a pleasant surprise for me. The blood red light dissipated, revealing a woman inside. As soon as she appeared, the surrounding demon soldiers immediately knelt on one knee, respectfully saying, greetings, Yao Commander. The woman had phoenix eyes, eyebrows close together, and wore a white dress. Her long black hair cascaded down her shoulders. She coldly glanced at Wang Lin, her delicate eyebrows furrowed, and said, Wang Lin. A fleeting glint appeared in Wang Lin's eyes. He carefully assessed her. He had met her before, outside the East Sea Demon Spirit Gate. At that time, she had monopolized a place. This was also the reason Wang Lin had paid attention to her last time. Her cultivation had reached the late stage of the nascent soul realm, not yet perfect, but not far from it. It seems that I, Wang, am quite well known on the heavenly fortune star. Wang Lin smiled and took a step forward. With a single step forward, a surge of malevolent energy suddenly erupted from behind Wang Lin like a raging wave, spreading wildly in all directions. The woman in white coldly glanced at Wang Lin, her brows furrowed, and she took a step back, calmly saying, "I didn't expect you to be in the heavenly demon county. You've come to ancient demon city surely to seize a position and gain merit. Our battle is meaningless." Having said that, she turned and entered the city. Wang Lin smiled slightly, stepping through the city gate, followed closely by 13 and Tiger Robe. The woman in white walked slowly, and after entering the city, she didn't go directly inside but instead went to the right. There was a square there, with a huge teleportation array above it. The demon soldiers guarding the area all knelt on one knee upon seeing the woman, showing extreme respect. Stepping into the teleportation array, she turned to look at Wang Lin, her voice icy cold. "You follow me to meet the left-wing demon general. This is ancient demon city, the city of the demon general. To obtain the position, you must be accepted by the demon general." "Okay." Wang Lin nodded, smiling at 13 and Tiger Robe. "You to go into the city and wait for me." Then he entered the array. The moment he entered, the array opened. In a flash of white light, Wang Lin and the woman disappeared. After a moment of discomfort following the teleportation, Wang Lin recovered and began to assess his surroundings. Before him stood a vast, towering structure reaching to the clouds. It was a magnificent palace. Inside the palace, a towering statue reached the heavens. This statue depicted a giant man in armor, and a powerful, demonic aura emanated from it, swirling and distorting the entire sky. The girl in white stepped out of the formation and said coldly, "Lord Demon, I have brought the person here." As soon as the voice finished, a resounding laugh echoed from within the vast palace. Immediately afterward, a figure descended from the enormous statue. The figure moved with incredible speed, instantly approaching and hovering in midair. This person had an ordinary appearance, but possessed a formidable aura. He wore a purple robe, his hands were enormous, and his entire being exuded an air of majesty. His eyes, bright as stars, gazed at Wang Lin, and he laughed loudly, saying, "You're an outsider, attacking my demon soldiers outside the city." Wang Lin's pupils contracted. The demonic power of the burly man was completely concealed. An ordinary person wouldn't be able to detect it, but with Wang Lin's cultivation, a single glance revealed that this person was very powerful. The demonic power within him was probably no less than 100,000 armor. In other words, although this person hadn't reached the peak of the questioning realm, he wasn't far behind. You should know that in the land of spirit beasts, 3 stars equal 1 cycle. 3 cycles is foundation establishment, 30 cycles is core formation, 300 cycles is nascent soul, 3,000 cycles is transformation god, 30,000 cycles is soul transformation, and 30,000 cycles is peak attainment. That's right, Wang Lin said calmly, raising his head. The burly man's eyes narrowed. He took a few steps forward, bursting into laughter, and suddenly struck out with his right hand, shouting, "All right. Let me see what kind of skill you really have." His punch was as fast as lightning, yet strangely silent. Although it struck empty space, it traveled directly to Wang Lin. Wang Lin showed no sign of fear. He casually waved his sleeve, and his right thumb directly pressed on the void. Annihilation finger. A flash of light appeared in the eyes of the white-robed woman standing beside him. Wang Lin's single finger caused the 100-jiang radius around him to instantly become silent, all life force seemingly sucked out and concentrated on his thumb. In the blink of an eye, as he unleashed the annihilation finger, a sudden explosion erupted in the space between him and the burly man. Wang Lin retreated 3 steps, his eyes turning cold. He looked at the burly man still in midair. At this moment, he withdrew his right hand, his eyes flashing with a lightning-like glint, and said with a smile, "Good. I'm in midair, borrowing your strength to gain a slight advantage. With just this one finger, you can become an elder in my mansion." Wang Lin calmly shook his head and said, "I don't need an internal position." The burly man frowned and smiled. "Your understanding of our demon spirit land is greater than I imagined. I didn't expect you to know about internal and external positions." In Luo Yun's memory, his ancestors had left records. In the demon spirit land, there were 2 types of positions. Stewards and elders were internal positions without military power. Only commanders and generals had military power. The emperor once said that for those of you from outside, as long as you have sufficient cultivation, you can be granted a position. That young man, if you want to obtain an outside position, you must show your true abilities. That one strike just now wasn't enough. Wang Lin took a deep breath, calmed his mind, and said, "You may continue." A hint of admiration flashed in the big man's eyes. Without saying another word, he punched into the void, quickly retracting the punch as soon as it was thrown, and then another. His speed was extremely fast, almost instantly delivering 10 punches. A scene of collapse immediately appeared. But at this moment, the space was extremely condensed, and even after 10 punches, it didn't completely collapse. "If you can withstand my 10 ice battle intent, then you will be the commander," the big man shouted, his right hand sweeping as if piercing through the void, directly grabbing the collapsing scene and throwing it towards Wang Lin with a powerful swing. This 10 ice battle intent has no substance. It emanates from the void, merging into nothingness. It gathers the aura of all 10 demonic fists of the left-wing demon general, along with the killing intent of his lifetime of battles. 10 ice means 10 transformations, 10 collapses, each one building upon the previous one. The 10th collapse will reach an unbelievable level. This kind of divine ability is extremely rare throughout the entire cultivation world. This is the first time Wang Lin has encountered it. In an instant, the 10 ice battle intent arrived, and Wang Lin immediately saw the clue. His eyes brightened, he took a few steps back, stomped his foot, and his whole body stood like a 1,000-year-old pine tree. He didn't use any magic artifacts. A gray aura appeared on his right hand, and he suddenly used the slaughter immortal technique. At the same time, he extended his right index finger, and the demon transformation finger circulated within his body. The immortal power in his body instantly reversed, condensing into streams of demonic energy that flew out from his index finger. Of the 3 deadly techniques, Annihilation Finger and Demonic Transformation Finger are the 2 that Wang Lin frequently uses. Their power cannot threaten a peak-level cultivator. They can only dominate among those in the transformation stage. However, in the hands of Sichunan, Annihilation Finger and Demonic Transformation Finger possess astonishing power. They can even kill a peak-level cultivator. The fundamental reason, besides being somewhat related to cultivation level, is the essence of Annihilation Finger and Demonic Transformation Finger. These 3 deadly techniques were created by Sichunan. Because he belongs to the demonic path, these 3 techniques are naturally tainted with demonic nature. Without a heart that has embraced the demonic path, one cannot grasp their full essence. Furthermore, Wang Lin and Sichunan's paths differ significantly. Therefore, when he unleashes Annihilation Finger and Demonic Transformation Finger, compared to Sichunan, it lacks the agility and versatility. In fact, between these 2 types of techniques, there are also divine abilities. That's why Sichunan didn't teach Wang Lin all of the subsequent divine abilities. It wasn't that he was stingy, but if he taught them all to Wang Lin, prolonged use would cause them to change. Wang Lin's Tao might be affected. The Yellow Springs technique is only the final move among the 3 killing moves. Its power far surpasses the previous 2, almost reaching the level of low-level immortal techniques. Sichunan hesitated for a long time before teaching this move. The fundamental reason is that not only is its power immense, capable of threatening even peak-level cultivators, but more importantly, if used too many times, it would definitely affect Wang Lin's Tao heart, causing him to gradually fall into the demonic path. This final move is incomparable to the previous 2. The previous 2, because they lacked subsequent divine abilities, could not affect Wang Lin's Tao heart no matter how much he used them, given his cultivation level. But this final move has no accompanying supernatural abilities, all its power lies in that one gesture. These things Sichunan had explained in detail to Wang Lin. Therefore, for so many years, Wang Lin had only used that move once. That was during a battle with the 6th Elder of the Purple System, the mid-stage nascent soul cultivator Chen Dao. In fact, this final move was the true killing move. The 10 Ice Fist intent of the left-wing demon general, born from nothingness, merged with the air. It was inherently invisible and also the strongest punch, concentrating all the essence, spirit, and energy of the left-wing demon general. Once unleashed, the fist intent could shatter the void and kill invisibly. Wang Lin's right index finger instantly extended. The immortal power in his body reversed wildly. In an instant, a large amount of demonic energy condensed on his finger. At this moment, his finger was completely covered in black, impenetrable even to the blazing sun. That black thing was pure demonic transformation. In an instant, Wang Lin pointed his index finger at the void, and he immediately felt a surge of power filling the air. In a flash, the first collapse arrived. It was as if the entire world, centered around Wang Lin, was collapsing. A surging force from all directions in the void pressed down on Wang Lin. A black light flashed on his right hand, and the speed of the reverse flow of immortal power in his body reached an unbelievable level. Suddenly, the blackness on his finger suddenly expanded, instantly spreading throughout his entire body. A deafening explosion echoed throughout ancient Demon City. Wang Lin's face turned pale, and he retreated several steps before regaining his balance. His right index finger trembled slightly, numb. The terrifying force pressing down on him retreated, but immediately it increased its momentum tenfold, striking from the void. The second collapse was imminent. This second collapse occurred with unprecedented speed, several times faster than the first, almost instantaneously attacking from all directions. Wang Lin's fingers were still trembling. The power of the demonic transformation technique could only help him resist the first collapse. This isn't a divine technique that even a nascent soul cultivator can unleash. The power of this kind of magic is such that even among 10 peak level cultivators, only 2 can master it. A strange light flashed in Wang Lin's eyes. The power of the second collapse was 10 times greater than the first. This time, within 1,000 jang radius, the air seemed to be enveloped by a sandstorm. Even the constantly rotating painting above the palace was pulled in. Wang Lin let out a low roar, and 2 streams of great energy, like 2 black dragons, swiftly flew from his right hand. At this moment, he didn't hesitate to use the Slaughter Immortal technique. The 2 dragons roared and charged out, carrying a terrifying stream of energy, piercing through the air. But this was also the first time the dragon encountered the second collapsing force. That force was extremely powerful, with only the sound of rumbling explosions echoing around. Amidst the roaring, the dragon transformed into streams of gray energy, forming a gray vortex. The center of the vortex was Wang Lin's position. The second collapsing force stopped on the gray vortex, immediately weakening rapidly. At the same time, a murderous aura frantically spread from within the gray vortex. This murderous aura had an astonishing momentum, as if it could destroy immortals and slay demons, tearing a hole through the second collapsing force. Relying on a fierce, overwhelming killing intent, it forcefully repelled the second wave of power. Wang Lin took another step forward, like a shooting star, instantly darting out. At the same time, his right hand grabbed, and the swirling gray energy immediately dissipated, transforming into 2 intersecting streams of gray energy appearing within his right hand. Condense! Wang Lin roared softly. The 2 intersecting streams of gray energy instantly condensed, transforming into a 7-foot-long sword emitting endless gray light. The sword in Wang Lin's hand immediately radiated a terrifying aura of killing intent. At this moment, Wang Lin seemed to have transformed into a different person. There was no trace of immortal grace on him, only a murderous aura. He resembled a demon god, wielding the killing order, his momentum unstoppable, traversing the void directly towards the left-wing demon general in the air. The left-wing demon general let out a soft ah, his eyes gleaming, and laughed loudly. Excellent. Under my 10 ice fist intent, you are one of the few who can counterattack. Let's see if you can break through 8 collapses to get close to me. At this moment, Yao Zixu, the daughter of the blood ancestor, still stood far away, her beautiful face slightly furrowed. 3 years ago, when she entered ancient Demon City, she was also defeated by the 10 Ice Fist intent. This divine technique is extremely powerful, becoming increasingly irresistible as it progresses. With her cultivation level, even the 4th collapse seemed overwhelming. If it weren't for her inherited blood technique, she probably wouldn't have survived past the 5th. Even so, she was defeated on the 8th. Seeing this, the left-wing demon general bestowed upon her the title of commander. It should be known that in ancient Demon City, the rank of commander is the closest to that of a demon general. To this day, the entire ancient Demon City only has 4 commanders. As for Yaoling, there are more, 16 of them. Wang Lin's eyes held only murderous intent. A man and a sword shattered the void, charging straight towards the left-wing demon general. However, 8 more collapses still stood between him and the left-wing demon general. The 3rd collapse, 10 times stronger than the 2nd, silently surged from all directions, like countless massive mountains pressing down, rumbling upon Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes blazed with crimson light, his murderous aura thick. Facing the third, he showed no fear. Instead, a fighting spirit flickered in his eyes. He raised his sword and softly shouted, "Third time, shatter for me." His murderous sword instantly emitted unprecedented gray light. Each gray light beam was over 10 meters long, almost engulfing Wang Lin's body, as if burning him, transforming him into a shooting star that shot forth. The power of a single sword strike shakes the heavens and earth, terrifying even gods and demons. The third wave of the 10 Ice Fist intent was instantly shattered by this powerful sword, creating a gaping hole. Both the sword and Wang Lin merged and suddenly charged straight towards the demon general. The demon general's left-winged eyes shone even brighter, laughing, "Good." As soon as Wang Lin charged out, the fourth wave of the 10 Ice Fist intent immediately surged forward. The 10 Ice Fist intent's power increased with each subsequent wave. At this moment, the fourth wave was 1,000 times stronger than the first. Such power was something no ordinary nascent soul cultivator could withstand. The appearance of the fourth wave instantly caused the heavens and earth to change color. Even the vortex above the palace twisted as if unable to bear its power. The fourth wave roared and rushed forward, shattering the sword in Wang Lin's hand, which had been fused with the killing intent. A force 1,000 times greater than the first wave was simply impossible to resist if one's cultivation hadn't reached the late nascent soul stage. The killing sword slipped from Wang Lin's hand, and at the same time, the fourth wave of collapse, like a mountain collapsing and a sea filling, arrived. At this moment, if the fourth collapse were considered a raging wave, then Wang Lin would be a small boat in that wave. Wang Lin's face turned pale, and his attack had to be halted. His entire body felt as if it were being crushed by an endless force. He could sense that with his current strength, he absolutely could not withstand the fourth wave. If the killing sword had a little more great energy, perhaps he could fight to the death. But in the past 4 years, he had killed many people, and even the first killing technique was extremely difficult to succeed with. Aside from the slaughter immortal technique, using the Yellow Spring's finger might be able to break through the fourth wave. But the Yellow Spring's finger was Wang Lin's official killing technique, and in this dangerous demon spirit realm, he didn't want to easily reveal his full strength. At this moment, Wang Lin's eyes showed a look of determination. He released his right hand, and the killing sword instantly transformed into 2 streams of gray energy that flowed into his body. Suddenly, 2 gray symbols appeared on his forehead, rapidly spreading to envelop his entire body, forming 2 protective life seals. At this moment, the fourth collapse struck him. An immense force, 1,000 times greater than the first, pressed down on Wang Lin. He immediately felt the power within the fourth collapse. Within that power, there was boundless faith. Wang Lin's eyes shone brightly, a light rarely seen in him in the past few hundred years. Just like Zhao Yi's in the past, when his spiritual power was burning, he had attained enlightenment. At this moment, he felt the inner belief within the 10 Ice Fist intent. This belief came from the left-wing demon general. It was a kind of battlefield experience, a belief forged from countless enemy slayings. It was the culmination of the thoughts of those who had been defeated and died under the 10 Ice Fist intent. The intensity of that belief far surpassed Wang Lin's imagination. At the moment his body acknowledged the fourth collapse of power, Wang Lin's mind also experienced the belief stemming from the fist intent. The 10 Ice Fist intent was powerful because of its belief. The more people it defeated, the stronger its power became. A feeling of overwhelming despair suddenly arose in his heart. However, this feeling, almost as soon as it arose, was immediately crushed by Wang Lin's powerful grip. His body was thrown as if by some force, flying thousands of feet away before stopping. In an instant, he landed, flipping his body, his left fingertip tracing the ground, and a series of deafening sounds rang out. Wang Lin staggered more than 10 feet before regaining his balance. At this moment, Wang Lin's entire body was almost completely covered by the symbol on his forehead. After enduring the 10 Ice Fist intent, that symbol immediately dispersed, turning into scattered gray dots. Only half of the symbol remained on his forehead, slowly emitting a faint gray light. The life imprint, forged through the cultivation of the immortal Slayer, now only had half remaining in Wang Lin's forehead, the rest completely dissipated. With your mid-stage nascent soul cultivation, you can withstand the fourth collapse without dying. Step back. You are incapable of achieving the position of commander. Even the position of Yaoling does not belong to you. Your place can only be a rock. The light in the left-wing demon general's eyes faded, and he spoke calmly with his hands clasped behind his back. Although his expression didn't show contempt, his words clearly did. Wang Lin's eyes flashed. This 10 Ice Fist intent was a kind of spiritual bridge to the peak. A cultivator's Tao Heart sublimes, the Tao Heart and primordial spirit combine, causing the primordial spirit to evolve and merge into the Tao Heart. The body and spirit within are left with only one belief, an extremely firm belief that can influence everything, capable of changing heaven and earth. The divine power of faith. Wang Lin slowly raised his head and looked at the left-wing demon general in the distance. His eyes were deep and profound, as if containing wisdom and understanding. Wang Lin's eyes grew brighter and brighter. He slowly raised his right hand, extending his index finger. The movement was the same, the prelude to the demon transformation finger, but this time Wang Lin performed it differently. His movements, in the eyes of the left-wing demon general, were very different. He let out a soft "ah," and the light that had dissipated in his eyes condensed once again. This time it was several times brighter than before. This the left-wing demon general saw the clue at a glance, and his face showed a hint of attention. Yao Zixu, in the distance, changed color, staring at Wang Lin, her heart surging. She remembered her father's words. Her blood ancestor father had some reservations about Wang Lin. A surge of demonic energy emanated from Wang Lin's body, forming a faint black mist within a 3-jiang radius. Within the black mist, Wang Lin's eyes gradually revealed a sinister expression. That sinister expression exuded a chilling, demonic aura. The divine ability of faith when I perform magic. It's only the outward appearance, lacking inner faith, therefore it cannot unleash its true power. Wang Lin murmured to himself. He looked at his right index finger, then pointed it straight up to the sky, a single finger questioning the heavens. The vortex in the void above the palace instantly dissipated. The entire sky and earth seemed to be shrouded in an even darker black curtain, as if countless wandering souls were screaming within. A single finger transforming into demonic energy. Demonic energy surged. The immortal power within Wang Lin's body, even without reversing, silently and imperceptibly transformed into demonic energy. This type of demonic energy was vastly different from the demonic energy formed after the reversal of immortal power. Wang Lin's hair suddenly grew eerily long, reaching past his knees. His entire being was devoid of any elegance, instead overflowing with ferocity. A silver-blue demonic mark slowly appeared on his forehead. The demonic energy surrounding his body instantly intensified, then wildly dispersed in all directions. The area within 3 meters gradually expanded, eventually reaching 100 meters. When the demonic energy reached a certain density, it transformed into faint blue flames, falling to the ground and forming circular fireballs. His entire body was consumed by demonic energy. At this moment, Wang Lin looked up at the sky, letting out a long, drawn-out roar. The roar radiated an extremely domineering aura, filled with a frenzied killing intent. Just then, half of the killing symbol beneath the silver-blue demonic mark on his forehead seemed to merge with Wang Lin's temperament, unexpectedly beginning to grow. In an instant, it transformed from half into a complete life seal. The restored seal instantly spread, enveloping Wang Lin's entire body in a flash. Wang Lin advanced step by step towards the left-wing demon general who was in the sky above the palace. Interesting, you are the first to gain insight into my 10 Ice Fist intent. Let me see if you can withstand the 5th collapse. The left-wing demon general's eyes flashed as he spoke in a deep voice. Following his words, the 5th collapse emerged from the void. The 5th collapse was 10 times more powerful than the 4th. And as soon as it appeared, thunderous sounds like heavenly tribulations erupted within a 1,000-jiang radius. The thunder was terrifying. The entire ancient demon city could hear it at this moment. Wang Lin's expression darkened. He then used the demon transformation finger, a single finger transforming into a demon. In an instant, the 5th collapse appeared from all directions, and his right index finger suddenly pointed forcefully forward. Instantly, the demonic energy throughout his body condensed at his fingertips, then suddenly transformed into a demonic flame. The true power of the demonic transformation technique appeared for the first time in Wang Lin's hands. The demonic flame at his fingertip instantly expanded, creating a sea of fire around him. Wang Lin stomped his foot, his entire body soaring into the sky, his right index finger like lightning pointing towards the demonic image. The fifth collapse, which had almost arrived, was instantly blocked by the demonic flame. During the struggle, Wang Lin unleashed a finger strike, and with a series of rumbling sounds, he escaped the fifth collapse. At this moment, he was only 10 meters away from the demonic image. Immediately afterward, the sixth collapse appeared. The power of the sixth collapse was indescribable. After it appeared, the 10-meter distance between the demonic image and Wang Lin instantly collapsed, cracks appearing irregularly across the sky. The power of the sixth collapse suddenly descended. Wang Lin remained as gloomy as before. His finger remained still, his body moved forward a meter, and the sixth collapse resembled an invisible circle of light conjured from nothingness, enveloping Wang Lin. However, just as it reached his index finger, he softly uttered, "Transform into a demon." As soon as he finished speaking, a dense black light emanated from his index finger. The black light spread along his finger, instantly enveloping his entire right arm. Then, in a flash, it rapidly spread throughout his body. Almost the moment the invisible circle of light reached him, Wang Lin's entire body turned into an endless black. He was like a ghost, taking a step and instantly passing through the invisible circle of light. The moment he passed through, the sixth collapse naturally vanished. The light in the left-wing demon's eyes flashed fiercely, and he roared, "Well done, outsider. I underestimated you before. I'll wait here, and you'll collapse for more times." Your 10 Ice Fist intent is a belief in unwavering victory, a collective aspiration of all those who have been defeated by your divine power. To break your fist intent, simply relying on cultivation and my divine power is insufficient. But the key to breaking your 10 Ice Fist intent isn't cultivation, but belief. To break your fist intent, I've infused my belief into the demon transformation finger, essentially giving my soul to the divine power. At this moment, it's no longer a battle of cultivation, but a battle of belief. Wang Lin said calmly, taking another step forward. The seventh collapse was imminent. The moment the seventh collapse appeared, Wang Lin's eyes flashed, and he shouted, "Make way." As soon as the words left his lips, the seventh collapse, which was about to materialize, instantly crumbled. Wang Lin's gaze was utterly resolute, a fierce belief blazing in his eyes. He was certain of the soul-transforming divine ability, the one-fingered demon transformation. Although he uttered only 2 words, those 2 words radiated boundless confidence. This idea wasn't about killing, nor about certain victory, but about demonic intent. Demonic intent is about defying heaven, about arbitrarily doing whatever one pleases in the vast world, seizing life and wisdom, destroying the Tao, and forging one's own path, hence the name demon. The left-wing demon's expression finally changed. Initially, he hadn't taken Wang Lin seriously. It was only when the latter broke through the 3rd collapse that he paid attention. However, the failure at the 4th collapse was within his expectations. He felt that if this person's path ended there, he wasn't the one he was being sought by the demon emperor. But no matter what, he never expected that after the 4th collapse, this person would suddenly attain enlightenment. The opponent's enlightenment immediately caught his attention. This person had achieved enlightenment, a single step towards becoming a demon. Even so, it only attracted attention, not something to be taken seriously. In his eyes, this kind of enlightenment, though rare, was merely breaking through the 7th collapse and then completely stopping. But at this moment, the opponent's single word about breaking through the 7th collapse completely moved him. His expression changed, and he immediately understood that he had made a huge mistake from the very beginning, underestimating the opponent. Given his status, nothing had ever moved him in thousands of years. This was the first time in thousands of years. Wang Lin strode forward through the air, his long hair flowing behind him, resembling a demon god. His face was cold and indifferent. After the 7th collapse, the distance between him and the left-wing demon was only 5 zhang. The left-wing demon looked solemnly at Wang Lin. At this moment, the 8th collapse was like a torrent emerging from the void, merging into heaven and earth. The power of this 8th collapse was unprecedented, transforming from nothingness into a tangible form, truly like a raging flood, directly sweeping towards them. Wang Lin's entire body was enveloped in demonic energy, a flash of light flickering in his eyes. Facing the 8th collapse, he directly took a step forward, instantly coming into contact with its power. The demonic flames on Wang Lin's body surged, transforming into a torrent of demonic energy that soared to the heavens, raging as if the entire world was filled with demonic thoughts. The 8th collapse hadn't dissipated yet, but the 9th had already appeared silently. Wang Lin frowned. Although he had become demonized and possessed demonic thoughts, his Tao heart remained steadfast, completely unaffected by the demonization. However, with the belief in becoming demonic, his Tao heart was inevitably affected. Wang Lin knew the harmful effects of becoming demonic very well. At this moment, the 8th and 9th collapses attacked almost simultaneously. Wang Lin pondered, then immediately made a decision. He glanced at the left-wing demon general. At this moment, the distance between them was only 3 zhang. Sighing inwardly, Wang Lin didn't advance but retreated. His retreat was like a flash of lightning, disappearing quickly and reappearing 1,000 zhang away. After speaking, he grabbed forward with his right hand, and a sudden rumbling sound echoed in the void. The 10 ice fists' intent instantly dissipated. The heavens and earth returned to normal in an instant. Even though you haven't broken through my 10 fists, your strength is sufficient for the position of commander. I, the left-wing demon general Yunlai, appoint you as the commander of Ancient Demon City, commanding 10,000 demon soldiers. After saying this, a bronze token appeared in his hand. He waved it, and the token flew towards Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression remained unchanged. After receiving the token, he clasped his hands and said, "Thank you, General. You rest in the city first. In 7 days, someone will lead you to the military camp." Yunlai glanced at Wang Lin, his eyes showing admiration. His body moved slightly, and he completely disappeared. Seeing all this, Yao Zixu saw the left-wing demon lord leave and was about to speak when Wang Lin, without even looking at her, turned and walked away. Yao Zixu frowned, snorted softly, and turned to leave. Wang Lin walked slowly. As he walked, his demonic thoughts gradually subsided. This was the center of the ancient demon city, and after half an hour, Wang Lin was in front of the busy streets and buildings. In an inn, Wang Lin sat cross-legged, quietly cultivating. This time, he sat for 4 days and 4 nights. His hair gradually shortened back to its previous length. After becoming a demon, although the power of his divine abilities increased many times, reaching a very strong level, the side effects were also extremely great. Wang Lin's Tao was not the demonic Tao. Thus, after he became a demon, his body was filled with demonic thoughts, all incompatible with his Tao heart. If this continued for a long time, and his Tao heart was affected by demonic thoughts, Wang Lin knew he would completely become a demon cultivator. Even because his Tao heart was incompatible, his mind was still affected by demonic thoughts, completely transforming him into a mindless demon. Unless he wholeheartedly embraced demonic power, like Sijunan, only then could he maintain a clear mind. With Wang Lin's mind, he naturally wouldn't make this mistake. During the previous demonic transformation battle, he was constantly calculating the timing of his transformation, how to simultaneously unleash its power while maintaining his unwavering Tao heart. This was his primary concern. Therefore, before the 8th and 9th punches landed, he decisively chose to retreat. It wasn't that he couldn't fight, but that continuing would negatively impact his Tao heart. Moreover, one of the reasons Wang Lin chose to transform into a demon was to comprehend faith. More importantly, he wanted to attain an external position. Now that he had revealed his strength, although not surpassing the 8th, he believed that the left-wing demon general would absolutely not only give him an internal elder position. If Yunlai was truly so blind, Wang Lin had already decided to leave ancient demon city and return to the wilderness to develop his power. At most, he would directly conquer ancient demon city later. For 4 days and 4 nights in the inn, Wang Lin compressed the demonic thoughts within his body into a single seal. These demonic thoughts could not be eliminated, and Wang Lin had no intention of eliminating them. If used well, they could significantly increase his power. The day before, 13 and Tiger Robe arrived at the inn and stayed in the room next to Wang Lin's. They were able to find this place because of Wang Lin's divine consciousness summoning them. After several days of meditation, on the 5th day, Wang Lin left the inn. 13 and Tiger Robe followed closely behind. Walking through the streets of ancient demon city, Wang Lin felt as if he were living in another world. Everything here was vastly different from the cultivation world outside, whether it was the architecture or the surrounding scenery. The demon spirit land in the East Sea is a wondrous world of its own. I wonder how this place was formed. Or is it really true, as the rumors say, that before the immortal realm was destroyed, it was an outer residence of a powerful immortal emperor? Wang Lin was somewhat disbelieving. If the rumors were true, then the cultivation level of this immortal emperor was truly unimaginable. To be able to transform one's cave dwelling into a world was truly terrifying. Although it's just a rumor, rumors aren't always without reason. If it really was the cave dwelling of some immortal emperor, why would that immortal emperor create a world within their own cave dwelling, and why would they create so many native inhabitants? Wang Lin walked along, his mind lost in thought. Or maybe Wang Lin's expression shifted slightly as he thought of a far-fetched answer. When he was a child in the village, neighbors often used bamboo fences to enclose a plot of land where they raised livestock. Wang Lin looked at the world before him, then looked up at the sky. A sudden illusion arose in his heart. He felt as if he were standing outside the plot of land, while the local inhabitants within the bamboo fence were like livestock. Wang Lin shook his head and smiled wryly, thinking to himself that he was really overthinking things. But this speculation lingered in his mind. 13 and Tiger Claw followed behind Wang Lin. 13 was cold and aloof, his eyes scanning around Wang Lin. If anyone seemed suspicious, he would immediately take action. As for Tiger Claw, he didn't think much. His gaze always lingered on the pavilions and stalls, a strange light appearing in his eyes, clearly indicating he had found something he liked. Wang Lin had no interest in ancient Demon City. After wandering around for 2 hours, he saw a tavern bustling with people. Since he began cultivating, Wang Lin had gradually lost interest in food and drink. At the stage of abstinence from grains, simply breathing in and out all day was enough to satisfy his body. Eating and drinking alone couldn't stir Wang Lin's emotions, but this tavern had a huge jar of wine. The jar was about 3 jiang, approximately 3 meters in diameter, and 2 jiang, approximately 3 meters high. Several ladders were placed around it, and a few innkeepers and waiters were climbing them, using large spoons to scoop out the wine. Looking at the jar, Wang Lin stopped, glancing up at the name of the tavern. Juqing Lu. On either side of the curtains of Juqing Lu were a couplet. Bamboo and orchid welcome ancient guests. Green plums offer fragrance to bid farewell to the immortal lord. Wang Lin looked at it with interest. At this moment, the person standing at the door to greet guests stepped forward, smiling and saying, "Objectively speaking, our bamboo green wine is a famous, age-old wine from the 9 districts. Why not come in and try some? Today we're opening a new batch, and the owner says if you can drink 10 small jars without getting drunk, all the wine will be completely free. This is a rare opportunity. If I were you, I would definitely come in and try it." This waiter had excellent eyesight. Although he hadn't yet recognized Wang Lin's extraordinary abilities, he could sense that 13 and Tiger Row behind him were not ordinary people. Their identities were clearly top-tier guards, indicating that the person in front of them was undoubtedly someone of high status. Wang Lin found the waiter's words interesting and smiled slightly, saying, "Then let's try this bamboo green wine and see what's so special about it." After saying this, he entered the wine shop. 13 and Tiger Robe immediately followed. The interior of the shop was elegant, of just the right size, and there were quite a few customers, all chatting and laughing happily. When Wang Lin and the other two entered, the waiter quickly took a few steps forward and called out loudly, "3 esteemed guests." As soon as he finished speaking, a waiter came forward, smiling, "Please come in, gentlemen. There's a table by the window here, please follow me." He then led the way to a table by the window, tidying it with a towel draped over his shoulder. Wang Lin sat down, and 13 and Hubao hesitated for a moment before sitting opposite him. "What would you like to eat, gentlemen?" The waiter, being perceptive, asked Wang Lin. "Bring the 3 jars of Juqing wine from here," Wang Lin said gently. "Okay, please wait." The waiter draped the towel over his shoulder and left. Shortly after, he brought 3 jars of wine and several wine glasses to the table. 13 quickly picked up a jar, broke the mud crust with a tap, and poured a glass for Wang Lin, but didn't drink himself. Hubao swallowed a gulp of saliva. Seeing that 13 wasn't drinking, he felt it inappropriate to drink himself, muttering to himself, but his expression showed no sign of it. Wang Lin picked up the wine cup and took a sip. A long-forgotten taste surged in his heart. In his life, he had only ever drunk one kind of wine, the wine left behind by his ancestor, Danu when he lived as a mortal on Vermilion Bird Star. For over 10 years, Danu frequently brought him fine wine, gradually making Wang Lin remember it very well. Life changes. I wonder if Danu, an ordinary person on Vermilion Bird Star, is safe and sound. I fear he has long since returned to dust. His descendants are probably still healthy. Wang Lin held the wine cup, his eyes filled with a hint of reminiscence. The more than 10 years he lived as a mortal were the most peaceful period of his life. Although that time was long ago, the images from those years never faded from his mind. Remembering Danu, Wang Lin sighed softly and took a sip of wine. The wine in his mouth, though spicy, had something similar to the wine Danu had given him the first time. 13 remained silent, deep in thought. He sensed Wang Lin was preoccupied. The only thing he could do was pour wine for Wang Lin, who both swallowed repeatedly for a while. Finally, he couldn't hold back any longer. He secretly glanced at Wang Lin, then quietly picked up a wine jar, uncapped it, and quickly poured out a little. After drinking it, his spirits soared. He was about to drink another cup when he noticed 13 staring at him coldly. Tiger Claw's expression showed a hint of resentment, thinking to himself, I only drank a little wine, I didn't say anything. Why does this 13 keep meddling in other people's affairs? Although he thought this, his expression remained unchanged. Wang Lin continued to drink cup after cup, his memories becoming more and more vivid. A series of images from the Vermilion Bird Star flashed through his mind. At that moment, a sudden emotion welled up inside him, a desire to leave the demon spirit land, to leave the heavenly fortune star, and return to the Vermilion Bird, the place where he was born. Slowly, the emotion grew stronger, overwhelming Wang Lin's spirit. The wine cup in his hand shattered with a clank, the shards piercing his palm. But Wang Lin paid no attention, his eyes still lost in reminiscing about the past. At this moment, any cultivator seeing Wang Lin would surely be shocked. One must know that cultivators always strive to maintain a steadfast mind. How could they allow themselves to be so emotionally agitated for such a long time? 13 immediately sensed something was wrong. He looked up anxiously at Wang Lin. Tiger Robe also noticed something unusual, though his anxiety was nothing compared to 13's. Just then, noises erupted from outside. Simultaneously, a clamor mixed with shouts rang out. Immediately afterward, 7 or 8 demon soldiers in black armor entered the tavern. Their expressions were extremely arrogant. The waiter who had just gone up was pushed aside by one of them, who shouted, "Bring the best wine and food." The waiter, knocked to the ground, quickly scrambled to his feet. After apologizing with a smile, he hurriedly retreated. Many people in the tavern rushed to pay their bills and leave. 7 or 8 armored figures immediately occupied a table and sat down, talking loudly. Among them was a man of about 30 years old. His expression was extremely somber, and an air of authority emanated from him. After the food and wine were served, he picked up a wine jar, smashed the lid, and without using a cup, gulped it down. In one go, the jar was empty. He raised his right hand and threw it aside. Whether intentionally or not, the jar flew straight towards the table where Wang Lin and the other two were sitting. A loud clang echoed. 13's eyes widened slightly, and he turned to look. He took a deep breath and slowly turned back, saying nothing. Hu Bao also raised his eyebrows, but he knew that the patriarch was in trouble, and this wasn't the time to cause a scene. Therefore, he tried to suppress his anger. Commander, rest assured, after all, he's only alone. Let's team up and give him a good beating so he knows who the real Yoling is. A burly man in black armor immediately said, patting his chest. Have you found out anything about him yet? The man with the gloomy expression asked, wiping a few drops of wine from his lips. He's an outsider. Lord Yaxiang personally inspected him and then, breaking the rules, bestowed upon him the rank of commander. Another man in black armor chimed in. Humph, the gloomy-faced man picked up another wine jar and took a large gulp. Commander, I will personally test his strength. Then, according to our army's regulations, if his strength is inferior, even if he has the same title as you, it will be useless. But what did he rely on to be ranked first? Why did Lord Yaxiang allow him to surpass the deputy Yoling and become the main Yoling without any reason? No one could tolerate this. Enough, the man with the gloomy expression said after taking another sip of wine. I want to see what kind of ability he has in the end. He's an outsider. Even outsiders can be strong or weak. There are outsiders under my command in Yoling. If he's strong, then unleash the immortal slaying formation. As soon as he finished speaking, the black-armored demon soldiers fell silent. Oh! The man with the gloomy expression raised his eyebrows and said slowly, "Are you afraid?" At this moment, people in the tavern began paying and leaving. In an instant, only 2 tables remained occupied. Besides the table of the demon soldiers, only Wang Lin and his 2 companions were left. Although the cup in his hand was crushed, Wang Lin's eyes were still filled with memories. Immortal power slowly spread throughout his body. The inner demons he had been suppressing were gradually growing stronger. "Ancestor," 13 whispered. At the table where the demon soldiers were gathered, a man with a gloomy expression coldly snorted, "Enough talking, get out of here." A demon soldier beside him hastily said, "Commander, if we use the immortal slaying formation on the person inside and the demon general finds out, we'll definitely be punished. By then, that person will be dead, and I'll be reinstated to my original position. Even if there's punishment, I'll bear it." The man with the gloomy expression drained the wine jar in his hand and threw it away. Whoosh! This time, the wine jar flew straight towards Wang Lin's table at incredible speed. In an instant, it arrived. 13's eyes turned cold as he caught the jar. At the same time, his expression changed, and he quickly retreated. The chair he was sitting on shattered into pieces. 13 staggered back a few steps. He swallowed the blood that was welling up in his mouth. "Get out! I'm not in a good mood today. Only the 3 of you in this entire hall are blind." The man with the gloomy expression shouted. A cold glint flashed in Hubo's eyes as he stared intently at the group of demon soldiers. He could sense a surging wave of demonic power emanating from them. He knew that dealing with just one of them would be easy. Dealing with 2 was a bit of a stretch, especially the one who threw the wine jar. The demonic power within him had reached a level of internal restraint. Hubo felt a sharp pain upon meeting his gaze and quickly turned away. 13 took a deep breath, put down the wine jar, and walked over to Wang Lin, saying, "Ancestor." Wang Lin remained motionless, ignoring him. Since entering the tavern, the man with the gloomy expression had been paying attention to Wang Lin. He sensed something strange about him. It was as if 2 opposing forces were clashing within his body. The first jar of wine was just a test, but with the second jar, his intentions were completely clear. Seeing that Wang Lin and the other 2 hadn't left yet, some of the demon soldiers beside him became enraged. One of the black-armored demon soldiers immediately stood up and shouted, "Do you want to die?" As he spoke, he stepped forward to attack Wang Lin. 13, standing nearby, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Without a word, he threw a punch. The demon soldier reacted quickly. He let out a small cry, his hand transforming into a fist, his demonic power surging. Instantly, a dark light appeared on his fist. In a flash, it transformed into a fierce tiger and merged into his fist, colliding with 13. A loud bang echoed. The demon soldier spat out blood, his body sent flying several meters away as if struck by a powerful force, shattering several tables. Blood gushed from his mouth. 13 retreated a few steps, a trace of fresh blood at the corner of his mouth. He had just been injured from handling the wine jar, and trying to exert his strength at this moment only worsened his wound. His right hand felt numb. His body refining technique was incomplete, so its power wasn't very strong after cultivation. Seeing 13 attack, Tiger Robe said nothing, but reached into his chest and pulled out 10 small flags. With a light wave, icy wines immediately swirled around him. The surrounding demon soldiers, seeing their comrade injured, rose to their feet. Their eyes were filled with murderous intent. Those who had spent years on the battlefield could imagine the intensity of that murderous aura. The man with the gloomy expression remained seated, his gaze fixed on Wang Lin. "A barbarian dares to cause trouble in ancient demon city," one of the demon soldiers sneered. Immediately, they, like ferocious tigers, charged forward. All 6 demon soldiers attacked simultaneously, causing Hubao to inwardly groan in distress. With a wave of his soul banner, countless souls appeared, shrieking and flying throughout the tavern. 13's figure flashed, merging into the swarm of souls and unleashing a devastating attack. Divine demonic techniques, brothers, demonic power shatters gods. Someone in the demon soldiers shouted. The 6 demon soldiers' movements were incredibly precise, quickly unleashing their demonic power. Instantly, 6 powerful streams of demonic energy, like enraged dragons, surged through the tavern. At this moment, the souls in the soul banner that had filled the tavern were forced to retreat. 13's face turned pale, and Hubal also inwardly groaned in distress. The two exchanged glances, both seeing the determination in each other's eyes. Even if it meant death, they had to protect the safety of their ancestor. At this moment, Hubal suddenly felt that 13 wasn't such a hateful person after all. The commander, whose face had been grim, suddenly changed expression as he sat in his chair. He jumped to his feet and shouted, "Withdraw your demonic power, quickly!" No sooner had his voice faded than 6 streams of demonic power suddenly lost control. In the bewildered eyes of the 6 demon soldiers, 6 streams of demonic power flew straight towards Wang Lin and entered his body through his forehead. At this moment, Wang Lin's reminiscent gaze had completely vanished. He sighed, his eyes now completely clear. The power of demonic thoughts is truly formidable. A hint of fear flickered in Wang Lin's eyes. Cultivators emphasize steadfastness, not allowing external influences to affect them. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. With his cultivation and his own steadfastness, the situation he had just experienced was no different from surviving a catastrophe. Memories were nothing to fear. What was noteworthy was that his entire spirit was immersed in it, unable to control himself. Under normal circumstances, Wang Lin would certainly not have been in such a state. After he succumbed to demonic possession, he focused on suppressing it. But a trace of demonic thought still remained in his body. It was this demonic thought that pulled Wang Lin's memories out. Among ancient cultivators, the term external demonic possession refers to the moment when a cultivator communicates with heaven and earth, the moment they understand the heavenly Tao. When extraterrestrial demons transform into thousands upon thousands, appearing everywhere. The possession of an extraterrestrial demon would ignite the inner fire within a cultivator's body, burning their primordial spirit and thus taking their life and destroying their cultivation. In the eyes of ancient cultivators, extraterrestrial demons were incredibly terrifying. Carelessness in allowing them to possess a body would lead to eternal regret. After the decline of the ancient cultivation world, the Cultivation Alliance emerged. Mention of extraterrestrial demons gradually diminished, leaving only a system of analysis and calculation. Whether extraterrestrial demons actually existed was a question the Cultivation Alliance dismissed. The Cultivation Alliance believed that the phenomenon of extraterrestrial demon possession was due to the arising of demonic thoughts within the body, coupled with an illogical understanding of the heavenly Tao, thus causing an imbalance between internal and external, a lack of harmony between yin and yang, and an unstable mental state, transforming thoughts into mental constructs. Wang Lin's recent experience was exactly like that. His emotional turmoil, stemming from his memories of the vermilion bird, caused the demonic thoughts within his body to surge to their highest level. If this continued, Wang Lin might have awakened, but that would have taken a much longer time than it did now. The appearance of the demon soldiers, releasing their demonic power, allowed Wang Lin to find a breakthrough in his current predicament. After the 6 demon soldiers unleashed their demonic power in the tavern, it helped him achieve a profound breakthrough, instantly restoring his consciousness to normal. Although it was only a fleeting moment, it was enough for Wang Lin to understand many things. Without hesitation, he immediately used the demonic power of the soldiers along with the immortal power within his body to break through. Afterward, a vortex formed within his body, and the demonic power was absorbed into it. In the land of demonic spirits, for cultivators from outside, demonic power is a substitute for immortal power, capable of increasing immortal power. Wang Lin had never fused with it before. He was looking for an opportunity to gather external demonic power to try fusing it. Therefore, in an instant, the 6 streams of demonic power of the demon soldiers were completely devoured. All of this sounds long in description, but in reality, it happened in a very short time. In the tavern, 13 breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Wang Lin return to normal. In his heart, as long as Wang Lin was present, everything was fine. Immediately, he went behind Wang Lin and coldly looked at the demon soldiers in the tavern. Tiger Robe also quickly raised his right hand, retracting his soul banner and standing beside Wang Lin. At this moment, the 6 demon soldiers in the tavern, having lost all their demonic power, were weak. Their eyes, filled with disbelief at what had just happened, stared at Wang Lin. In their hearts, there was only fear. "Who are you?" The man with the gloomy expression stood up and spoke in a low voice. Wang Lin picked up the wine jar that was still on the table, stood up, and walked out without paying any attention to the other party. 13 took out some demon stones and placed them on the table before following him. As for Hu Bao, he glanced at the demon soldiers in the tavern, sneered a few times, and followed Wang Lin. The man with the gloomy expression slammed the table and shouted, "Stop!" As he spoke, he stepped forward, simultaneously releasing a powerful wave of demonic energy that enveloped the entire space in the tavern. The demonic energy seemed to condense into a tangible form, transforming in the void into a sharp long sword, emitting a strong demonic aura as it flew towards Wang Lin and the other two. Wang Lin turned around, a cold light flashing in his eyes, glancing at the other party. He lightly waved his right hand, and a gust of wind suddenly appeared, causing the long sword formed from demonic energy that was flying towards them to disappear. "We will meet again," Wang Lin uttered a sentence, and then left the tavern. The man with the gloomy expression suddenly stared after Wang Lin's retreating figure, lost in thought. Leaving the tavern, Wang Lin went nowhere else but straight back to his hotel. After entering his room, he sat down cross-legged. His immortal power quickly circulated throughout his body, meticulously examining every detail. The demonic possession in the tavern had given him a sense of danger. He had always underestimated such things. Therefore, now, as he calmly concentrated and carefully observed, he discovered many places within his body where demonic thoughts had appeared. Each time he detected a location with demonic thoughts, Wang Lin quickly dispelled them. It wasn't until the early morning of the next day, after his immortal power circulated several times without detecting any more demonic thoughts, that he breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, 3 black spheres floated before him. These 3 spheres were the demonic thoughts within his body that he had expelled. It would be a shame to throw these demonic thoughts away. If used properly, they could affect one's cultivation, making it difficult to defend against them. Thinking this, Wang Lin raised his right hand and quickly retrieved the 3 spheres into his storage bag. "The 7-day deadline is almost over. Yao Xiang said someone would come to take me to the military camp." Wang Lin's expression suddenly changed as he looked toward the door. He didn't have to wait long before 13's voice echoed from outside. "Ancestor, someone is requesting an audience." Wang Lin's expression remained calm as he said calmly, "Come in." With that, the door was pushed open and 13 and Hu Bao led a man into the room. This man was about 40 years old, dressed in black, with a gaunt face. As soon as he entered, the surrounding atmosphere suddenly turned cold. From the moment he entered the room, his gaze was fixed on Wang Lin. After a brief assessment, the man clasped his hands and said, "Greetings, Commander Wang. I am a military advisor under Lord Yao Xiang. I have been ordered by Lord Yao Xiang to escort you to the military camp. But first, please present your token." Wang Lin lightly touched his storage bag, and a bronze token appeared in his hand, which he then tossed forward. The military advisor caught the token. After carefully examining it, he nodded and returned it. Then he bit his fingertip and drew a picture in the air. Immediately, a blood-colored formation appeared before him. The formation was extremely complex, but Wang Lin could still discern some of its details. A teleportation formation. Wang Lin took back the token and whispered. The military advisor raised his head, glanced at Wang Lin, and said, "Commander Wang's knowledge is extraordinary. This is indeed a teleportation formation. However, it's different from your formation. This formation was devised by the Demon Emperor himself and used for teleportation." After saying this, he entered the blood-red formation and disappeared. At this moment, only 3 people remained in the room: Wang Lin, his companions, and the others. 13's eyes were resolute as he stepped into the formation first. His duty was to protect the ancestor. This formation was very strange, so he wanted to test it himself first. Seeing 13's actions, Wang Lin was secretly pleased. He stood up and entered the formation. Hu Bao muttered to himself and then followed Wang Lin. Elsewhere, the moment Wang Lin stepped out, earth-shattering, thunderous noises erupted from all directions. 13 stepped forward, his eyes filled with a hint of fear. Attacked by the sound, he hastily retreated a few steps, his face pale. He was already injured, and now the shockwaves caused his blood to boil. A stream of fresh blood spurted from his mouth. As for Tiger Robe, although he wasn't injured before, his body wasn't as strong as 13's. The shockwaves caused his ears to ring, and the demonic power in his body dissipated, scattering wildly through his meridians. His face was ashen. If it weren't for the ancestor beside him, he would have immediately sat down to regulate his demonic power. However, the more he gritted his teeth, the more chaotic the demonic power in his meridians became. At this moment, a gentle force from outside arrived. In an instant, the demonic power in Tiger Robe's body seemed to find its source, becoming extremely docile, reorganizing within his meridians and returning to normal. Wang Lin lifted his right hand from Tiger Robe's shoulder. He lightly kicked forward with his foot. A surge of immortal power flew out and entered 13's body. After circulating within him, 13's injuries healed. Wang Lin looked around. He saw that the place was built with black stone. The military camp circumference was approximately 100 miles, surrounded by a city wall. On the wall, there were clearly fluctuations of demonic power, obviously imbued with magic. Wang Lin appeared in the center of the camp. 100 yards away from him, a group of demon soldiers in black armor stood upright. Their bodies radiated demonic energy, making them look like statues of demon gods. Each group consisted of 1,000 demon soldiers. At this moment, more than 10 groups of demon soldiers stood in neat, solemn formations, surrounding Wang Lin and radiating intense killing intent. The killing intent emanating from 10,000 people was no ordinary matter, especially since none of these 10,000 people had demonic power less than that of the 30 armored demons. Some even surpassed 100. Aside from that, all 10,000 people here have experienced the battlefield. Each of them has countless lives lost. Therefore, the killing intent accumulated over countless days has permeated their very bones. In the atmosphere filled with killing intent, there was complete silence. At this moment, 10,000 eyes were fixed on one person. Their gazes, imbued with concentrated killing intent, were like 10,000 flying swords pointing in the same direction. Wang Lin stood at the center, utterly calm, showing no fear whatsoever. His cold gaze met the 10,000 gazes. Just now, as he emerged from the formation, 10,000 black-armored demon soldiers roared in unison. The roar, imbued with demonic power and killing intent, was no less powerful than the roar of a nascent soul cultivator. A hint of sarcasm flickered in the eyes of the military advisor. He coughed a few times, then looked at the surrounding black-armored demon soldiers and shouted, "Where is Commander Sima?" No sooner had he finished speaking than the sound of horse hoofs echoed from afar. A giant black beast with a single horn charged forward. Its speed was incredibly fast, kicking up a cloud of dust like a surging wave. A figure stood on the beast's back. This figure wore a full black suit of armor, adorned with silver patterns. His head was covered by a black helmet, and his entire being exuded a powerful killing intent. From the outside, only his eyes were visible. The moment he appeared before Wang Lin, he was slightly startled. But immediately, a strong aura of killing intent emanated from him, quickly masking it. As he approached, the surrounding demon soldiers parted, revealing a path leading directly to Wang Lin. About 30 meters away, the beast beneath him roared and stopped. However, even though it had stopped, dust continued to spread forward. The military steward waved his sleeve, and a whirlwind appeared, blowing away the dust. He looked at the newly appeared man and said, "This is the new commander. Deputy Commander Sima, you may pay your respects." He deliberately emphasized the word deputy. Wang Lin's demeanor was calm as he glanced at the man and said, "Goodbye." Sima Yan snorted coldly and removed his hat. The face was indeed the same gloomy-looking man from the tavern. The military steward's eyes held a hint of unreadability as he bowed to Wang Lin and said, "Commander Wang, I bid you farewell and will return to report to the demon general." Wang Lin smiled and said, "No need to see me off, steward." The military steward smiled and nodded. He entered the formation and disappeared. After he left, the military camp was completely silent. Only the sounds of hurried breathing could be heard. Sima Yan looked at Wang Lin indifferently and said, "Commander, the Black Armor Army has 10,000 demon soldiers. Except for 6 who are unconscious and unable to leave, all of them are present here." Wang Lin's expression remained calm and composed as he looked at the surrounding demon soldiers. In their eyes, he saw contempt and hostility. A cold glint flashed in Wang Lin's eyes as he slowly said, "Everyone, retreat." Not a single one of the 10,000 demon soldiers moved. Their gazes were fixed on Sima Yan. Since Sima Yan hadn't spoken, they wouldn't heed anyone's words. even the new commander. Wang Lin paid no attention to the surrounding demon soldiers. He walked straight through the 10 formations. Shai Din and Hu Bao followed closely behind, their faces grim, not uttering a word. After the three left, the demon soldiers burst into laughter, clearly showing their contempt and disdain. Only Sima Yan didn't laugh. He didn't understand much about this new commander. He wondered if he himself would remain so calm in such a situation, and would certainly cause a commotion. Everyone, retreat and continue training. Sima Yan frowned and said, his voice low, but to the demon soldiers' ears it was like thunder. 10,000 demon soldiers immediately turned around in formation. 10 formations began to practice. In the military camp here, besides some barracks, there was a simple room. However, outside that room was a protective formation. Beside the room stood a solemn black flag. On the flag were embroidered the two characters Sima in gold thread. Obviously, this room was Sima Yan's residence. There were also some architectural traces. Clearly, there was more than one room here before. Hu Bao looked at the scene before him. Hearing the demon soldiers' mocking laughter behind him, his face darkened, and he angrily said, Ancestor, these demon soldiers are too arrogant. Wang Lin's expression remained calm, and he said calmly, no need to pay attention to them. If there's no place for us to stay here, we can sit outside. He spoke while searching for an open space, then sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate his internal energy. Tiger Robe suppressed his anger, turning his head to look at the dispersing demon soldiers. Then, he snorted coldly and sat down to the left of Wang Lin. 13's expression remained gloomy, but his eyes were as calm as before. He didn't care about being looked down upon by the demon soldiers. He knew that if Wang Lin gave the order, he wouldn't hesitate to act, even if it meant losing his life. 13 crossed his legs and sat down to the right of Wang Lin. He closed his eyes and began cultivating the giant demon clan's body, refining divine ability. Time passed slowly, and in the blink of an eye, night had fallen. Throughout that time, the demon soldiers in the camp continuously shouted and trained. They focused on practical combat and coordinated formations. When a demon soldier roared past Wang Lin, his eyes only showed contempt. This didn't affect Wang Lin at all. He remained calmly seated. 13 followed Wang Lin's example, closing his eyes and sitting there. Although he almost lost his composure several times, he managed to restrain himself. Only Hu Bao was fundamentally unable to sit still all day. His cold gaze observed the demon soldiers. Towards Wang Lin, not only was his expression calm, but his heart was also extremely tranquil. Throughout the day, although he sat there, his consciousness observed all the activities of the tens of thousands of people. Each squad of about 1,000 people had a commander. 10 commanders were Sima Yan's trusted confidants. As for the 6 demon soldiers in the tavern, although their cultivation levels were similar, they were clearly influential figures in the military camp. The reason he didn't rush to attack was because he understood the rules of the 9 districts' demon army in the demon spirit land very well. This understanding came from the ancestral records that Luo Yun had shown him. The 9 districts' demon spirits were based on military law, completely different from the cultivation world. Here, unless one possessed heaven-shattering cultivation and could fight a demon emperor, they had to abide by military regulations. Anyone entering the demon spirit land had to participate in a selection process to integrate into the 9 districts and gain military power. Only then could they have a foothold here. Otherwise, facing tens of thousands of demon soldiers alone would be pointless. Although the demon soldiers' cultivation levels were high, there were still some masters among them. Moreover, the demon soldiers were skilled in formations. They often used bizarre and unpredictable formations to defeat their enemies. However, if someone manages to kill many demon soldiers, it will inevitably lead to the appearance of a commander, a powerful expert of the demon general level. At that point, a lone cultivator will no longer be able to set foot here. They can only flee to another district. But if they continue this behavior, they will only be able to continue fleeing as before. Eventually, even taking a single step in the demon spirit land will be impossible. They can only go into seclusion to cultivate. But even then, without military achievements, they cannot have the opportunity to merge with the ancient demon. All these reasons cause cultivators entering the demon spirit land to try every means to obtain a position in the district. And to do so, they must uphold military regulations. If they violate military regulations, they will lose everything. Wang Lin was perfectly clear on this point. If he acted immediately to discipline them, he would inevitably kill someone. Moreover, once the demon soldiers trusted someone, even killing them wouldn't solve the problem. Ultimately, he himself would violate military regulations and fail to successfully discipline them. Many cultivators with great divine abilities who came here had failed. After all, out of more than 1,000 people who entered, only a few could stand firm after several battles. Among them were some cultivators with relatively bold temperaments. They would immediately attack any disobedient demon soldiers. After all, in the 9 districts of the demon spirit land, the cultivators were all outsiders. Each of the 9 districts had a demon emperor. Therefore, when those from outside took up positions, there was an additional rule: one person who disobeyed orders could be reprimanded. But what about 10 who disobeyed? The term 10 people here has a very broad meaning. It could be said that 10 people are in a squad, or perhaps even 10 squads. Therefore, Wang Lin wasn't in a hurry. At this moment, he was like a hunter waiting for an opportunity. Once he seized the opportunity, he would take action to sort everything out. Time passed, and Wang Lin had been sitting in the open space for 3 days. During those 3 days, 13 remained completely alert. 2 days earlier, Wang Lin had given him a jade slip to memorize all its contents. But Huba was becoming increasingly restless. Over the course of 3 days, more and more demon soldiers seemed to no longer pay attention to Wang Lin and the other 2. In their eyes, Yao Ling was no longer important. But Sima Yin felt increasingly terrified. He still sensed that something was amiss. The new Yao Ling was completely beyond his expectations. Not only did he ignore the romantic affairs in the military camp, but he didn't even speak. He just sat there cross-legged all day. One of the 2 servants beside him was extremely angry, his eyes filled with murderous intent. This made Sima Yin even more frightened. He wasn't afraid of the other party's actions, his anger, or his control over the military camp. He had ways to make the other party discouraged and leave on their own. What he feared was this feeling of being unable to see through him. What is this new commander thinking? Sima Yin sat in his room. Below him were 7 or 8 squad leaders. Commander, Siyu and Jokai rarely visit us. This time, even after you summoned them, they didn't come. What do you think? One of the 8 bald-headed men sitting beside him said. This man wore black armor, his entire being exuding an aura of majesty. Above his head was a scorpion symbol. At first glance, the scorpion looked extremely sinister, almost as if it were a living thing. Sima Yin rubbed his temples. 3 days had felt like a year to him. The calmer Wang Lin became, the more dangerous he felt. Those 2 can wait. Today, I summoned you all here to hear your opinions on the new commander. We're all from the same family, so speak frankly, Sima Yin said in a low voice. Is there any need for an opinion? This person is definitely a good-for-nothing, not worth paying attention to. A young man showed contempt for the new commander. He felt a little disdainful. To be precise, he didn't think much of anyone from outside. Commander-san is mistaken. The new commander is certainly a man of deep cunning. To be able to sit still for days without losing his composure is certainly extraordinary, a gray-haired old man sitting below Sima Yin said in a low voice. Although this man was old, the black armor he wore gave him a sense of solidity. Commander Sun snorted softly, dissatisfied, saying, "You're overestimating his actions." Under Wang Lin's observation, people occasionally spoke up, but ultimately, no consensus was reached. Sima Yin rubbed his forehead and said, "All right, remember this. Don't provoke him in the next few days. Let's see if he can remain calm after some time. As long as he takes the initiative to attack, we'll have a countermeasure." Time passed slowly, and in the blink of an eye, Wang Lin had been sitting in the military camp for half a month. During that half month, he didn't make a single move. Every day he closed his eyes and practiced breathing exercises. The military camp seemed to have become a place for him to cultivate. 13's mind finally calmed down, and he practiced breathing exercises with Wang Lin. However, the anger in Hubao's heart only grew stronger. If it weren't for his apprehension, he would have gone berserk and unleashed his soul banner to fight for a while. Wang Lin's silence only increased the contempt of the more than 10,000 demon soldiers there. Wang Lin turned a blind eye to all of this. One day, in the military camp, Commander Sun led a 1,000-man training squad past Wang Lin's position. At this moment, Commander Sun's eyes clearly showed his contempt for the new commander. Therefore, as he passed by, he spat and rudely said, "Useless." The demon soldiers, seeing Commander Sun's actions and words, burst into laughter. Their laughter was full of sarcasm. His gaze was calm and composed as he slowly said, "Commander Sun." "What did you say?" Commander Sun was stunned. It had been half a month since he arrived, and this was the first time Wang Lin had spoken. He inwardly sneered, contemptuously saying, "I just said the words useless." His voice was arrogant and showed no restraint. A flash of light flickered in Wang Lin's eyes, and he smirked. He raised his right hand and grabbed. Instantly, an invisible force appeared in the air. The invisible force instantly bound Commander Sun's body. It didn't stop, continuing to spread across the distance, causing Commander Sun's face to change color as he struggled. But no matter how much he struggled, the demonic power emanating from him remained tightly gripped, refusing to loosen. In an instant, his body was seized by Wang Lin. Wang Lin's wrist clamped down on his neck. "You!" Commander Sun's face flushed crimson. He felt the gates of death looming before him. Despite this, he still glared at Wang Lin with hatred. He couldn't believe this new commander dared to kill him. However, at this moment, he felt a sense of dread at the opponent's cultivation level. With a single wave of his hand, he was rendered powerless to retaliate. Such a level of cultivation, even Commander Sima couldn't achieve. Seeing the commander captured, 1,000 black armored demon soldiers charged forward. A glint flashed in Wang Lin's eyes as he softly said, 13. The 8th rule of the Heavenly Demon County's military regulations, read it aloud. For the past few days, 13 had been diligently memorizing the contents of the Jade Slip. Hearing Wang Lin's words, he immediately spoke, a subordinate insulting a superior, execute. Captain Sun's body trembled violently, a sense of unease rising within him. He struggled to speak, but Wang Lin's grip on his neck prevented him from uttering a single word. A cold glint flashed in Wang Lin's eyes as he smirked. With a slight exertion of force, a cracking sound echoed. Captain Sun didn't even have time to cry out before Wang Lin crushed his neck. Simultaneously, Wang Lin's immortal power surged into his body, destroying his cultivation. Even in death, Captain Sun's eyes remained filled with disbelief at the cruel reality. He never imagined the new commander would have the audacity to kill him. Grasping the corpse, Wang Lin took a deep breath. Instantly, streams of demonic energy flew out from the 7 orifices of the corpse and were absorbed into Wang Lin's body. All of this happened almost within the time it took 13 to speak. Wang Lin killed without hesitation. At this moment, the charging demon soldiers stopped, their eyes filled with anger. Some intelligent ones immediately changed their minds about Wang Lin. With a casual toss, Wang Lin threw the corpse of Commander Sun forward, coldly looking at the demon soldiers in front of him without saying a word. The corpse landed with a thud in front of the demon soldiers. Seeing Commander Sun's eyes wide open in death, the demon soldiers became even more enraged. One of them immediately shouted, "Brothers, avenge our commander." As soon as the words were spoken, half of the 1,000 demon soldiers rushed out, roaring with anger. They charged forward without hesitation. Each demon soldier emitted demonic energy, their eyes glaring at Wang Lin as if he were an enemy. The light in Wang Lin's eyes intensified. He softly uttered, "Subordinates are being insubordinate." A smile flicked across his lips as he reached into his storage bag. Instantly, the immortal sword appeared in his hand. With a fleck of his wrist, a beam of sword light, as if splitting the sky, flashed. At the same time, the curved saber followed closely behind, plunging into the horde of demon soldiers. Screams of agony quickly erupted. The immortal sword's sword light dealt with the demon soldiers whose cultivation was equivalent to the core formation stage with ease. As for the curved saber, each time it appeared, a demon soldier's head fell to the ground. The chaos was quickly noticed by the other demon soldier squads. All eyes turned towards their commander. 9 other commanders in the military camp rushed over. Behind them, a horde of demon soldiers also surged forward. "Stop!" One of the 9 commanders immediately roared. The distance of 100 miles wasn't far, so it didn't take long for dust to rise in front of Wang Lin as 9,000 demon soldiers appeared. Wang Lin paid no attention. He stretched out his hands, and the immortal power in his body combined with the demonic power to form a stream, emitting a powerful suction force. Instantly, the demonic power from the bodies of the hundreds of slain demon soldiers flew out and rushed towards Wang Lin. In a flash, he absorbed it into his body. The dense demonic power dispersed in the heavens and earth, forming a vortex around Wang Lin's position. By the time the 9,000 demon soldiers were close, Wang Lin had absorbed all of their demonic power. He raised his right hand and pointed at the void. The immortal sword and the curved saber returned, circling around his head and emitting resounding clangs. Almost instantly, half of the 1,000 demon soldiers under Commander Sun's command were gone. The other half were all dead. But the survivors retreated. The anger in their eyes had vanished, replaced by murderous intent and a deep-seated fear. 9 commanders in black armor quickly approached Wang Lin. Their gazes immediately focused on Commander Sun's corpse. 9,000 demon soldiers quickly fanned out, surrounding Wang Lin. Their entire bodies radiated a dense, overwhelming killing intent. They didn't just surround him normally, but arranged themselves into a formation, focusing their attention on Wang Lin. 13 and Tiger Robe immediately stood up, their eyes flashing with coldness. Tiger Robe, in particular, licked his lips and conjured a soul banner. He looked at Wang Lin, who remained seated cross-legged, never having stood up. At this moment, surrounded by 9,000 demon soldiers, his expression remained calm as he said, "You also want to do the kind of thing where subordinates insult their superiors." The 9 commanders all felt a chill. On the ground, the bloodstains of the demon soldiers were still wet. Severed arms and skulls littered the ground. The entire scene before them greatly changed their perception of Wang Lin. Especially at this moment, hearing what he said, they exchanged glances in silence. At that moment, an angry roar echoed from afar. Sima Yan, like a whirlwind, rushed forward. He leapt past countless demon soldiers and appeared right in front of them. Seeing the skeletons and bloodstains on the ground, his expression darkened even more. Just now, he had been meditating when he received news of the chaos in the army and immediately stopped his practice. However, he didn't show himself but used a secret technique to inform the military steward. Only when Wang Lin was surrounded did he come out. "Commander-in-Chief, regardless of the reason, after you killed Commander Sun and then slaughtered the demon soldiers, I cannot overlook this," Sima Yan said in a low voice. Wang Lin's expression remained calm, and he smiled, saying, 13. Read the 13th article of the Heavenly Demon County Military Regulations. 13 immediately said, causing chaos in the military camp. Surrounding a superior officer, you must retreat within 30 breaths, otherwise beheading. Read the 2nd article of the Heavenly Demon County Military Regulations. If you use the immortal slaying formation on someone inside without permission, you must disperse within 20 breaths. Otherwise, you will be guilty of a grave crime. Wang Lin's expression remained calm. In contrast, Sima Yan's expression became even more somber. He immediately understood that the person before him had remained silent for a month, waiting for an opportunity. When that opportunity arose, it would make people unable to help but admire him. The 9 commanders immediately retreated. The 3 of them looked at each other, recognizing the apprehension in each other's eyes. They didn't want to participate in this struggle for dominance. 13, count. Wang Lin closed his eyes, ignoring Sima Yan. 13's gaze was calm. 13 counts have passed. Only 16, 15, 14, 13 remain. Disperse. Sima Yan gritted his teeth and roared. His words were orders in the military camp. 9,000 demon soldiers immediately turned and dispersed. The encirclement formation was quickly broken and ceased to exist. At this moment, in the middle of the military camp, a blood-red light suddenly flashed. The thin figure of the military steward slowly appeared. He wasn't alone. Behind him was an old man in a coarse cloth robe. The old man's hair was white, fluttering in the wind. He stood there overshadowing everything else. The moment the old man appeared, Wang Lin opened his eyes. His gaze pierced through the demon soldiers in front of him and looked towards the old man. The old man's gaze also met Wang Lin's. The moment their eyes met, Wang Lin's mind was slightly shaken before returning to normal. He sensed for seals within the other man's body. The old man's body trembled slightly, his eyes flashing with a terrifying light. The seals within him were nearly broken with just a glance. After the military advisor appeared, he instantly teleported before Wang Lin. The old man followed suit. The military advisor's gaunt face remained calm after looking at the skeleton on the ground. Military advisor, the commander unjustly killed Commander Sun and then killed 500 demon soldiers. Everyone witnessed it, Sima Yan said from the side. Wang Lin raised his right hand, and a jade slip flew out. The military steward caught it and bowed his head to look at it. As soon as his demonic power flowed out, a series of images appeared in his mind. These images depicted the events that had just occurred. The military steward glanced deeply at Wang Lin. His initial contempt for Wang Lin completely disappeared. In fact, he now even had the intention of befriending him. Wang Lin's methods could be said to have completely seized the initiative, always keeping him in an invincible position. He smiled and said, "Commander Wang, I apologize for disturbing you. I will report this matter to the Demon General. For someone who commits insubordination, such consequences are inevitable." He said this while bowing to Wang Lin and smiling as he took his leave. The old man beside him also bowed and said to Wang Lin, "Commander Wang's cultivation is astonishing. I admire you greatly." After the two left, Sima Yan remained silent for a moment before respectfully saying to Wang Lin, "This matter was due to my recklessness. I hope the commander will not blame me." As soon as he finished speaking, the eyes of the surrounding commanders showed a hint of surprise. One of them hesitated for a moment before speaking. "I was also a little reckless in this matter." Immediately afterward, all the commanders said the same thing. Finally, everything came to an end. By this point, even a fool could recognize Wang Lin's tactics. The new commander was someone who wouldn't act unless absolutely necessary. Once he did act, it was lightning fast. If they continued to be stubborn, the same thing might happen again with Commander Sun. Moreover, the commander's cultivation was such that even Sima Yan, if he were to intervene, wouldn't be able to win. Therefore, most people compromised. Wang Lin stood upright, pressing his right hand against the ground. Suddenly, a rumbling tremor erupted in the military camp. The ground seemed to ride like a dragon, sinking slightly. The mud beneath Wang Lin's feet gushed forth like a spring, just billowed in all directions, obscuring the space. Almost instantly, a mud brick building rose up, towering above the ground. It was a two-story building, its color simple. However, at a glance, it exuded an aura of majesty. With a wave of his hand, he had created a building within the military camp. Such magic not only intimidated Sima Yan and his group, but also the 9,000 demon soldiers. "Everyone, retreat," Wang Lin calmly said, then turned and entered the building. 13 followed closely behind. As for Hu Bao, after a cold smile and a glance at everyone, he turned and walked away. He felt incredibly refreshed. All the restraints of the past had completely vanished at this moment. The reverence in his heart for Wang Lin only increased. After Wang Lin and the other two entered the building, Sima Yan clenched his fists, turned around, and left without a word. The remaining 9 commanders exchanged glances, each making their own decision before withdrawing. From that day on, of the 8 commanders who had interacted with Sima Yan, except for Commander Sun, who had died, only 3 continued to maintain a relationship. The other 4 gradually became estranged and distanced themselves from Sima Yan. From that day on, within the Black Armor Army's camp, the image of Wang Lin gradually became clearer in the hearts of the demon soldiers. Since becoming commander, Wang Lin had never issued an order, but his majesty and decisive actions had created his own reputation. There were 16 military camps within the ancient demon city, all clad in black armor. Only in the smaller areas was there a difference. At this moment, in the 3rd military camp, Yao Zixu was sitting cross-legged in her room. Late at night, Yao Zixu suddenly opened her eyes. A glint of light flashed in them. Outside the window, the moon cast a deep purple light upon the ground. Tonight in the demon spirit land was the time when the moon shone brightest once every 6 months. It was rumored that this was the moment when heaven and earth harmonized. As for the specifics, no one understood. The rumor was passed down from ancient times, and there was only that one sentence, without a clear explanation. She took a deep breath and stood up. After spreading her divine consciousness to survey the surroundings, she reached into her storage bag. Immediately, a red compass appeared in her hand. Looking at the compass, her eyes showed a hint of hesitation. "I've been there 3 times, but each time I ended up in the same spot. My father once said that to enter that place, one's cultivation must at least reach the peak inquiry stage. If I follow the plan my father outlined for me, I should absorb enough demonic power here. Then, after breaking through to the peak inquiry realm, with the added help of the blood soul pill, she could be 80% certain of success. But this time, the tide unexpectedly brought that token. Her delicate eyebrows furrowed slightly as she held the compass in her hand, her expression pensive. That year, my father and the others, including Tao Yunzi, entered the demon spirit land and learned about it from the demon emperor. At that time, he didn't have time to examine it before heading to the abyss where the tide was. After several years of my father's speculation, there's a 60% chance that place is real. I'll try again. If I still can't enter, then I'll just have to wait until I reach the peak inquiry realm. After all, my father has already used 3 blood soul pills from his 3 previous attempts. Now, only 6 remain. There's still a long time here, so we can't waste them. Each blood soul pill can be used for 1 resurrection. Yao Zixu's eyes showed determination. Her already beautiful face, now tinged with determination, was even more captivating. She gently released the compass, then reached into her storage pouch with her right hand. A lamp appeared in her hand. The white lamp was engraved with several runes. Occasionally, flashes of light flickered on these runes, resembling the pulsating of a human chest. It looked incredibly bizarre. Yao Zixu took a deep breath and crushed the lamp. The moment it shattered, a drop of blue blood flew out. Without hesitation, she bit her fingertip. Then, using her own blood, she drew several complex runes in the air. After the runes appeared, they merged with the drop of blue blood. In an instant, Yao Zixu grasped the rune and pointed it at her forehead. Immediately, the rune imprinted itself on her forehead, causing her intense pain. After a while, the pain gradually subsided. She gasped for breath as she raised her finger. In an instant, a talisman emerged from her forehead, transforming into a drop of blue blood that floated in midair. She swung her right hand, and the drop of blue blood vanished. Then, gritting her teeth, she stomped on the compass on the ground. A soft light flashed, and countless talismans appeared on the compass, swirling around the room. The talisman swirled for about 3 breaths before Yao Zixu and the compass disappeared. Time slowly passed. Wang Lin's life remained unchanged. He spent his days meditating, rarely leaving his room. Gradually, he refined the demonic power and integrated it with the immortal power in his body, stabilizing his cultivation and advancing to the late stage of the nascent soul realm. There is an extremely precise law in the world. The emperors of mortals possess such majesty because they are feared by countless subjects. Furthermore, it is due to distance and mystery. In the eyes of every high-ranking official, the emperor, seated atop the throne, was unattainable and his thoughts unfathomable, thus giving rise to an aura of majesty. At this time, although Wang Lin rarely appeared in the military camp, his majesty surpassed that of Sima Yan, who appeared frequently. For the past few months, Hu Bao had been living in the military camp like a fish in water. His personality was naturally easygoing. Although there had been some initial conflicts, those conflicts gradually disappeared with time. He interacted with several commanders more and more, especially one named Siyu, a woman. The moment Hu Bao saw her, he felt a surge of emotion. From then on, he was extremely attentive. During other times of the day, he would sit outside the tower like a guardian deity. After several months, one day, in the 3rd military camp, in Yoshizu's room, a purple light suddenly flashed in the air. Immediately afterward, it transformed into blue runes. The runes spun rapidly. In their center was a drop of boiling blue blood. Slowly, its boiling intensified. Finally, the drop of blue blood swelled several times its original size, transforming into a blue blood sphere. The surrounding runes spun even faster. After a while, they all stopped, but, as if summoned, flew towards the blue blood sphere, attaching themselves to its surface. After the last rune was imprinted, the blue blood sphere contracted. It didn't completely revert to its original form. Instead, it formed a human-like shape. The whole process didn't take long. It was completed in about 5 breaths. The blue sphere disappeared, replaced by the body of a girl with a beautiful face and exquisite curves. That girl was indeed Yao Zixu. Another failure. This time, if it weren't for the blood soul pill, I would have died 4 times already. But luckily, I managed to break through more than half. If I had more help, I would definitely succeed. Yao Zixu sighed, her eyes widening. Then her gaze narrowed slightly, her face becoming pensive. If only someone could help me, Wang Lin. Currently, in ancient demon city, besides me, there are 2 other cultivators. Of those 2, one is only at the early stage of the transformation realm and is of no use. Only Wang Lin remains. He was able to withstand the 7 ice fists of the demon general, so his cultivation is just right. However, this person has a cold temperament. If it's not beneficial, I'm afraid it will be very difficult for him to help me. Yao Shisu pondered for a moment, then waved her right hand. A faint light suddenly radiated around her. Time passed, and within the Black Armor Army, Wang Lin continued to cultivate. After absorbing the demon power of 500 demon soldiers and the commander's son, the demon essence in his body, after fusion, had reached nearly 1,000 armors. With 1,000 armors of demon essence, the speed of absorbing demon energy here was obviously several times faster than before. Wang Lin paid no heed to anything happening in the military camp. He used every moment to absorb demonic power and break through to the late stage of the nascent soul realm. One day, Wang Lin, sitting there, suddenly opened his eyes. His expression suddenly changed. Brother Wang. At midnight tonight, please come to the ancient mountain 1,000 miles from the military camp. Yao Zixu. Yao Zixu's voice echoed in Wang Lin's primordial spirit. Wang Lin pondered for a moment, then closed his eyes and sat down again. At midnight, 1,000 miles from the military camp, on the ancient mountain, Yao Zixu, dressed in white, stood on the mountaintop waiting. Time slowly passed. Even as dawn broke, Wang Lin still hadn't appeared. Yao Zixu's face gradually turned cold. She snorted coldly and transformed into a white beam of light, flying straight towards Wang Lin's military camp. In an instant, she arrived outside the camp and teleported inside. The camp's formations had no effect on her. After all, she was one of the commanders. After entering the military camp, on the vast 100-mile-wide courtyard, numerous demon soldiers under the command of their commanders were practicing their formations. Yao Zixu's appearance immediately attracted the attention of the demon soldiers. She flew at incredible speed towards Wang Lin's tower. Outside the tower, 13 suddenly opened his eyes and stood up. He coldly looked towards Yao Zixu as she flew towards him. "Stop," 13 whispered. Yao Zixu's face was icy cold. She snorted coldly. Instead of stopping, she accelerated, flying straight towards the tower. At this moment, several commanders present on the courtyard almost without hesitation rushed towards the tower. Behind them, the demon soldiers also released their demonic energy and followed. Seeing Yao Zixu approaching, 13 shouted loudly. He took a step forward, clenched his right hand, and unleashed a punch. Yao Zixu paid no attention to 13. She lightly tapped the air with her right hand, and a blood-red light flashed, enveloping 13's entire body. Instantly, 13's body became like a blood-red sphere. 13 stopped, standing motionless like a statue before the building. Yao Zixu descended and slowly walked inside. At this point, 9,000 demon soldiers rushed forward from all directions. One of the commanders immediately shouted, "Commander Yao, stop!" Yao Zixu's face was filled with murderous intent. Her hands, clasped behind her back, suddenly swung up. A blood-red light appeared in the air, completely enveloping everything within 100 yards. The charging demon soldiers were immediately stopped outside, unable to enter. "I have private matters to discuss with Commander Wang. You don't need to interfere," Yao Zixu said coldly, then continued walking inside. The moment she reached the door of the building, a gust of wind rushed out from inside. The wind struck Yao Zixu, causing her expression to change. A red light flashed, enveloping her entire body. After the wind passed, the light gradually disappeared. 13, standing there, was also affected by the wind. Immediately, his body twitched briefly before returning to normal. Suddenly, Wang Lin's voice echoed in his ears. Hearing Wang Lin's words, 13 ignored Yao Zixu and sat down cross-legged without saying a word. "Yao Daoist friend is too angry," Wang Lin's voice came from inside the building. Yao Zixu's expression grew even colder. She snorted softly and said, "My anger is still inferior to Wang Daoist friends." As she spoke, she walked forward, pushed open the door, and stepped inside. The windows of the building remained closed. There was not a single ray of light inside. At that moment, sunlight streamed in through the door, casting a shadow on the ground. Wang Lin sat cross-legged deep inside, his face obscured. Stepping in here, if you have nothing to offer that would move me, don't blame me for showing no mercy. Wang Lin's voice rang out coldly. This was a crucial time for his cultivation. He had originally planned to stay here for several months, refining the demonic power within his body to break through to the late stage of the nascent soul realm. Unexpectedly, someone had inexplicably barged in, interrupting his cultivation. How could he possibly let them get away with it? I arranged to meet you on the ancient mountain at midnight. Why didn't you come? Yao Zixu said coldly. Why should I go? Wang Lin frowned. He and she had only met twice. Including this time, it was only their third encounter. Yao Zixu was stunned. She had come all the way here because she was so angry. However, now that Wang Lin was questioning her, she didn't know how to answer. After a moment of contemplation, Yao Zixu lowered her head and whispered, "This was due to my impatience. Please don't blame me, Taoist Wang. I only came here because I have something I need your help with." "What is it?" Wang Lin asked concisely. He didn't want to talk too much with her. This was the most crucial time for refining the demonic power. Yao Zixu raised her right hand and lightly waved it behind her. The door of the building automatically closed. At the same time, a red light suddenly enveloped the entire building. "This is a secret matter, so I had to be cautious. Please don't mind, Taoist Wang." At this moment, Yao Zixu was trying to restrain herself because she needed his help. "It's all right," Wang Lin said calmly. "There's a forbidden formation, and I alone don't have the strength to break it. Therefore, I need your help, fellow Taoist Wang. Once the formation is broken, I will definitely reward you handsomely," Yao Zixu said thoughtfully. Wang Lin pondered for a moment and then said slowly, "Right now, I have important matters to attend to, so I cannot help with breaking the formation. Please forgive me, fellow Taoist Yao." Not only did he truly lack the time, but even if he did, he wouldn't readily agree. After all, he and she had no relationship whatsoever. Moreover, if someone with her cultivation level couldn't break the formation, Wang Lin wouldn't dare claim he could either. And more importantly, her words weren't sincere. She was clearly hiding many things. Therefore, Wang Lin didn't want to help. Before Yao Zixu decided to seek his help, she had already anticipated that he wouldn't agree. Therefore, she didn't get angry at this moment, saying, "Fellow Taoist Wang, your cultivation is currently at the mid-stage of the transformation realm. To advance to the late stage, you need a very large amount of immortal jade. If you want to reach the peak realm, the amount of immortal jade needed will be even greater. During the next period in the demon spirit land, you will need a large amount of immortal jade to compensate for the consumption. I wonder if you have enough immortal jade at this time. If not, I can provide some." A glint flashed in Wang Lin's eyes. He glanced at Yao Zixu and said slowly, "How much immortal jade can you provide?" Yao Zixu smiled. She wasn't afraid of Wang Lin demanding too much, but only afraid that he wouldn't care. But since he had asked, she was confident she could satisfy him. "I can provide all the immortal jade for you to reach the early stage of the peak realm," Yao Zixu said leisurely. A glimmer of light flashed in Wang Lin's eyes. Yao Zixu's words had indeed shaken him. If it weren't for the insufficient immortal jade, he would have reached the late stage of the nascent soul realm long ago, instead of suffering through absorbing demonic power. As she said, Wang Lin didn't have much immortal jade left to reach the late stage of the nascent soul realm. If he used it all, after 500 years here, if he were injured or depleted his immortal power, he would be in great trouble without immortal jade to replenish it. He had thought this through carefully before, so until now, he hadn't absorbed the immortal power from the immortal jade. He only accumulated demonic power and underwent fusion and transformation. The immortal jade was stored for when needed. In fact, Wang Lin had decided that once he reached the late stage of the nascent soul realm and achieved great perfection, he would lead his demonic army out to slaughter any cultivators he encountered to collect immortal jade. What do you think? If fellow Taoist Wang agrees, I will now give you the immortal jade to increase your cultivation to the late stage of the transformation realm. I will give you the rest after we return." Yao Zixu immediately said. Wang Lin thought for a moment and then said, "What is that forbidden formation?" "I don't know its name either, but after it opens, it immediately spins. Inside, there are 18 seals. I can only break up to the 11th. With your help, I believe I can break all of them. Most of what Yao Zixu said was true, but there was one thing she didn't say: the name of the formation. Although she didn't understand it, she knew that once the formation was broken, life and death would be separated. If successful, life would come. If unsuccessful, death would follow. She had failed 4 times and died 4 times, losing 4 blood soul pills. Her father had spent so much effort to create just one. There were only 13 blood soul pills in total. Most of it was in Yao Zixu's hands. Wang Lin thought for a moment, then frowned and said, "Where is that formation?" Yao Zixu thought for a moment and said, "Unless Taoist Wang agrees, I can't say much. I can only tell you that to reach that formation, you need a special kind of magical artifact to enter. Currently, in the demon spirit land, besides me, there's probably no one else who can enter." From her words, there's definitely a lot she's hiding. But immortal jade is very important to me. If I have enough immortal jade, I can reach the late stage of the nascent soul realm in a short time. As for reaching the peak of the heavenly Tao, although it requires immortal jade, I also need to understand the heavenly Tao. However, if I have immortal jade, I wouldn't have to worry too much. It's just that I can't agree to this easily. I wonder where your location is. Wang Lin thought for a moment and said, "I need to think about this. After 4 months, I will give you a convincing answer." Yao Zixu's delicate eyebrows furrowed slightly. She had been completely sincere, saying everything that needed to be said. Moreover, the reward she offered was very high. She had even tried her best to restrain herself in order to receive his help. But now Wang Lin's refusal had almost cost her patience. However, without his help, she would have to wait until she reached the peak-seeking stage to remove the restriction. Although she had plenty of immortal jade to reach the peak-seeking stage, her understanding of the heavenly Tao hadn't progressed. Understanding the heavenly Tao could be long or short. No one could predict when they would be able to comprehend it. Furthermore, this matter couldn't be revealed to the people here. Otherwise, a disaster would surely occur. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that Wang Lin was the most suitable person. After witnessing Wang Lin's strength in the battle against the demon general, she became even more confident. With his assistance, she was certain she could remove the remaining seals. Yao Zixu glanced at Wang Lin for a moment, then pondered for a while. With her intelligence, she understood his meaning immediately after reflecting on Wang Lin's words. 4 months. It was just a number. A hint of contempt arose in her heart. Her voice turned slightly cold as she said, "What do you ultimately want? More immortal jade? Or magic treasures and cultivation techniques?" Wang Lin ignored her tone and calmly said, "I have no shortage of magic treasures and cultivation techniques. The more immortal jade I can get, the better." Yao Zixu's contempt grew even stronger as she said, "Immortal jade, there are many in my father's blood ancestor's cave. I'll give you a blood talisman token. After we leave the demon spirit land, you can go there to retrieve it." Wang Lin nodded and said, "All right. But this matter is fraught with unpredictable dangers. I need to think about it." Yao Zixu's expression turned cold, and she said coldly, "How long do you want to think about it?" 3 months. Wang Lin said calmly. "You." Yao Zixu suddenly became furious. She waved her sleeve, and the door of the building immediately opened. Her face was icy cold as she turned and walked out. "I won't see you off," Wang Lin said slowly. Yao Zixu walked out of the building step by step. She took several deep breaths, gritted her teeth, and lightly touched her storage bag with her right hand. Immediately, a lamp appeared in her hand. She turned to look at Wang Lin, her eyes cold as she said, "This is for you. You must accompany me in 3 days. If you don't agree, then this matter is over." Wang Lin frowned, looking at the lamp in Yao Zixu's hand. At first glance, it seemed perfectly ordinary, with nothing unusual about it. But after closer inspection, he discovered a series of intricately arranged runes on the lamp. The flickering light on the runes perfectly synchronized with Yao Zixu's breathing. "What is this?" Wang Lin asked in a low voice. Yao Zixu made no attempt to conceal her disdain, saying, "You don't even know this." "It's understandable. After all, you've only just become a disciple of Tianyunzi. This is a unique item of my father, the blood ancestor. It's called the blood soul pill." Blood soul pill. Wang Lin heard of this for the first time, his expression unchanged. He didn't know that on Tianyun Star, anyone who heard of it would go mad. It was a priceless elixir. This type of pill is called the blood soul pill. It's not swallowed, but rather uses the primordial spirit and blood to create a mark. Its effect is that even if your primordial spirit is destroyed, it can be resurrected once. To be precise, it prevents death once. Yao Zixu's voice was icy cold. Wang Lin's expression finally changed. He lightly waved his right hand, and the blood soul pill flew from Yao Zixu's hand into his. Yao Zixu had already anticipated that he would examine it himself, so she didn't try to stop him, letting it leave her hand. Looking at Wang Lin's expression, she inwardly sneered. Although it was also a blood soul pill, it was more accurately described as a defective pill. Her father had altered the blood soul pill to prevent others from stealing it. Inside the defective pill was a drop of blue blood, but it only contained a mixture of impurities and toxins. Except for the father and daughter, no one else could distinguish between the real and the fake. Therefore, they had no fear of anyone trying to steal it. If they still hoped for that discarded pill, their lives would be half lost. Wang Lin held the lamp and immediately noticed that the frequency of the runes on it suddenly changed, matching the rhythm of his own heartbeat. Obviously, whoever held the object would have their heart rate synchronized with that person's heartbeat. Holding it, Wang Lin felt as if the blood in his veins was dissolving. The lamp seemed to become a part of his body. Wang Lin took a deep breath, looked up at Yao Zixu, and said in a low voice, "Immortal Jade." Yao Zixu didn't say a word, took a storage bag from her person, and threw it forward. "This is enough for you to cultivate to the late stage of the nascent soul realm. I'll give you the rest after we return. 3 days after the moon rises at midnight, come to the ancient mountain to find me." Wang Lin thought for a moment and said, "All right." Yao Zixu smiled and turned to leave. She wasn't afraid that Wang Lin would change his mind. She didn't need the immortal jade, and she cared even less about the elixirs. Wang Lin's gaze followed Yao Zixu's retreating figure until she disappeared from sight. At this moment, his expression suddenly became pensive. Suddenly so generous, not afraid of me changing my mind. But even a generous person must have a reason. Perhaps she doesn't need to care about the immortal jade. With a wave of her hand, she produced such a large quantity. It's clear that her blood ancestor father possesses a great deal of immortal jade. Only the blood soul elixir is somewhat strange. If it has the effects she claims, then the quantity is certainly not that large, and it's an extremely precious item. I'm afraid it's no less valuable than immortal techniques. To get my help, she unexpectedly offered one. If I were her, even if I were in a hurry, I would still try to influence her. Wang Lin sneered, muttering, "Yao Zixu, if you weren't so magnanimous, I, Wang, would only have doubts. But now, I'm certain that the blood soul pill is problematic." A glint flashed in his eyes. He lightly patted his storage bag with his left hand, and an ordinary soul banner immediately appeared. Shaking the soul banner slightly, Wang Lin shouted, "Cao Yi Do!" From the soul banner, a swirling black smoke suddenly emerged and transformed into a person. That person was Cao Yi Do, the guide Wang Lin had sought out on the Vermilion Bird Star. As soon as Cao Yi Do appeared, he knelt on the ground and respectfully said, "Greetings, Master." Wang Lin didn't beat around the bush and said directly, "Do you know the blood ancestor?" Upon hearing the words blood ancestor, Cao Yi Do's expression changed. After a moment, he calmed down and hurriedly said, "Yes, I know." The blood ancestor's reputation is known among the cultivators of the heavenly fortune star. It is rumored that he has challenged the heavenly fortune sun several times. Although he failed every time, besides his cultivation level increasing, it was rumored that on the heavenly fortune star, he ranked third after the heavenly fortune sun and the Lingtia Empress. While it was just a rumor, one could still guess what his cultivation level was. Wang Lin thought for a moment and then said, "Blood soul pill, have you heard of it?" Blood soul pill. Cao Yi Do immediately lost his composure. This was the first time Wang Lin had seen him like this. Although Wang Lin had promised him the body of a nascent soul cultivator years ago, he had never seen him lose his composure like this. "Master, the blood soul pill is one of the 3 treasures of the heavenly fortune star. That pill has the effect of defying fate and reversing destiny, bringing dead cultivators back to life. It's a unique treasure of the blood ancestor. No one understands how he obtained it. Cao Yido spoke faster, somewhat excitedly. Wang Lin extended his right hand, revealing a lamp. Strange runes flickered on its surface. Do you recognize this? Cao Yido stared intently at the lamp. After a moment, his expression changed completely, and he muttered, "There are 3,614 characters on this dark-colored lamp. They flicker according to the heartbeat of the person holding it. The person holding it feels a blood-flesh connection. Am I right?" Wang Lin's expression remained calm as he nodded. Cao Yido tried to remain composed. He hastily said, "Please, master, take a drop of fresh blood." Wang Lin hesitated for a moment, then bit his fingertip and dripped a drop of blood onto the lamp. The moment the blood fell, a blue light flashed. After about 3 breaths, the blue light disappeared. The lamp has flickering characters. When blood is dripped onto it, a blue light immediately flashes. That's right, this is the blood soul pill. Cao Yidu stared intently at the lamp, his eyes filled with longing. Wang Lin's expression darkened as he looked at the lamp and said, "Cao Yidu, with your cultivation level at that time, was your status on the heavenly fortune star high?" Cao Yidu ignored Wang Lin's question. His gaze was drawn to the blood soul pill. That pill was incredibly important to him. He remembered a rumor that if a soul consumed the blood soul pill, it could even condense a new body. Seeing Cao Yidu's attitude, Wang Lin raised his eyebrows and let out a cold HMPH. The sound was like a bucket of cold water in Cao Yidu's ears, instantly sobering him up. Hearing Wang Lin's question, he was stunned, then shook his head mockingly. "My status wasn't very high. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been possessed by the insect on the vermilion bird star." A glint of light flashed in Wang Lin's eyes. He continued, "If your status isn't high, why do you know so much about the blood soul pill? You even know the method of distinguishing it." Cao Yido was stunned and smiled bitterly, saying, "Master, the method of distinguishing the blood soul pill is known to almost everyone on the heavenly fortune star. This method isn't a secret." Wang Lin nodded, waved his soul banner, and brought Cao Yido inside. He looked at the blood soul pill in his hand, his expression becoming even more somber. If it's so precious, and there's a method of distinguishing it, why would it be leaked? Moreover, it sounds very real. This is probably someone else's scheme. The blood ancestor is indeed an old monster who has cultivated for many years. With just one move, he resolved the danger of keeping the treasure close. If I were him, I would definitely do the same. Wang Lin gently stroked the lamp in his hand, his mind completely enlightened. Given Cao Yidu's status, how could he possibly know the method to distinguish between genuine and fake blood soul pills? Such a treasure couldn't possibly have a method of identification that all cultivators knew. From this, Wang Lin concluded that all of this was a scheme by the blood ancestor. Combining Yao Zixu's chivalrous actions with Cao Yidu's answer, I can confirm that the blood soul pill definitely has a real and a fake version. However, perhaps no one else besides the blood ancestor and his son knows how to distinguish between the real and fake. A glint flashed in Wang Lin's eyes. This pill is definitely fake. A real pill can bring people back to life, while a fake one will surely cause death. Yao Zixu, since you're so vicious, don't blame me for being ruthless. Wang Lin glanced at the lamp in his hand, intending to crush it. But then he suddenly thought of something and put it into his storage bag. Wang Lin had cultivated for hundreds of years, acquiring countless magical treasures and divine abilities. At the same time, his cunning had greatly increased. Back when he formed his golden core, the 8 Extremes Demon Lord had said that he was vicious, audacious, decisive, and ruthless. Furthermore, he possessed extraordinary courage, caution, unwavering will, and was incredibly cunning. Those few words perfectly encapsulated Wang Lin. Just from Yao Zixu's expression and Cao Yidu's words, he was able to deduce this answer. And this answer, perhaps, had been unfathomable for thousands of years. Only seasoned old masters could discern the conspiracy. Similarly, on the vermilion bird star, Wang Lin discovered Liu Mi's ruthless heavenly illusion dove through the personalities of 2 different female disciples. Although Wang Lin didn't possess the best cultivation aptitude, his wisdom increased significantly through years of tempering and countless hardships. All of this has a reason: the balance of the heavenly Tao. Wang Lin lightly waved his right hand, and Yao Zixu's storage bag flew into his hand. After scanning it with his divine consciousness, the number of immortal jades inside was exactly as she had said. It was completely enough for him to absorb enough to reach the late stage of the nascent soul realm. 3 days, Wang Lin took a deep breath. He lightly stomped his left foot. A black light flashed, and Wang Lin immediately sank into the ground. Deep underground, Wang Lin sat cross-legged, his eyes closed. Around him were countless immortal jades from Yao Zixu's storage bag. At this moment, he absorbed the immortal jades at a frantic speed, the pieces quickly turning into dust. Cultivating to the late stage of the nascent soul realm required a huge amount of immortal jade. Wang Lin didn't stop for a moment. He concentrated all his mental energy on absorbing the immortal power. After the immortal power entered his body, Wang Lin didn't have time to integrate it but used the demonic structure to accumulate it. He had studied demons in the soul refining tribe for a long time, so he understood them like the back of his hand. If demonic power could be condensed into crystals, then immortal power could obviously be too. Previously, he didn't want to waste immortal jade to experiment. But now that he had enough immortal jade, after Wang Lin experimented for a while, the accumulated immortal power reached a certain level and began to change. After a period of continuous condensation, something identical to a demon but radiating immortal power appeared in Wang Lin's body. This could be called an immortal crystal. The immortal crystal contained immortal power equivalent to 1/10 of the amount of immortal jade in Yao Zixu's storage bag. His absorption process continued. After 3 days, when the purple moon rose high, thousands of miles outside the military camp, on the ancient mountain peak, Yao Zixu stood silently. The moonlight cast eerie rays on the ground. Yao Zixu's gaze was fixed on the distance, a hint of worrying in her eyes. The time is almost here. Could that person have changed their mind? Yao Zixu frowned. Just then, a rainbow-like streak of light flashed from afar. Yao Zixu's eyes lit up. The rainbow's speed was incredibly fast. In an instant, it arrived and stopped. Then, it descended to the mountaintop, transforming into Wang Lin. Wang Lin was also wearing white clothes. His hair, blown by the wind, created a sense of ethereal beauty. You've arrived at just the right time. Now I must activate a formation to prevent anyone from noticing anything unusual here, Yao Zixu said, patting her storage bag and taking out several blood-red statues. These statues weren't large, only about 3 inches tall. Each statue was carved with a ferocious beast that Wang Lin had never seen before. A pungent smell slowly emanated from the statues. Yao Zixu formed a hand seal and recited an incantation. Then she bit her tongue and drew a symbol in the air. With a gentle clap of her hands, the characters instantly grew to approximately 100 feet in size and imprinted themselves on the ancient mountain. Simultaneously, the group of statues spontaneously flew towards 7 points around them. Then, streaks of blood-red light flashed before they burrowed into the ground. The moment the statues disappeared into the earth, a strange force suddenly appeared on the ancient mountain. Wang Lin carefully sensed it and found that the characters only served as a guide. Only the 7 statues had the actual effect. This invisible force was undetectable to Wang Lin unless he was within a 100-foot radius. Wang Lin's divine consciousness spread out, and he was surprised to find that he couldn't perceive himself. This was the first time Wang Lin had encountered such a phenomenon throughout his cultivation journey. Although he could still control his divine consciousness, he couldn't locate his own reflection on the ancient mountain. The scene in his divine consciousness was like looking into a mirror. Although he could see everything in the mirror, he couldn't see his own image. No need to try, even the demon emperor couldn't detect this formation, Yao Zixu said coldly. Wang Lin withdrew his divine consciousness, feeling immense admiration. He said, "This formation was created by your blood ancestor father." "That's right," Yao Zixu said, reaching into her storage bag with her right hand. Immediately, a blood-red compass appeared in her hand. Then she turned to look at Wang Lin and said, "Remember what we discussed. When the demonic energy reaches its highest level, the compass will emit a blood-red light. This will only last for about a breath. You must stay close to me." Wang Lin nodded without saying anything. Yao Zixu pondered for a moment, then said, "When we return, I will give you the remaining immortal jade and the blood mansion token. Furthermore, I will also give you the precise method for using the blood soul." As she spoke, the purple light emanating from the moon intensified. In an instant, the purple light filled the space. In a flash, the entire ground seemed to be covered in a layer of purple light. The ground completely turned purple. At the same time, the compass emitted a brilliant blood-red light. The red light was like a sword piercing through the purple light. Although very small, it was extremely strong. "Go!" Yao Zixu shouted, then quickly rushed into the red light. A flash of light appeared in Wang Lin's eyes, and his body, like a lightning bolt, followed Yao Zixu into the red light. The moment the two entered, the red light vanished, and even the compass on the ground disappeared. On the ground, the purple light gradually faded, eventually returning completely to the moon. The purple moon shines most intensely once every 6 months. Wang Lin had traveled through teleportation arrays many times before, so he had a high resistance to them. The instant he entered the red light, he realized it was indeed a teleportation array. Just as Yao Zixu had said, someone had prearranged a teleportation point somewhere. Therefore, simply activating the teleportation point would allow him to enter from anywhere. It was obvious that the teleportation could only be successful within the demon spirit land. After a brief teleportation, Wang Lin glanced down and saw streaks of fresh blood moving rapidly beneath his feet. These bloodstains formed a formation. Yao Zixu's recovery time was about half a breath slower than Wang Lin's. After she woke up, the bloodstains beneath her feet had disappeared. The trajectory of this formation is similar to the formation created by those statues. Obviously, they were all created by the same person. The blood ancestor is indeed an extraordinary figure. I didn't expect him to be able to set up a teleportation formation here. However, if given the time, I could also set up such a formation. Wang Lin's expression remained calm as he looked around. The scene here was no different from the starry sky without heaven or earth. Only light surrounded him. Everything within his sight was clearly visible. A small, winding path stretched about 10 meters away. Because there was no ground here, the path floated in midair. But it wasn't completely still. Looking closely, it seemed to fluctuate slightly according to some kind of pattern. Wang Lin was standing on an open space about 100 feet high. The formation was placed on this platform. From Wang Lin's observation, Yao Zixu had certainly been here many times. She sat cross-legged on the platform and said to Wang Lin, "Sit down, concentrate your mind, and comprehend your own artistic conception to create a seal. Only then can you walk the path of the venerable beast." Saying this, she closed her eyes and began to breathe. Wang Lin observed his surroundings, then followed the winding path ahead. His gaze was fixed on it. At that moment, Wang Lin's eyes widened. It wasn't a path at all, but clearly the body of a dragon. Recalling Yao Zixu's earlier words, that dragon was named Venerable Dragon. There's not a single mention of this beast in the ancient god diagram. If he wasn't certain, he would have known where such a beast was located. Obviously, this giant beast didn't appear here naturally. Someone must have used some kind of divine technique to arrange it. Who could possibly possess the divine power to transform the beast into a path? Wang Lin took a deep breath. His eyes blinked thoughtfully for a moment. Then he turned to look at Yao Shizu, thinking to himself, "If I want to remember the method, I'll just have to get it from her." He pondered for a while, then sat cross-legged on the platform, calming his mind. Just as he was about to sink into a meditative state, an idea suddenly flashed through his mind.